Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang.
Hi, friends.
What?
What's that? Who's what? Quote. It's quiet. I hear Kyle typing. That's unusual.
I got 40 seconds. It's a race against time.
What? You can do it, Kyle. You can do it.
I'm typing emojis. Emojis. Headphones. Type in headphones. Click the emoji. 25 seconds. I'll have a photo to put in here. That's fine. All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
Am I good now? Yeah. Okay. My bad.
Boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN.
Hey, it's party time.
Let's go party. Let's go party.
One of those weird days where like the show just doesn't quite start right.
Okay.
And, like I've got the wrong button turned on and the wrong thing turned down, and I'm telling you, it's like on a keyboard when you put your fingers in the wrong place to start and you're not paying attention and you just start typing. That's what happens. If I hit one wrong button and I start, because there's just a little pattern to the buttons I have to hit.
Okay.
When I hit the wrong one first, it messes up my whole flow.
Oh.
Yeah, man. So it's all good. We're back. We're here. I'm Kyle. That's James. We've got a bunch of stuff to get into. One of those weird days where like the Kings didn't play and it's a Thursday. We got the Raiders tonight, but Friday is our big NFL day really on this program. And there's still so much to get into. Like I was worried jumping into the rundown last night. We're good to go.
It's like your favorite day of the week, though.
It is my favorite day of the week, no doubt. But that has nothing to do with the show.
Okay.
That is not show related. Speaking of the Raiders, I want to let everybody know tonight you can listen to the Raiders and Chargers at 4:45 p.m. right here on this very radio station. Our buddy Scott Gulbransen from the Silver and Black Today and Odyssey Original Podcast talking all things Raiders. He will be joining us at 10:30.
Okay.
Raiders Chargers tonight at 4:45. We'll have some 49ers Cardinals stuff for you. Is it a trap game for the Niners? We'll talk about all of that. But before we get into all the local things that matter, and of course the Kings in action tonight at home, beginning a 6-game homestand, they will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. I almost said Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's wild.
That was the first thing that came into my head, was to say Jacksonville Jaguars. I have no idea why.
Okay.
Before we get into all that, the Giannis Pacers game ball controversy that swept the nation last night.
I think it's still sweeping the nation, Kyle.
It's perfect. It's everything I ever want in a sports story. So Giannis, if you missed it,
this is wild.
Giannis Antetokounmpo in Indiana last night goes for 64 points in a Bucks win over the Pacers. That is a career high for Giannis. He went 20 of 28 from the field. He had a career high 64. That is a Milwaukee Bucks franchise record, 64 points. Well, at the same time that Giannis was punching his career high, Pacers rookie Oscar Tshiebwe had his career high with 1 point. It was his first official NBA point. He took the game ball. The Pacers took that game ball and said, Oscar, this is for you. Congratulations on your first NBA, not points, point.
Point. But
He
that's
made a free throw.
that is how it should be. Like every player who, like I've been in the locker room when, there's a little glass case that's handed to Chima Monecki when he got
Mhm.
his first NBA points.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Ford, he got the game ball.
Right. That's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
Giannis loses his mind over this. Like arguing with people, running down the tunnel while people are trying to hold him back, running down the tunnel toward the Pacers locker room to retrieve that game ball. And then he got asked about it in his presser and he's all mad about it. And he's like, I don't know, they gave me a ball, but it doesn't feel like the game ball. It's still going to go up on my mom's mantle, but I don't think it's the game ball.
He should know what that game ball feels like. He took 32 free throws.
It's like took 28 shots.
He knows what the ball smells like Giannis. Like,
He's
come
like,
on now.
This is not my cologne.
This is not my cologne.
Yeah. So I was honestly, I am so here. What makes this even funnier is that Oscar Tshiebwe, that was not his first points in the NBA.
No.
You heard me say official point. That's because he scored in the in-season tournament finale, but that game didn't count toward official statistics. If you score 100 points in that game, doesn't count. Doesn't go on your season total. He scored a point in that game for his first NBA points, but it didn't count. Ergo, this point last night in a game where they got blown out and he was playing in garbage time and hit a free throw, that is his first official point. He gets the game ball. Giannis does not. Giannis got a ball. Not the official game ball, though.
I love it. Well,
I'm so here for it. The Pacers, what do the Pacers owe Giannis here?
absolutely nothing.
I'm here for it. Even if they're just being petty. Even if they gave Tshiebwe the ball from the in-season tournament win, which I doubt, because that's going to the Basketball Hall of Fame, I'm sure. But even if they had done that, give it to him. Give him the game ball. You're at home. This is your home court.
Yeah.
You do with the ball what you want.
And that guy over there, he's a winner.
Yeah, they have no obligation to Giannis.
They have no obligation to Giannis. He'll score 64 again.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine.
He'll be perfectly fine.
And
I'm a winner.
yeah, you are Giannis, and that's why this doesn't. I'm shocked. I'm honestly. This is two athletes in as many weeks that I have a ton of reverence for, and Patrick Mahomes and Giannis Antetokounmpo, like disproportionately freaking out over a thing that just feels like logical.
Yeah. I found
Does
it
that make
humorous
sense?
like the whole time. I believe it's Bobby Bonds, right? Bobby Bonds, Barry Bonds' father. There was a game, and looking it up, I believe it's the 1973 season where he hit a home run, right?
Mhm.
And then the game gets suspended due to weather, and then the game doesn't get replayed, and it hadn't reached the fifth inning, so they go back and they actually either they replayed the entire game or it didn't get replayed, right?
Mhm.
So that home run came off the board, and he finishes that season with 39 homers and 43 stolen bases and would have been the first 40-40 guy ever, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's what this, like, Tshiebwe's 1 point that had happened before was this magical point that doesn't ever count. So, hey man, I'm okay with this guy getting the game ball.
I am too, man. I don't like I said. I'm very much of the mind here that now if this was in Milwaukee, and the Pacers just grabbed that ball and ran with it.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Like okay, I don't love that. It's funny, but I don't love that. I'm gonna side with Giannis. But it's This is scoring 64. It's his career high. It's a Bucks franchise record. Incredible, right?
Yep.
That's amazing. But get a plaque. Get some kind of put your shoes or your jersey in a frame and call it good. That's it.
That's what
You have an
winners do.
NBA trophy, you have an MVP trophy, you have all these accolades. And this ball that he's gonna give it to mom. She's gonna display it on her mantle. It would look even better if it was his jersey, though.
Does
Or his
mom
shoes in a
have, like-
shadow box or
Does
something.
his mom have like the biggest mantle ever? Could you
Maybe.
just see like their house is like one wall is like 40-foot long fireplace with the
Mhm.
longest mantle ever. I mean, that's like I'm wondering because that dude has a lot of
It's-
accolades.
It's just-
He's got a lot
So
of
you-
accolades, and his mom. If that's going on her mantle, I need to see the size of this mantle.
Talking to your realtor, like, what are you looking for in a home? A mantle.
Okay,
Just a mantle? No, you don't
a
understand.
really big mantle.
I need a room-sized mantle.
Yeah. And then, I mean, if you had a mantle that big, then you could do like 4 foot wide stockings because you have giant children.
For sure.
All of the Antetokounmpo boys, and plus, like, just to put Antetokounmpo on a stocking, like to embroider it, or
Right.
Giannis, or
Greek Freak.
Yeah, like you have
really need a lot of
room,
a lot of surface area.
So this has got to be the biggest mantle of all time. I need to see this mantle.
Oscar Shibwe.
Good for Shibwe.
Yeah, big Oscar Shibwe guy. Now just 39,233 points behind LeBron James for the most points all time.
He'll get there.
One game at a time, baby.
One game at a time.
He's robbed of a point.
One step at a time.
Robbed of a point in the in-season tournament. No, there's NBA drama that I can't stand. There's that I don't rock with. This is a good example. Klay Thompson gets punked by Devin Booker last year in Phoenix. And as he's walking off the court after getting tossed, holding up the 4, when I got 4 rings. Like, that's that's lame. I don't love that drama. That's not fun drama. That's stupid. This is elite drama.
Kyle's here for the elite drama.
I am. No,
he doesn't want to see Klay Thompson with his resting B face over on the bench.
Yeah, no, that's stupid. Like, that is not a viable. You're getting your ass whooped. Your 4 titles, like Devin Booker said after that game, he was like, and he does have those. Yep. It's like, yeah, that's right. What a stupid thing for Klay to do. Like, he's getting his ass busted. And he even said this summer, he was like, yeah, I was just mad because I was getting smoked. So great. Okay. But that's why I hate this. Is the NBA drama I'm here for.
You're here for it.
The little pettiness, the little Tyrese Halliburton tweeting a Cat in the Hat Photoshop that says the cap on this app after the game. Like, it's unbelievable. I'm here for all of that.
Yeah.
That's the kind of NBA drama I'm here for. And when I saw that happening last night, and I saw the videos, and I saw people with earnest takes about it, because at the end of all of this, it's a ball. It doesn't matter at all.
I'm with you.
Is Giannis going to have Oscar Shibwe beef now?
Oh, he's going to try to dunk on Shibwe every time he sees him.
Shibwe's going to be on the end of the bench.
He's just going to go over and try to dunk on him from the bench.
I don't know. Right.
Yeah, I love it.
Draymond Green is suspended indefinitely. Ja Morant is going to come back soon. We'll talk about what that means for the Kings. I want to have a big picture discussion about the West with the Kings playing the Thunder tonight. We'll dive into the Draymond indefinite suspension stuff. We have 49ers Cardinals to get to. Tons coming up, plus 11 o'clock again.
11
on the
o'clock.
dot.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that worked great yesterday.
I think so, too.
We're giving away a PlayStation 5.
It's a Jiffy Lube Christmas, Kyle.
A Jiffy Lube Christmas. Jiffy Lube dropped off 5 PlayStation 5s. We've given away 3 of them. Today, we're giving away a 4th.
We're running out of them. It's sad.
916-909-1320 is the phone number. 11 o'clock. I'm going to freeze the phones. I'm going to lock them up just before 11. But if you want to call and you want to talk about the Giannis drama, or you want to talk about Draymond suspension, or Kings Thunder,
your Starbucks order while you're in line,
my Starbucks order, or your Starbucks order, if you're in a drive-thru and you just want to, have us chat with the drive-thru person.
That's right.
916-909-1320 is the number. 11 o'clock, we'll be doing a PS5 giveaway. Plenty more coming up right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening? Oh, Tyler says random time tomorrow, please. Oh, what are you excited in there for? Who is inside? Who's in the booth in there? He's not listening to me. Hi, friends. How are we doing? One of these PS5s should be for the Chatty House. Just saying. Hey, Stan, the first 3 winners have been Chatty House people. I'm just saying. Brian Cavett, right here. Brian, he won one. John Poles won one. And who's the other? Well, I should say that Brian Cavett did not. Sherry Cavett did. But they did come together to go pick them up yesterday.
We back.
We're back.
We're not back. Sorry, that's my bad. I forgot to do a thing in the log that I had to.
A thing in the thing.
A thing with the thing.
On that other thing. We I was not listening. Oh.
What?
Stan is now telling us that he's in Europe. He's big timing us. And so the call would ruin him. So would coming to the station and picking it up. That would ruin you as well, since you're in Europe.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
What do we got?
Maybe.
Is there anything else going down? Who won the belt today? Folks were in here earlier.
Wheezy. Wheezy won the belt today.
Wheezy?
Yeah.
All right. Are we going to get a phone call from Leezy for a third straight day? I'm just saying.
Oh, is in Milwaukee?
Oh.
Wait, hang on. Okay, back up. How did I... Hang on. All right. We're going to have to redo the whole first segment, bro.
Kyle. Rewind, Kyle. Let me see.
How did I...
Oh.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sure. How did I miss that?
Oh, no, it definitely was in Pfizer.
No, it was for sure.
Pfizer. How do you say they're in the Pfizer form?
I say Pfizer. Fizzerv? Scissor?
Pfizer. That's weird.
Oh, buddy. Oh, let's go.
What's going on?
Oh, I've got... Yeah, so you can get a different ball.
Just random. You look at their box score, it's like 14 points, 6 points, 7 points, 21 points.
Yeah, no, that's on me.
64 points.
That's the second time. I need to rethink where I go look at schedules. Because this is the second time I've got a schedule thing wrong.
Oh.
Where I've gone and looked. Like, I look at Basketball Reference.
Okay.
And I go to schedule. And I messed this up with the Kings schedule earlier where I had a game that was home against OKC and at San Antonio. Those were reversed. And this one.
Kyle, you will be slept on no more.
No, I should continue to be slept on. I can't get a goddamn schedule right.
That's right.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a nutcracker.
Unbelievable.
Son of a
I'm redoing
nutcracker.
the whole I have entirely new thoughts on this now.
Starting over.
No, we are. It's probably what we should do anyway, since I botched the beginning so bad. Not even with the take, but with my buttons. I had Jonathan coming in here like, we're not on the air. Like, yeah, no, we're sure not.
Oh, that's who was in there. I'm like,
I turned down the wrong thing.
Oh.
What an idiot, dude.
We're having a morning. First of all, low S, that's not a $50 basketball. That ball is at least $80 and probably a lot more than that, but that's okay.
Yeah. Flag on me. Personal foul.
We have flags in there.
Here's what we're gonna do. Can I copy this?
John Poles, did you come and pick up your PS5 yet? He's now in the chat. Yeah, Russell's right, Kyle. You had one job or four.
For this show, I literally have one job.
Yes, but all the other jobs.
All right, we're running the intro back, and we're gonna try this again. You can tell I didn't fall asleep until after 1 a.m. today. All right, here we go. Let's open the show again.
press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hey, welcome in. Happy Thursday, everybody. This show is off to a rip-roaring start. I'm Kyle. That's James. Can you believe what the Pacers did last night in Milwaukee to Giannis? After his franchise record 64 points at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, and the Pacers have the gall, nay, the audacity to take that ball for themselves for some cat named Oscar Tshiebwe, who didn't even score his first NBA point. It was his first official point because his first point came in the in-season tournament final, so it did not count towards his stats. He gets a free throw last night in a blowout win for Milwaukee, where Giannis had the offensive game of his life, 64 points, a franchise record at his home building, and the Pacers have the audacity to take that ball away from him. I cannot put up with this from the Indiana Pacers organization. I have been a fan of what they're doing. I have been a fan of what they're building. But after this crap that they pulled last night, I can no longer support an organization that's going to do that.
Kyle, this was supposed to go on Giannis's mom's mantle. This ball was set for this small, tiny mantle in her home.
Everybody knows she has the world's smallest fireplace mantle. It has room for one basketball. And he said, when she bought that house, he said, Mom,
I'm going to score 64 one night.
One day I'm going to set the Bucks franchise record for points. And that basketball from that game, that specific basketball, not just any ball, the ball that I put through the hoop to the tune of 64 points, most points ever without a three-pointer made since the three-point line became a thing. That's going to go on your mantle. And Oscar Tshiebwe had the nerve to rob him of that. Now she has some generic ass Spalding sitting up there. Is it still Spalding?
I don't think. Well, maybe Kyle. It's either that or Wilson. Oh my gosh. I don't know how we just reset the show, but it happened.
No, we did it.
This is radio, Kyle. Every 12 minutes we reset.
Yeah, no, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to pull the cowherd.
Yeah, we're really gonna like Groundhog Day this whole entire show. Every single segment will be about Giannis Antetokounmpo not getting the official game ball when he scored 64 from his home court in Milwaukee. Somebody absconded with the ball. Like there was like an attempted fight on the floor to go get the ball. I mean, it was dogs, cats living together. It was chaos, Kyle. It's chaos. I can't believe this has happened to us.
If you're confused, as the chatty house so nicely pointed out at youtube.com/ESPN1320, I was under the impression, because I can't read, that the Pacers were at home last night, which changed my entire thought. Ergo, since that's what we opened the show with, we reopened the show and adjusted the take according.
I think it's spectacular. I'm in here in tears, Kyle. Like I need a tissue. Like it could be the Santa hat, like it's poking me in the eye. I don't know, but
yeah, your Santa hat is much longer than mine. Anyways,
facts.
Lazy save
facts.
us.
Thanks, everybody. We now
What's
can
going on,
reset the
guys?
show again.
Hey, what's up, Lazy?
Yo, what's good with my two brothers? Hey, I just wanted to call in today and get your thoughts on the East. Where do you guys think the Pacers rank in the East? Like, if you had a power ranking, I feel like the whole drama last night was really from the Bucks, maybe mad about the whole tournament, mad how the Pacers played so good against them, even though they won last night. What do you guys think of the Pacers rank? Also, quick question: what do you think about the Bucks coach Adrian Griffin? He's already had issues with Terry Stotts. We saw Bobby have issues with them. Giannis has had blown-ups with them. Where do you think the Bucks are going to go? Because I don't really think he's a good coach. He has too much drama. And just want to get your thoughts on the East in general.
My man. Thanks, Lazy. With Adrian Griffin, the whole Terry Stotts thing, one. Number two, him changing the way they play defense. I don't know if anybody's followed that, but basically he changed the way that they play coverages on defense, and they were awful. And it led the players to go to Adrian Griffin and say, we need to scrap this and go back to what we were doing.
Yeah, we need Mike Budenholzer back. Can you bring him back?
Yeah, we're just going to go back to what we're doing. And then after they lost in the in-season tournament, Bobby Portis cut off Adrian Griffin in the middle of his post-game speech or address to the team and said, you need to call more stuff. We need to be more organized, da-da-da-da. And then Giannis in his post-game presser was like, we need to be more organized. Like, all this points to the head coach. And for me with Milwaukee, like the Giannis Dame thing should work. And it does on some nights.
Yeah.
Last night, Giannis, they're going to combine for 85 points or whatever it was. But I don't, as long as there's that friction between head coach and players, that's the kind of team that I don't trust in a 7-game series to like, they can figure it out if they're a 2 seed and they're playing a 7 seed.
They're 17-7. They're the 2nd seed in the the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, they're not bad, but if you have beef with if your players have beef with your head coach over a 7-game series and over 2 or 3 or 4 series, I don't trust it.
Yeah, I'm also going to say that any coach that allows another team to steal a game ball when your player has 64, any coach that allows that to happen,
that's a great point.
He needs to be, dealt with swiftly. Yeah, look, I think this was a strange hire when it happened. Just because Adrian Griffin hadn't been a head coach, he's been an assistant for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking a team that realistically they had a great coach who got them, over the hump once, but couldn't do it again. And you took an inexperienced coach and put him in a situation where I just don't know that he can win. And, like in this situation, like he wants to do things his way. You didn't bring in a new coach to run things the exact same way that they were before.
Right.
You brought in a new coach because you couldn't get back to the promised land.
Right.
And so again, there's going to be some hard times. And at the end of the day, I think you get through it. But if not, like Adrian Griffin's playing himself out of a job really quickly, coaching himself out of a job. And like Kyle, if you coach yourself out of this job,
yikes.
This is not going to be one of those recycler things. That's going to be like, oh no, you weren't flexible enough to work with a team that was veteran and that had championship potential and has a, 2-time MVP, like, and a great, another Hall of Famer.
So this is what I will say on the Bucks. They're, 17-7. They have the 3rd highest offensive rating in the league, but that defensive rating is the big question for me. They're 23rd in defensive rating. And I think they're 8th in overall net rating. They're 8th behind Houston, the Clippers, the Magic, the Timberwolves, the Thunder, the Celtics, and the Sixers. So I'm going with them where I'm at with Sacramento, where call me in February.
Yeah.
Maybe they figure this out and maybe they continue winning at a really high clip and their defense is better, because I'm not judging that. If they go win 58 games, okay, awesome. But if you're losing in the first round again to a 7 or 8 seed like they did last year, that's an issue. Like that's a pretty significant problem. That's a big reason that Coach Budenholzer got fired. So that's the way I'm looking. So I'm not ready to punt on Adrian Griffin just yet, but the early signs aren't great. And let's see where they're at in February.
Yeah. And again, didn't Joe Mazzulla have issues in Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that worked out just fine.
Yeah, they were like sub 500 in January the year they went to the finals.
Yeah. There was a lot of like, hey, what's going on here? So, the other thing we were gonna get to in this segment, which we really haven't, is this Draymond Green thing. I'm gonna ask you, Kyle. Do you think the league has this rule where they can
That was Ime. That wasn't Joe Mazzulla. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is it possible that the league has a rule where they can only have one guy on indefinite suspension at a time? It's like your IR on your fantasy team. And so they're going to have to move Ja off the indefinite suspension list to move Draymond.
Isn't Ja like, didn't he have a hard 25 game suspension?
Well, yeah, but if initially it was indefinite. Yeah,
but then they gave him a number.
Eventually. Well, I'm still waiting for the number for Draymond. All right, Kyle.
I don't know if we're going to get one.
This hard reset in our show.
Scott Gulbransen coming up. I want to dig into the Draymond indefinite suspension thing.
Yeah.
Because
I love it.
Incredible. Incredible work by the league. I have so many thoughts on it, and I'm sure you do too. 916-909-1320. That's the number. Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black Today. That is an Odyssey original podcast talking all things Las Vegas Raiders. We will chat with him about the Raiders game tonight against the Los Angeles Chargers, which you can listen to right here on ESPN 1320. 4:45 is when coverage begins. Raiders coming up next. Some Draymond suspension coming up next. We also got some Kings to get to as well. We'll be back.
What's up, Scott?
What up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Good. Let me get rid of this banner. Boom.
All right.
There we go. You're always in a different room.
I cannot tell you.
It's the same room. I switch out the things on the wall depending what I'm doing, because with my the stuff I do for Sports Not, I hop like I'm in another hour. I'm doing a Major League Baseball interview with Gabe Lax from USA Today. So I'll switch the stuff out behind me.
It's wild.
Depending what's going on. So this is like a little bit of both. I have some college stuff. You can see my UNLV, my Notre Dame, and the football thing. And then I do baseball. I got some baseball stuff I can stick in there too.
All right.
I go to detail, James. That's what I do.
I love that for you, man. That's a great call. I have one standard background for my video pod.
And that's not bad either. In fact, it would be a lot less pain in the ass for me if I did it that way. Right. I mean, and I think,
no, but I love the attention to detail. It's the commitment for me.
Well, and my wife's like, yeah, every time I'm watching other guys on different stages, they have the nice bookshelf. Just get the bookshelves. I'm like, yeah, I could do that. It would be a lot easier because then I don't have to switch it around as much. So
that's what we did. We had the bookshelves.
I have the bookshelf.
Yeah, it's a good move. I mean,
I think here I need to start hanging some stuff up in the back.
Yeah, although the neon hits the camera a little different. I wasn't counting on that, but I can turn it off and stuff like that. It depends what I'm doing.
I like the bar feel of it.
Yeah, and this stuff, like I have a red brick wall behind this silver stuff.
Is that
I got the silver stuff because of the Raider show that I do. And
is that
no, it's like these stick-on tablets. You gotta love the Chinese manufacturers, man. And so I put that on top of the red brick, and I didn't think about it, right? From a video perspective, that the silver can give you a shine sometimes.
Oh,
so yeah, trial and error. What the heck?
All right.
That's all right.
Always messing with your background. I like it.
I need to cover this window because this is like the main thoroughfare where people walk.
The station. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I just need to cover that window because, buddy, it is distracting. When I look up here to check on the chatty house and see what's happening, I just see a party happening behind me.
Is there like a metal? Yeah, I can see the guy walking by. Is there a metal rail down that window? Does it like open or something?
No, it's just
it's two windows.
Oh, it's two windows. You should see if you guys have any like signage sponsors that do those like car wrap stuff, and then they could put like a big
we could put
vinyl behind you to cover it up.
Logo right there, Kyle.
Jiffy Lube.
So there you go.
That's what I'm calling it.
The Jiffy Lube Studio.
I'm still recovering from our first two breaks, Kyle.
Yeah, Scott, we had a tough start to today's show. Yeah. This one's not going on the Emmy reel.
Man,
I don't know. That second segment, it very well could go on the Emmy reel.
Yeah. I basically had a whole take because I can't read based on the Milwaukee Indiana game ball thing.
Oh yeah.
When I looked last night, I would have bet my life that they were in Indiana and they were not. And that changed my entire perspective on the happenings.
So we had to restart the show in the second segment.
So we just re-racked the show open and did the first segment again.
I just did that the other day though. I was going on about I was talking about the Chargers and their offensive coordinator who's Kellen Moore, and I kept calling him Kevin O'Connell, who's the coach of the
Vikings coach.
Oh.
And it's like they were all Mountain West guys, by the way. O'Connell went to San Diego State.
Played the Vikings.
Yeah, and Shane Steichen of the Colts went to UNLV, and then what's his name? Kellen Moore was at Boise State, wasn't he? I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. So those guys, I just confuse them sometimes.
It's wild.
I know Ramsey's going to know this, and honestly, you might know this, Scott. Who was the guy who was on the cover of NCAA football from Boise? He was the quarterback, and I cannot remember his name. Jared.
This year?
Hang on, we're coming back. Hang on, we're coming back.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back in. I'm Kyle. That's James. I almost did the thing. God, dude, I need a day off bad.
Kyle, you can do it.
Your boy is struggling through the first half today. I got a couple turnovers.
You can do it,
I'm
Kyle.
I'm 0 for 8 from the field. This is tough. This is ESPN 1320, where the Insiders were sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joining us now, Scott Gulbransen of Silver and Black Today. It's an Odyssey original podcast talking all things Las Vegas Raiders. And Scott, I'm sorry to bring this up.
Well, whoa, Kyle. First, though, you guys are talking about struggling a little bit this morning. You know, Jiffy Lube is your sponsor. They're great folks.
Yes,
I am a customer. Maybe you just need your fluids changed, man.
That's a great point. I need a bottle of wine immediately in my face.
All right, sorry to interrupt your question. I had to get that
holiday
joke
party
in.
tonight. I will definitely get my fluids replaced.
I love the hats.
Oh boy,
There
Thanks.
you go, Kyle.
Thanks. We're in the Christmas spirit. I'm sorry to bring this up. We got to talk about last week real quick.
Yeah.
I don't need a breakdown of the game. I don't need all that. What was just your personal experience like having to sit there and watch all 60 minutes of that game?
Well, you know, when you guys are still a little bit younger than me. When you get older, you reach a certain age where there's a part of your body that you have to have checked out that's not very comfortable. And men, if you understand what I'm talking about. So it was sort of like that. It was sort of like you had an uncomfortable doctor appointment. That's how bad it was. In fact, with all due respect to everybody who out there who loves the original game of football, or soccer as we call it in America, it was like covering a soccer game. There was not much action, not much scoring, and even when Minnesota scored, you didn't get to hear somebody scream "Go!" real loud. It was that boring. It was 3 hours you'll never get back. The Raiders' offense was so anemic. They had 8 first downs in the whole game, guys. 8 first downs, and they had zero in the second half. So it was not a fun football game to watch.
As many first downs as punts.
Correct.
It's a tough watch.
Correct. Now, I can say I did look on some positive sides because I tend to be a glass half full guy.
Oh,
and I said the defense played really well. Now, Minnesota's not any offensive juggernaut, but the fact that the defense played so well and was able to contain everybody. Now, of course, Justin Jefferson went out with an injury again early in the game, but still, if you look at what they were able to do, Max Crosby nursing that injured knee, it was refreshing to see the defense play that bad. So lost in the 3-0 loss is the fact that they held a team to 3 points.
Okay, so again, I chose not to make my eyes bleed, and I stuck with games that actually mattered and that weren't horrible to watch. But when I'm watching this team play, when I do watch them, we had this bump from Antonio Pierce getting a job, right? But now you're on a 3-game skid, and one of those games is an embarrassing 3-0 game. And I know, again, you can say, well, the defense was great and all that stuff, but like, look at a 60-minute game, you couldn't get a field goal. That's to me, it's just horrific to watch. And like, when was the last time they got shut out? But has this kind of burst a bubble on the Antonio Pierce thing? And does it open the door for other candidates to come in this offseason and maybe sway the ownership there in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think, and it's funny because there are a lot of people really enamored with Antonio Pierce because of who he is. And listen, I've said it on numerous shows over the last couple of weeks. Give him a lot of credit. What he did, he was the right guy for the situation because he had such a close relationship. He had a positive image in that locker room. So he kept those guys together as much as you could. But then he also has no experience even being a coordinator in the NFL. So organizing a game plan, getting ready for a game, and managing the overall function of the football operation on the field, it's not something he's done. So he's learning as he goes. Not his fault. He was put into that situation, but he did know what he was getting into. Likewise, Bo Hardegree, the offensive coordinator who was elevated, had never played called in his life, is just overmatched. He's not taking to it. I'll put it that way, to put it nicely. And so they're in a quandary now because what do? You're not moving the ball. You're not doing anything on offense. And I think for me, being objective, I said, look, unless he can win 3 of 4 or maybe all 4, I just don't see, even Mark Davis, who's very loyal and all that jazz to a fault, I don't see how he becomes your best candidate. Now, if no one else applies, if he goes on a 4-game run and they just miss the playoffs, okay, then maybe you have the conversation. But I think it's a wait and see attitude. You got to see what happens first. But I certainly think that the on-the-job audition is at a point now where they have to win tonight against the Chargers, and then they're going to have to win a couple more games, I think, for him to have a shot. I think he interviews no matter what. But again, I just don't think necessarily that he's ready for that role, no matter how much you like him.
Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black Today, an Odyssey original podcast. You can get that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods, talking all things Las Vegas Raiders. So it seems like at this point of the year, the Raiders are sitting there with a top 10 draft pick. And I think there's, for some people, a what's the word I'm looking for? A tendency to say, oh, they should tank.
Mm-hmm.
They should start to lose. But I feel like this is a team that doesn't necessarily need to try to tank. I don't even know what that would look like. I just, no, and I don't mean that to be insulting, but it's just usually if you say a team's going to tank, it's like, hey, maybe you fake an injury to your quarterback, or you,
right.
I guess the Raiders could say, oh, Max Crosby's got a knee thing, we're shutting him down for the last 4 games. But outside of that, I don't even know what a tank would look like from this team.
It's a good point. And I think, look, I understand fans know they're not making the playoffs, right? So what do you look forward to now? You look forward to, okay, we're going to get a high draft pick. I mean, so it's natural for people to go that direction. Right now, I think they sit at number 6. So if you're sitting at number 6, where are you going to go? You could go up several spots. You're still in a very nice position being in the top 6. Carolina's not going to win more games. Okay. So you're not going to get the number 1 slot that Chicago owns. So you look at that and you say to yourself, okay, I understand fans going there, but Max Crosby addressed this yesterday when, shut him down, shut this guy down. He's like, we're professional football players. I want to go out and play the 17 games I'm paid to play. And not only that, I want to win games. I don't care where the draft, let the guys in the front office take care of draft picks. That's not my problem. I'm not here to play for draft picks. I'm here to do that. Now, if he had a really serious injury where, you're about to make a playoff run versus you're out of the playoffs, I could see people maybe taking the time off because they need surgery or whatever. He's not in that position, nor is anyone else. So the implication, I mean, you guys are around professional athletes. You know this. It's professional. They don't want to lose. It doesn't matter where you are in the season or not. You want to win. So there's not going to be any tanking. The Raiders are still going to have a top 10 pick no matter what, I believe. And it could be as high as 4. So we'll see what happens the rest of the way. You don't really have to tank, to your point, Kyle.
And I would tell you what tanking looks like is that you fire your head coach, your general manager, your offensive coordinator. You bench a veteran quarterback for a third round pick.
Oh, that.
I'm just saying that might be what tanking looks like.
You're right.
But I'd also say, Scott, like you mentioned, they're tied for 5th.
Okay.
They're 5-8, right?
Yep.
But here's the problem. They're tied with 6 other teams.
Yeah.
So you say like being the number 5 pick would be fine. If you just have the number 5 pick right now, that's fine. But being the number 11 pick, that's not fine. This team needs one of those quarterbacks that are going to be sitting at the top of this draft in order to start over. And I don't know what that means for O'Connell or what it means for Jimmy Garoppolo or anyone else. But like in order for this thing to start over and really build, they do need a top 5 or a top 6 or top 7 pick. What they can't do is slide all the way down to 11 and hope that there's still a player there. And there's even, we talk about all the teams at 5 and 8. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are at 6 and 7. Like you could easily go down to number like 14 or 16. That's a lot of teams. So my point would be like losing sometimes is the best option for a team like the Raiders. Although I think you're right. I don't think they are going to pull the plug.
No, but I do think a couple things there that you mentioned, James. One is absolutely 5 and 8. And by the way, the Chargers, they played tonight, 5 and 8. So they're playing. So you talk about an interesting storyline, which is, okay, you want to beat the Chargers at home because you're on a 3-game losing streak, and some of these guys really want Antonio Pierce to be the coach. And if he loses tonight, I think that's over. I don't think he has any chance. So if they win that game tonight, great. But then the Chargers are now ahead of you in the draft. Now they don't need a quarterback, so that's okay. The other thing I'll push back on you a little bit, man, though, is where did Patrick Mahomes get drafted? 10th.
10th.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I mean, listen, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, those three guys, no question. I mean, if you can get one of those guys, you get them. But the draft is deep enough. I think that they could be lower and do that. I do think, though, knowing what's coming out, Mark Davis did an interview yesterday with Tashawn Reed in The Athletic, and he talked about kind of the process. And I think they're at the point where they understand that Aiden O'Connell is going to be a developmental quarterback and probably a really good backup in the NFL. So they need to get their franchise quarterback, and that's a number one priority over everything else. So I think the Raiders will be prepared to trade up if there's partners willing to trade down. To your point, though, I count 6 teams that desperately need quarterbacks. So I think that combined with your point about the records is going to make it really competitive. So the price to move up in the draft is going to be really expensive.
Well, I'll let you know. You know, you said where was Patrick Mahomes drafted 10th. I don't know if you knew this. Tom Brady was drafted 199th.
Yes,
I don't know if you knew that.
I also point out
He's the
Kyle.
unicorn.
Brock Purdy was the final pick.
Right.
In
I'm
the,
sorry,
in
what?
the draft 2 years.
Get out of town.
The final pick, Kyle. I don't know if you've heard that.
Last thing for you, Scott. Do the Raiders get? We're talking about Scott Gulbransen, silver and black today. Do the Raiders get a win tonight? You think?
You know, I do. I think it might still be a soccer score, but I do, or maybe closer to a baseball score. But I do, just because if you look at the Chargers with Easton Stick as their quarterback, no Kellen Moore, no Keenan Allen at wide receiver. They're banged up there. Their defense still not great against the pass. Now on the other side, though, the Raiders missing their 2 starting offensive linemen, their left tackle Colton Miller and their center Andre James. So this is the battle of 2 teams going in the wrong direction. One already fired their coach. The other one's going to fire their coach. So it's sort of like a loser bowl, but I think that the Raiders win this one, and they have to do what I asked them to do last week and they did not do, which is they just stay aggressive on offense. Just stay aggressive, attack the Chargers defensive backfield because they're not very good. Go after them. And if Aiden O'Connell makes mistakes and he throws picks, so be it. But don't go laying down, throwing bubble screens. Like, just go out and attack, because you got nothing to lose at this point, and that Charger team is reeling, so you might as well take advantage. So, I mean, I guess I would call it maybe 14-10, maybe something like that. If the Raiders can score a touchdown, it's been so long, I don't remember.
Perfect. Hey, Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black Today is the podcast. You can get that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. He joins us every Thursday right here on the Insiders at 10:30. Scott, thanks so much for dropping by, man.
I appreciate it, guys. Have fun at the party tonight.
Oh, we definitely will. See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Scott Gulbransen, one of our favorite guys to talk Raiders with. Silver and Black Today. That's an Odyssey original podcast. That's such a tough spot to be in as a team.
You just made me laugh. He's one of our favorite guys to talk Raiders football with. He's the only guy, Kyle.
That's not true.
He's the only guy we talk Raiders football. No,
well, I mean, that's the only person we have on our show because he's our favorite.
Oh, okay, got
There's
it.
a lot of people we could talk Raiders.
You wandered the streets talking Raiders football with.
Oh my
others.
God, with just a ton of randos. I got
About
buddies.
them Raiders.
I got some friends, not to brag,
but
but I got some friends who are Raider fans. So like,
it's funny. I hadn't really looked at I looked at the standings. And I'm like, okay, I know that they're tied for 5th with 6 teams, so they could drop to 11. And then there's these other 6 teams that are all 6 and 7. I mean, the Rams, the Seahawks, the entire NFC is basically 6 and 7. The Saints, the Falcons,
it's
Bucks,
crazy,
and Green Bay are all 6 and 7. So that gives you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. So you could drop all the way to 17 if you do something stupid here.
Yeah, but conversely, there's a real chance that something like 5 and 12 or 6 and 11, it winds up as a top like 5 or 6 pick. Remember the year the Niners got Nick Bosa, they went 4 and 12 and picked 2nd.
Oh yeah.
Like that, this could be one of those years where you could have a, bad, but not Panthers bad record.
Okay.
And still have a pretty decent pick.
Yeah, because you've got Arizona, you got New England, you've got Carolina, and the bottom of the barrel is the Washington Commanders. Man, they fell apart quick. What happened there?
Yeah, they punted on their season. They traded away their 2 best pass rushers, and
That's
all
true.
due respect to Jonathan Allen and Daron Payne, but when you get rid of Montez Sweat and Chase Young, you're just kind of
saying, "Yep, peace out on the season."
Yeah,
they've lost 4 straight.
I'm interested to see what they do with Sam Howell next year, and what they do at head coach. Like, the very obvious choice is to hire Eric Bieniemy, but I don't know what Josh Harris is going to do. It's new owner there.
It's crazy with Howell like leading the league in passing yards still.
Yeah, my man just slings it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been sacked like 48 times on the season already. Yeah.
It's more than that, right?
No, I don't think so. I think he's cooled off.
Oh, it's slowed down. Yeah, I'm looking at the NFC right now. Green Bay is in at 6-7, but then it's Rams in Seattle, Atlanta, New Orleans, like all right there for that playoff spot.
It's pretty ugly.
The thing about these is I think at some point Green Bay or Los Angeles, the Rams version, is going to separate themselves a little bit and be a team that the number 2 seed does not want smoke with. I wouldn't want to play the Rams in the first round.
Okay.
Or I guess I'd take the Packers over the Rams just because it's a first-time starter at quarterback, and maybe you can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
In a road playoff game, but you want to see Matthew Stafford and them in the first round? I don't. Aaron Donald gonna wreck a game for you? That sounds like no fun.
Oh, it's my bad. 58 sacks for Sam Howell. Not 48.
So I think the record. What's the record? 72.
Ooh, who is it?
73?
Is that Drew Brees?
David Carr.
I mean, not David Carr. Drew Bledsoe.
David Carr.
Okay. Yeah, that's why being a young quarterback and going to a bad situation.
76. He got sacked 76 times as a rookie.
Oh.
And then 15 the next year in 11 games, then 49 and then 68.
Yeah, and by that point he's done.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What a mess. What a mess. Yeah. It seems like Sam Howell's on his way to that, but dude, Sam Howell's still standing in there letting it rip.
Sling.
Good for him. I'm a Sam Howell guy now.
Okay.
I just like watching him play. I don't know if he's any good. I don't think he's very good.
Yeah, I liked watching.
He's gonna put up numbers.
Heineke as well. Like,
yeah, dude.
Yeah, I was in for that whole mess as well.
I love athletes. Not even necessarily just football players, but athletes who are like, yeah, hey, I'm probably not. There's a good chance that I'm not going to be in this league in 3 years, and I have an opportunity right now, so let's ride.
Yeah, let's go. No checkdowns.
Not out there like trying to tiptoe their way through and just keep a job. I'm just trying to stay on the roster and stand under the radar. Like, nope. Guy gets 10 minutes in an NBA game and he shoots 6 threes. Like, yes, you go, guy. I'm in on that.
That's crazy.
And I think that's what Sam Howell's doing right now. And it's definitely what Taylor Heineke would do.
Yeah, and
Taylor Heineke almost beat Tom Brady in a playoff game.
Oh, we do have. This is such a good point. Sam Howell still has 4 games left. This is from the chat. 19 sacks is achievable and attainable.
Yeah,
he can go get those 19 sacks.
I think that is that going to be our thing to root for.
Yeah, I think it should be.
We're going to every week. We will have a Sam Howell sack count.
The countdown. No, it is. It's a thing. Where's your whiteboard?
We're keeping track of Sam Howell's sack.
Where's your whiteboard? We'll
it's
count
right
this.
here.
We'll count this thing down.
Sam Howell sack counter.
All right.
11 o'clock is when we are giving away a PlayStation 5. All right. 11 o'clock, 11 a.m., 916-909-1320. Caller number 14 today.
Okay.
And that's for Max Crosby's sacks this season. Speaking of sacks.
All right.
Caller number 14. And that's the PFF number, Pro Football Focus. They don't give out half sacks. So he accounts for 14. His official number is 13.5. So we just went to 14. Took the PFF number.
I'm with you.
Okay. So caller number 14 at 11 o'clock. No, don't. You.
Oh.
11:40. What's your name?
Oh, no. Kyle.
11:40. What's your name? Gone.
Kyle.
Now we're done.
You should probably stop saying 11:40 on the air.
Oh, dude. Jesus.
Kyle.
Hey, I quit, dog. I quit. Get me out of here. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore.
Oh my God.
This is legitimately, bro. It's really hard. Like, I've done a lot of bad radio shows in my life. This is one of my worst performances. I'm up to. We're not even out of the first half. I'm up to 9 turnovers. I'm 1 of 17 from the floor. I got 4 fouls. Coach leaving me in there.
Kyle, I'm here for you.
No wonder the person didn't answer. They're like, nope, that's not the radio station I called.
That's not the right station.
Dumbass.
Oh my gosh. Kyle, just keep going, Kyle. We'll get through it.
Keep going.
Talking about bad days. How about Draymond Green, Kyle?
That's a great, suspended indefinitely, which is what I'm going to be after that stuff. After that.
Oh, Kyle.
God, flag on me. Yeah, good. Yeah, no, I'm going to pack my bags. This is my last segment with the show here at ESPN 1320, where I work and have for months. Good God.
Oh my goodness, Kyle. This
There's
has been a day.
Calling. Don't call yet.
Don't call yet.
I'm going to put them on hold.
Kyle's
put you on hold.
Answer.
Hey, people on hold. If you're on hold on the phone right now, if you can hear me and you're on the phone, you've called ESPN 1320, an Odyssey station, and it's not time yet to give away a PS5, so you can hang up, because I'm gonna hang up on you and then block the lines anyways.
Oh, there it is.
So, in fact, you know what? I'm blocking the lines right now.
Kyle, reigning employee of the month. That's a good point.
That was last month. It's a new month, baby.
It's a new month. There goes my chances at an employee of the month. Kyle's taking us all down.
ESPN 1320. What's your name? ESPN 1320. What's your name? Gone. Good. That's what I wanted anyways.
Kyle.
Now I got Jesse texting me, making fun of me.
The best part was, Kyle,
I did it like 6 times.
You did it twice in a row. And I'm like, no. Like, wait. All right, Kyle. How do we? I don't
even know how to recover from this. Draymond Green suspended indefinitely. Right move by the NBA is my opinion. James, please talk.
Yeah. Okay. So it appears that Draymond Green is going to get some sort of counseling. I'm not sure what counseling helps you not be that type of person. But I think we'll start with anger management, and then maybe we go to like narcissistic school. And then we follow that up with how to be a better human being, how to stop touching people, like stop slapping people, stop kicking people, stop stomping on people. I think there is a class for all of that, but I'm not sure what it's called, Kyle.
This is my problem is I've seen Yusuf Nurkic said after the game, I hope he gets the help he needs. Kevin Durant is saying, I hope he gets the help he needs. We're on a decade of this almost. This is not a one-off. Like, hey man, he's really straight. Why now? Like, I'm glad the NBA is finally like, okay, you know what? Foot down, cut the crap. Let's figure this out. But where was this any other time? Well, like I said, this is not a one-off. There's a D'Lo and KC yesterday on ESPN 1320, this radio station. They were showing there is a highlight reel. Draymond's got a highlight reel on World Star of him doing dirty stuff on a basketball court. And to me, this is just a continuation of that. Like, I don't like, why now? And the bigger concern for me is, hey, what do the Warriors do about this? Because he still gets to practice with the team. So, okay, but are they holding him accountable at all? Or is it, hey, you know what? Hey, you keep being Draymond. We need you to be Draymond to win. You keep doing that.
Or are they saying, hey, just keep your mouth shut for like a week and they'll let you back in? Because that's what they did the first time with Ja. You just keep your mouth shut and they'll let you come back after 8 games and everything will be okay. And maybe. And then we don't care what happens afterwards. The next time is 25 games for you, man.
It might be.
I don't know.
Indefinite to me, said somebody in the league office was like, yo, get this guy out for the year. You had a choking an opponent out. And then he came back for like 8 games and got ejected again.
Dude, he stomped on an all NBA center in the playoffs and got
Sure.
one game.
Sure. Well, yeah, of course. They weren't going to suspend him for multiple games in a playoff series.
They should have, like, goodbye.
That's what should have probably happened after the Rudy Gobert thing. But they're like, yeah, hey, no, let's just let him keep going. This is just a thing. I don't get it. It was the right move for me, though. Like, I get it, there's, if anything, just to say, like, hey, slam on the brakes. Let's actually address this. And the NBA has to do this because the Warriors refuse to. So
Yes.
that's where we're at. 11 o'clock, in about 1 minute, the phones will open. 916-909-1320, 1320, 916-909-1320. A PS5, a copy of NBA 2K24, an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you will only own if you work here or win this giveaway. All courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. He's James, I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We'll be right back.
Kyle needs a hug. How about a hug? Oh, what a glorious morning. Everyone ready? We got 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23. Get ready for that call-in number. Caller number 14. 916-909-1320. I've decided today to leave the fireplace on here in the office. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I should switch that now, Kyle. I can hear you. Keep calling, people. Yeah. Christian. I think we're going back to the old mantra. Friends don't let friends read Bleacher Report. Come on. How we doing, Kyle? Oh, he doesn't have his
Hey,
headphones.
David, delete that.
Oh. Yeah, I know Drew Down. Chris Hayton's is a friend of the show. He lives in the Grove. Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not sure that. Oh, not that one. I don't think I mean, maybe. The phone lines aren't broken. There's just so many people calling in.
All right, 10 seconds. Here we go.
All right, let's do this.
All right, it's time for a bounce back second half.
Reset.
1 of 17, 48 turnovers, 13 fouls. That was my first half. But we're going to bounce back.
It's all right, Kyle.
And we're going to bounce back thanks to the homies at Jiffy Lube,
That's right.
who are providing cheer this holiday season by just they dropped off PS5s and they said, give these away. So that's what we're doing. We're looking for caller number 14 at 916-909-1320. We said 11 o'clock. And sure enough, I unlocked the phones. We have a clock here, like a clock that is on the dot. It is not off by a few seconds. It is like the time, like Greenwich Mean Time +8 or wherever we're at right now, right?
Yep.
And or -8, I don't know. Doesn't matter. So I unlocked the phones right at 11, and I unlocked the phones, and the lines are lit already.
Yes.
So that's where that's at. So I'm looking for caller number 14. ESPN 1320. What's your name? And for God's sakes, turn your radio off.
I turned it off right now. My name is Anthony.
Anthony, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Sacramento.
What's going on today?
Not much. Just hanging out, doing a little. I was supposed to be working, but just hanging out.
Oh.
Same.
Do your bosses know that you're just hanging out?
Not really. Mostly just listening to you bomb the show a little bit, but I mean, you'll catch back on.
All right, this guy's done. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. What do you think about Draymond Green's indefinite suspension? That's what we're talking about today.
I think he deserves it. I think that he needs to figure it out, like you said, like everyone's been saying. I mean, at this point of his life, he hasn't figured out how to keep his hands to himself, and I don't know what to tell him.
Yeah, I agree. All right, thanks for the comment.
Yeah, no worries.
No, don't hang up. Oh God, don't hang up. I was just joking.
Okay.
Hey, it's like, wait, did this guy not get the bit?
All right.
At the rate, hey, bro, at the rate my day is going, it 100% would have been on track for you to just hang up there and not get the bit. But congratulations, because you, sir, are our winner today for the PS5, courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. Got you a PS5. We got you NBA. Well, you won something this time. You won 3 things, actually. A PS5, NBA 2K24, an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you only get if you work here or win this contest. So you're one of very few people in the world who will own this hoodie. Congratulations, and a big shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube for making this happen. Hang out on hold for just a second, and then I will get your info, and I'll make sure our promotion team is reaching out, okay?
Can I say something else? Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, thanks, you guys. I just want to say you guys are doing a great job, and you're holding it down for Sacramento. We really needed somebody in the morning, and I really appreciate the job you guys are doing to keep doing your thing.
I needed this. Thank you. Checks in the mail.
There we go.
That's great.
And congratulations on the PS5.
Yeah.
Jiffy Lube Christmas.
Yeah. Shout out. I needed that. That was a 3 going down for me. Yeah, I saw the first one go in the basket right here on ESPN 1320. It's a Jiffy Lube Christmas.
That's right. You've
a
had
Christmas
a couple
miracle.
You've had a couple where you did the walk off, like with your hand up, like, and then
and then not even clanged out airballs.
the Jordan
I just
Poole.
full blown airballs. You know that famous Harrison Barnes Instagram post where it's it's a photo directly behind him, like in warmups, and he's got his hand up, and there's a ball like way off to the side of the rim, and I don't think it's the one that he shot, but it sure looks like it.
Yeah.
that was me for the first half of this show.
You did just perfectly fine, Kyle.
No, that's a lie. That's objectively false. I said the wrong damn radio station.
I literally am gonna have to take an hour after the show because my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. It's been a show.
I'm super happy that this is funny for everybody else.
Amazing. I love the giveaway. I'm gonna miss the giveaway when we get past tomorrow.
Me too.
We're gonna have more giveaways coming up though, because Jiffy Lube is all on board with the giveaways, and they're super excited about it. And so we're gonna have other events, but we're down to one, Kyle. We're down to one PS5. It makes me sad. All these will be gone. They'll be gone by next week. They won't be here anymore. I don't know. It makes me sad.
You want me to just wrap up some boxes and just have them back there for you?
Yeah, because I'm a big holiday guy. I love holidays, so maybe I need like a small like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree back here.
Okay, we can do that. I can make that happen.
We'll figure something out.
We can decorate.
We'll figure something out.
No, it's fine. Man. All right,
Kyle.
I need to get our winner's info here before he goes.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like he's just not working today, and his bosses don't know it, so he's probably fine on hold. I mean, we did just give him.
That's you know what? That's a great point. You're just gonna extended break.
I think his breaks he just goes on and hangs out until whenever.
What's his name? Tim? Hey, bro,
Anthony.
Anthony. His thing on his caller ID is Timothy.
Oh,
so I thought maybe.
So he's lying to us?
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. What is happening here, Kyle?
Anthony, what the hell is this? If that is your real name.
Wait, you're still there, right?
Know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
No.
I don't think he got it.
You're just messing with him, and hopefully he doesn't hang up.
Just last point on the Draymond Green stuff, and then we'll get into some Niners and we'll get into some Kings in the next segment.
Yeah.
But this, to me, like I said, was what just needed to happen. There needed to be something that said, this is indefinite. Here are steps that you need to take to show some level of remorse. Because if you're waiting on Draymond Green, because did he jog right off the court and did he say after, you know what, I don't apologize for things I meant to do, and I apologize because I did not mean to do this. That's not, you can't take that as genuine. He deserves no benefit of the doubt at this point.
No, zero.
So does it seem in a vacuum extreme? Yeah, sure. But when you start adding everything up and you put this in context, just of this season and what's happened, you have to do something where you're taking steps, and as a league, just to kind of cover your own assets, sit there and go, hey, we need to see tangible growth from this person that shows that he's going to be willing to take some responsibility for this in hopes that he changes, because frankly, their other players are in danger. You
Kyle,
can't have that.
It really does remind me. This could be a moment where the league has the moment that we as writers had when the Kings traded DeMarcus Cousins. To that point in that season, I would have told you 100 times that he was so much better. He had grown up. He was so much better that season. And then when they trade him, you realize in that season alone, Kyle, he had 15 technical fouls. He had an incident where he told a fan that was standing next to Vivek Ranadive's private lounge to F off, and a Warriors fan, and got a 1-game suspension. He had got in a fight in a New York City club that ended badly. And he had had 3 major altercations, well, at least 2 major and 1 minor altercation with members of the media where there was raised voices and that was, and he got traded in February, Kyle. That's what we dealt with. That's where at some point, I hope the league has a moment where they take a step back and they go, okay, look, we have to do what's right for the league. And hopefully we can help this guy, but we got to do what's right for the league. And if that means the league moves on without him, it moves on without him.
It sure does.
Yeah.
He's gotten a million chances, so someone's got to hold him accountable. All right. We're going to hit the break. When we come back, the Niners are pretty banged up going into a game against the Cardinals that is a trap game, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Let's discuss what is and what is not a trap game, because I'm not convinced this one is.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it next, and we'll talk about why the Niners injury situation might be worse than we think. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Sweet. What's going on, Chatty House? Yeah, Adam Fox. I'm going to say I agree 100%. He won't be a first balloter. Like, I don't think he was a first balloter as it was, but I do believe he's a Hall of Famer. When it's all said and done, though, like, it's about an entire career. And if the way that you are viewed at the end of your career is a pariah, then it might actually cause some problems. And I'd even say this too, like Chris Webber, they made Chris Webber wait forever. Absolutely embarrassing. Chris Webber, in my opinion, was a first ballot Hall of Famer. We're talking about one of the great college players of this time. We're talking about a 5-time All-Star, a 5-time All-NBA player. We're talking about an All-Rookie. We're talking about a Rookie of the Year. Like, this is a guy that in his prime was incredible. And even though he had a couple of bad seasons on the way out the door, he finished at 20.7 points, 9.8 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.4 steals, 1.4 blocks. This was a star. And he was a star that went to a city that couldn't win ever and took them to the playoffs a bunch of times in a row. Anyway, they made Chris Webber wait and wait and wait to get into the Hall. So he retired in 2008. He was eligible for the Hall of Fame in 2013. And he was inducted. You know, I don't have his induction date, but it was, I mean, he had to wait way longer than he should have. Let me look and see if it's down here. Either way, my point is that, like, he was not allowed in the league, into the Hall of Fame for a long time, because there are a lot of people that were upset about the way that he handled the Michigan stuff. It wasn't about him as an NBA player. It was about how he handled the Michigan stuff and what damage he did to the program. Did you guys help me out here? What year did he make the Hall of Fame?
That was Charlie on the phone. I'm fired.
I don't believe you.
Well, it was Charlie on the phone, but I'm not actually fired. Is there anything better than when you order something and hope that it gets here by a certain date and then it sends like the day after you order it?
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Oh,
That's a good point.
We can do a James's Balls update. Chris Webber was inducted into the Hall of Fame 2021, 8 years after his eligibility started. And so that's what we're talking about. Like, I could see Draymond Green getting a 5 to 8 to 10 year wait and just having to sit there and think about how he is being judged after the fact. Then again, they might not let him in.
ESPN 1320, what's your name? CJ, what do you want to say? Yeah. Okay. All right. Hang on. Oh, put you on hold. Hang on. What? No.
Huh? No. Okay.
We're back in 10 seconds though. That's just weird because I saw a thing up there and then you weren't talking. Okay, we're back. I've got to confirm our boss called at the break. I'm fired. This is my last show.
Kyle.
I said, all right, I'll have James push the buttons. And he's like, God, no. Wait till after the show.
Don't let him push the buttons.
We have CJ on the line here. We're going to hold off on that because we need an update on James Bowles.
Okay. So I'm sitting there Sunday watching football.
Can you lay out the scene for people who don't know the story?
Okay, so here's the story. I run soccer fundraising for the Bear River High School boys soccer team because no one else will. And so we've raised a lot of money over the years, but because my oldest son played there, he now coaches. My youngest son, who is like literally the greatest fundraiser of all time. Like this dude walks around the neighborhood and comes back with $1,000. Like he seriously is the greatest fundraiser of all time. He actually at Thanksgiving sold his soccer fandom to my cousin's husband if he would be a Man City fan for $100 for a $100 donation. So anyway, we ordered balls. 16-pack of soccer balls, size 5 soccer balls, select, really nice balls for the soccer program. They never showed up. And so I had this ordeal where I had to go back and forth between soccer.com and FedEx. FedEx guy sent a picture of the ball sitting at my front door.
They lost your balls.
They lost my balls. It was not my front door these balls were sitting at.
Right.
I went to every house. I was on countless phone calls trying in search of the balls. And the biggest problem was last week, we had a game on Tuesday, a game on Thursday, and a tournament on Friday and Saturday. No balls. Sunday, sitting there watching football. The dogs start barking. I walk out to the front door. The box is just sitting there like it had always been sitting there right in front of my front door, soaking wet, like filled with water. Someone clearly had been on vacation. It got delivered to their house. They saw the packing slip. They brought it and just set it on my front door, rang the doorbell, and left. I got the balls.
So you're about to have 32 deflated soccer balls.
Yes. So I will have a plethora of deflated balls.
Oh, okay. We need to dig into this. Hang on.
Yes. So I had cooked. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you going to now send the other 16 back?
That is the dilemma.
I would send the free 16 back.
It's very possible that I will, that they haven't arrived yet. So it's a quandary. Do I send them back? I don't know. But chances are I send them back. But if not, we've got an extra set of balls.
Here's what I would do.
Okay.
I would call whatever merchant that you purchased these soccer balls from.
Yep.
I would call them and let them know what just happened. Say, this is ESPN 1320's James Ham.
Yep.
Also of the Kings Beat. Subscribe today. And then tell them what happened. And then they might say like, yep, send them back. Or they might be like, hey, bro, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You keep those. And that way you keep them, but now it's not on your conscience.
And I have like my karma is intact.
Exactly.
Okay.
But if they say send them back and that's what you were going to do anyways, okay, fine. No harm, no foul.
Okay.
But there's the chance that they say, you keep those. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, because the shipping on this is probably going to be like, they're going to have to send me a shipping label. It's going to be like $70 or something to get this giant heavy box of balls back.
Yeah, it's probably better for them financially to just give you the soccer balls.
I guess. I don't know.
All right. We talked a little bit about Draymond Green in the last segment. CJ wants to talk about that. CJ, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just laughing. Can you imagine James coming to your door and be like, I'm TV and radio's James Ham. Have you seen my balls?
Have you seen my balls?
That is a scandal.
Scandalous.
Like, what? And he's like, it's a big box of balls. I'm looking for them.
What do you got, CJ?
No, it's just the Draymond Green thing. I don't get it. People will say like, I don't know why they're holding like previous stuff against him. Like I've seen that online a lot. And I've had friends say that. And it's like, okay, well, it's the same guy every time. Like how many other times did Steven Adams get his Kiwis crushed in a Jamba Juice by anybody else? He never did. It was Draymond. Draymond did it like 4 times to the point Russell Westbrook told Kevin Durant, like, dude, this guy keeps going after Steven. Why would you be his teammate?
Like, Domantas Sabonis jumped on his chest. Like, that's him choking people out, punching Jordan Poole. That whole mixtape we watched yesterday where he was Stone Cold Steve Austin, just destroying people.
It's crazy.
Like, it's the same guy. Like, he's the guy on the neighborhood watch sign. Like, you see that guy, you watch out because he's going to get you.
He is. He's Debo,
Thanks,
right? Yeah, he's Debo from Friday.
Yeah, I guess.
No?
I have a level of reverence for Debo that I do not have for Draymond Green.
But it's like he's like, hey, that's my bike. It's like, thump, thump, thump.
Except he wouldn't even say that. He would just choke you out. Or kick you in the nards and then say,
hiding their,
I was just,
they're hiding their chains. They're taking all their, and hiding it in the box.
He'd be like, I wasn't trying to steal the bike back. I was just simply trying to embellish the fact that I enjoyed the bike. I wasn't trying to hit anybody.
Oh, amazing.
The 49ers are pretty banged up as they head to Arizona this weekend to take on the Arizona Cardinals. Eric Armstead, I'm just going to name the starters who were out yesterday. Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, Travarius Ward, and Dre Greenlaw, and Spencer Burford all missed practice for the 49ers. It's a foot and knee issue for Eric Armstead. Javon Hargrave, it is a hamstring. Travarius Ward has a groin. Dre Greenlaw dealing with ankle and hip issues. Spencer Burford has a knee problem that is a different knee problem from the one that caused him to miss week 12. So,
wave everybody.
Yeah, this is not a great spot for the Niners to be in. I think it's going to impact them more, like, just because the Niners aren't missing Debo or Brandon Ayuk or George Kittle or Christian McCaffrey or whatever, doesn't mean that these injuries aren't going to be impactful. They should still win. Like, if they go lose, it's not going to be like, well, they were hurt. Like, no. But I think when you look at this, when you look at kind of the landscape of the NFC and you look at, hey, they probably have to, if they want the 1 seed, they probably have to win out. It's like, hey, this game this weekend gets a lot tougher if you're missing Travarius Ward, your top cornerback, and both of your starting defensive tackles against Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Like, they're not very good, but like, that offense is good enough that if you're missing some key pieces on defense, they can score a little bit.
Well, that, and I think Spencer Burford is especially, like, you don't want Brock Purdy to get hurt because you don't have the right protection, right? You don't want him to get run over and all of a sudden he's hurt. So I think there's a little bit of, it's not just the players that are possibly out. It's the ramifications of those players being out and what it means for other players.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to send a double team at Bosa the entire game, which, like, look, I don't think that means Bosa's going to get hurt. But if those two guys in the middle aren't there, James Conner is going to run right up the middle on you.
Yeah.
And what does that mean for Fred Warner, especially without his hitter there, without Greenlaw there? So, like,
and
there's a trickle down here.
To make matters worse on that, Oren Burks, who's the backup to Dre Greenlaw, also out yesterday.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like, they are pretty banged up on that side, and man, they're still favored by 12.5. And I know I say this every week. That's so many points. I love the over, by the way. I think the Cardinals are going to score. I think the Niners win because they can just score more than Arizona, but Arizona's defense is not good.
The over is 12.5. So, I mean, 12.
That's the spread.
I mean, the spread is
the over under is 48.
I for one time, I would take the under. I think they'll beat them, but I think they'll beat them by like 8, or they'll beat them.
Oh, you'd take the Cardinals to cover.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking the over. I'm going like, this has like a 30-21, 30-24 vibe to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think especially if those guys don't play. We'll find out a little bit later on today. There will be a second practice report, and if some of those guys are back limited, but it wouldn't surprise me at this point. You got soft tissue injuries to key players this late in the year. You have a game coming up.
Ward.
You have a game coming up on Christmas against the Ravens. Not to say like you can punt this game, but if you're talking risk reward, I think that you're probably kicking that can and giving them a week to fully recover so this doesn't become a chronic thing down the stretch.
Yeah.
Is it a trap game for the 49ers on Sunday? We will talk about that. We've got to dive into Kings Thunder in a matchup that might just kind of wind up defining the next decade of the Western Conference. We will talk about that next on The Insiders. He's James, I'm Kyle, and this is ESPN 1320. I hope Charlie's listening. Charlie, I love the outro stinger. That's great.
Oh.
I'll we
hear
don't have another one. I will make sure that it's in your ears tomorrow, James.
Oh.
And you know what, Chatty House, I'll let you hear it as well.
Oh.
I'll just make sure that that's on for when we go to break.
Kyle, how are you doing on Christmas shopping?
Really good. Really good. I still got to take care of you. I know what I'm going to get. I just haven't gotten anything yet. My folks, we know what we're getting. My folks, me and my wife do like joint gifts for our parents.
Okay.
So together we get our folks something.
Both your folks get the same thing or no?
Sometimes, like my folks listen this year. I don't, one or both are listening, so I don't want to say
what they're getting. Yeah.
Yeah, but we know what we're getting each of them, and so we just got to take care of that. But like, I got stuff for my wife down. I'm doing a Secret Santa thing with my friends.
Oh,
where I know what I'm getting. I just got to get it. That's the thing is I got to do stocking stuffers too. I
haven't. Okay, so my wife is taking care of it. I went way overboard, just stupid.
Of course,
I don't know what I was.
You have
thinking.
to. I have to dip for a minute and answer this phone, but
all right,
keep going.
All right. My wife and we've been married for a long time, like almost 25 years.
What's your name?
Oh, I hear Kyle. And she'd never been into jewelry, and then all of a sudden she's into jewelry, and so like she's getting jewelry this year, which is unusual. Oh, that was an incredible save. Holy cow. My youngest, he doesn't really have anything he wants this year, and usually he breaks the bank with us. I am a movie enthusiast. Let's see what else. It's a trap, James. Yeah. Yeah, she is getting the defensive player of the game chain. Yep. My oldest is pretty easy to buy for. Even though he's 20, he still loves Legos. He has a crazy room of Legos. Oh, we still have time.
Turn your mic on. Shout out to the bye people.
Bye?
Yeah, the person that just called in was asking about the PS5 giveaway. And, so I said, yeah, we've done it already, but lock in tomorrow. Well, and how's the time at the top of the show and stuff? And he's like, oh, okay, great. Shout out to Rich, by the way. And he hit me with the bye.
Bye.
When we hung up.
Oh, okay. You gonna block that number tomorrow? Yeah, so Adam L, my youngest son, he did sell his allegiance to Man City. It's mainly because he doesn't watch sports at all. And so he'll never watch Man City, and he'll even take a jersey. Like if someone wants to give him a jersey, he'll wear it. He doesn't care. They give him a Hoyland jersey, or more apt, if my cousin's husband, shout out to Tom, if he buys him a De Bruyne jersey, which would make sense because my son is a redhead. He's a ginger like me. That would make a lot of sense. My son will wear it. And he raised $100 for a soccer team.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, Frank Anwar, it was 11 o'clock today.
I'm going to do tomorrow at like 11:52.
That late?
I'm not. I would hate that. That would be awful for everybody involved.
No, that would be horrible. I say we do it.
Yeah, because you don't have to deal with it. Although doing it while Kenny or D'Lo are in for the handoff would help me a lot. We'll think about it. Oh, coming back. A perfect example of how today has gone for me is one of the things that had me shaken up a little bit this morning was like Man, this doesn't sound right in my headphones. The show doesn't sound right in my headphones. And I realized just now, an hour and a half into the show, we've been doing the show for 93 minutes, that is because I have a Santa hat on that is partially covering my ears. So my headphones are only getting like half into my ears.
My best friend's dad.
What a dunce, man. Oh my God. I need a day off more than I've ever needed a day off.
You do need a day off. When I was a kid, me and my buddy, we walked into his garage, and his dad, Bud, amazing dude. He was beside himself. Like, you could see, like, he was almost tearing up. He had been looking for his eyeglasses for 4 hours, and he was searching all over the garage. It was literally, he was working in the garage doing something on a motor or something. Like, just the anguish on his face, I remember so distinctly. It was like breaking him that he couldn't find his eyeglasses. He said, can you two stop what you're doing and help me find my eyeglasses? And I'm like, yep.
Hey, been there, man.
Lost his mind. They're sitting right on top of his head the whole time. Lost his mind.
That's really funny.
Yes.
I want to remind everybody that this weekend, ESPN 1320 and Kiki's Chicken in the greater Sacramento area are trying to make Christmas brighter for kids this holiday. What you can do is you can drop off a new unwrapped toy at any Kiki's Chicken place in the greater Sacramento area now through December 16th. All of those toys, this is my favorite part of this, all those toys stay local and are distributed by Stanford Sierra Youth and Families. So it's not you're turning in a toy and then it's going into a warehouse somewhere in the Midwest or something like that. All of the toys that you bring and drop off, the new unwrapped toys, are going to go to kids in need in the Sacramento area, courtesy, again, of the Stanford Sierra Youth and Families. There's, again, with this, there's a huge need for presents for kids 12 to 18 years old. Do not forget those kids in that age range. So when you're buying toys, I know it's easy to get for the little ones. Make sure to think about those 12 to 18-year-olds, too, if you are going to donate. Join us for the Odyssey Sacramento crew on Saturday, December 16th. That's this Saturday at Kiki's Chicken at 5120 Auburn Boulevard in Sac from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for a special collection day. Make sure to come by, say what's up, and thank you in advance for helping Kiki's Chicken and ESPN 1320 make Christmas brighter for kids this Christmas. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull up just to eat some Kiki's Chicken.
Oh.
I've never been. There's one right down the street. I could hit the Kiki's Chicken by us with a rock, and I've still never been there.
Yeah, it's not that far.
It's right down the street. I can walk there.
I think there's one right by Sierra College, and my son will bring home like crazy stuff.
Good for him. I love that for him and his journey.
Yes.
Before we get to King's Thunder, ESPN 1320. What's your name?
It's Lewis in Sacramento.
Lewis, what do you want to say, bud?
Oh man, for starters, you're Kyle, right? The comedian.
Wow,
yeah, I saw you at the comedy spot. Yeah. I'm Louis, but yeah, I'm gonna talk about Draymond Green.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm live right now, or
yeah, no,
live. You're live, bro.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Ham. All right, I'm gonna call you on the carpet because last year you sure wanted to see a change at the three, and so forth. You were all about Siakam, and you were all about the other gentleman and so
OG
forth.
Anunoby.
Yes, sir. But and everything turned out. But yeah, of course, obviously we need to, man, I think everything's gonna be okay because between Sasha. What Keegan is doing now, it's crazy. He's guarding ones now. That's what he's doing. Love it. It's all going to be great for us. I love it. As for Draymond Green, oh my gosh, he needs to grow on up. Stop it. Stop playing. He needs to stop playing. But also, though, here's something I personally happen to know. Kyle is a funny dude. He's a comedian, and sometimes he performs around town. So y'all need to try to catch him on that.
That's wild. Thanks, Lewis. I don't.
Wrong, Kyle?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? I don't know. I just got called on the carpet for a position they still need to fill, though.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
That was confusing. That was bizarre.
It was good, though. Lewis gave us like some takes. He's just mistaking this Kyle for some other Kyle that's a comedian.
I guess. Yeah, no, he's gone.
It's okay.
Not me.
Kyle, you make me laugh every day.
No, that's fine. I enjoy making, but like there is a different. You have to be different to do stand up, and that is not a thing I could handle. Like the idea of bombing on a set as a stand up is like it makes my skin crawl. Like that sounds awful. I would never recover. I don't have that dog in me to be a stand-up.
I think I could give it a shot. I would at least have fun with it. I don't know if I'd be good, but like,
yeah, I mean, if you want me to get in front of a microphone and talk like, what's up? I can do that.
Yeah.
But if you're expecting me to consistently make people laugh for 30 minutes, I got nothing.
Okay.
Like I got.
There's not like a bit running in your head that you could.
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't even know where to even start.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyways.
All right.
Thunder against the Kings tonight at the Golden One Center begins a 6-game homestand for the Kings. So we'll have our keys to the game coming up, but this to me feels like this is going to just be the West, or a key matchup in the West, if not the key matchup in the West for the next 8 to 10 years, where these are two teams on the rise, two teams that are very young. The Thunder, of course, have 97 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts, or whatever it is. And when it comes to teams ascending in the West, I buy long-term. I buy the Kings and Thunder way more than I buy some of the other kind of young up-and-coming teams, or maybe older teams that are fading.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, for me, the Thunder are like the team to watch.
Yeah, I think they're the gold standard of young team right now.
I think what they are, they're the gold standard of organic build. Like, they are the team that is doing it through the draft and trying to prove that you can do it that way. And, again, I would always like caution that the Thunder are the one team that are out there that we don't hear them right now in like the Pascal Siakam sweepstakes or the OG Anunoby. But this is a team that's armed with every single bit of ammo. Like, if they want to go out and change the landscape of the NBA, they can, because they have so many assets. So not only do they have good young players, but they've done a good job of developing those players. They've found like diamonds in the rough, like Lou Dort, Jalen Williams. Like, these are like tremendous pieces. Even the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander move, like, that's brilliance. You're able to restock and reload, and like, you've built something. So I think that this will be a team. I think the Kings are still a year ahead of them, and that's big. Now, that doesn't mean that the Kings will win tonight. I have no idea, but I think the Kings are, like, as far as who they are, development, and what they can do in the playoffs and stuff, I think the Kings are still like 1 year ahead.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah, but this is a team that once they level up and the Kings level up to where they're going to be, this is going to be like a battle forever. And I think, the Shai versus De'Aaron Fox battle is going to be intense forever. I think that, having Chet Holmgren and Sabonis going at each other, I think is huge. 2 Gonzaga guys. Like, there's a lot to this matchup that I think is going to be fun for a long time.
Chet Holmgren is good as hell, dude.
Oh, he's fun, man.
Chet can play. He's at 17, 8, and 2.5 on 2.5 blocks a game.
Yes.
And he's shooting 52% from the field, 38% from 3, and 88% from the line. He might be a 50-40-90 guy at some point.
This was the
7'2" or whatever he is.
This was the guy that I kept saying, if you could somehow get to number 2 and Chet is there and you can draft Chet, he is the perfect player to put next to Sabonis.
Yeah, man.
Like, he has a way of equalizing the athleticism of other players. He's not overly athletic, but his length and his just defensive tenacity.
Yeah.
Like, he is tough, man.
Yeah.
And I really think that he's a guy that, like, if there was ever a way to get a guy, I would go chase him.
Yeah.
You're not going to get him. Like,
he's having the year everybody thought Victor Wembanyama was going to have.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even looked to see where Victor Wembanyama's having. I can just say that,
well, the Spurs are that bad that I'm not sure how much it totally matters. ESPN 1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to jump in on the conversation. Hey, you're on 1320. What's your name?
Brandon, what's going on, guys?
Chilling, Brandon. What do you want to say?
Hey, now we're talking about the Thunder. I'm excited for the matchup tonight. I think it's always fun to watch the up-and-coming teams. Who, in your guys' opinion, from watching the game right now, who are the top 5 guards that are young that we should be looking out for the next 10 years?
Good question.
Yeah.
De'Aaron, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Does Luka count?
Yes, Luka counts.
Luka
Luka's
counts, it's 3.
younger than De'Aaron by, I think, a year and a half.
Is he really?
Yeah, Luka's 24.
Oh, my God. In my mind, everybody's 27. All right, so Luka being younger than De'Aaron is shaking me. Luka, De'Aaron, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
And I would even say like Shai is a little bit older, so I mean you can.
Yeah, Shai's what, 25? What's Shai, 27?
He's 20. No, he's 25.
No, I know.
Yeah. De'Aaron's 25 and for a few more days. He turns 26 on the 20th.
Trae Young?
No.
Not throwing Trae Young in there.
I have never put I'm not putting Trae in there. I'm not putting Darius Garland.
It kind of might be Tyrese Maxey.
Oh no, it's Tyrese Maxey and it's Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh,
yeah.
I think that's
Tyrese
6.
Halliburton.
So he said top 5. So okay, here we go. De'Aaron, Shai, Luka, Halliburton, Maxey, and there's one more.
Uh-oh.
We missed one.
Oh, okay. Luka, Shai,
De'Aaron. I should be writing this down, but I'm not going to.
De'Aaron.
Because why would I do that? Luka.
Oh, Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards, that's right. And Halliburton.
Yeah, and as of right now, I think you would leave Ant-Man off the list. No, I mean for today, like I think like down the road, yes, he will be in that top 5. But if I'm saying today who's the best, Anthony Edwards is really, really good at 24.4 a game, but the other guys are.
He's also 22.
Yeah. No, he's great. I just think that as of right now, Shai and De'Aaron are like, and Luka are way up there.
I think that's fair. Ant's still a little bit too up and down. I
think maybe it's between Maxey and Ant-Man. That's probably where it is. Like one of those two is off your list.
Yeah, I think I as much as I like Ant, I think you have to put Maxey in right now.
Yeah, people who are not paying attention, Tyrese Maxey's averaging 26.1, 6.8 assists, 4 rebounds. He's shooting 46% from the field, but 39.3 from 3.
Yeah,
like that dude 41% is good.
For his career.
He's also at 6.8 assists with 1.4 turnovers per game. Like this dude is so, and he's great defensively. Like that. Talk about it's just a really, really nice young player.
Yeah. I feel good about that list. I feel good about that 5.
We've got Damian Barling, everybody.
Oh my God, Damian looks great. What an incredible outfit today.
Oh.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you wanna see Damian's sick ass outfit. I want to run this by him. This 5 guards thing. Before he jumps in here though, let's get to our keys to a Kings victory tonight. James Ham, what is your first key?
Can the real Sacramento Kings show up?
Would love that.
Can they please show up?
Yep.
Like whichever the one, the good one that wins by a bunch, that one needs to show up tonight because this OKC game team is not a joke at all.
Yep. My first one, you got to push Chet Holmgren around a little bit. Not that it's super easy to move him or anything like that. Not that he's weak, nothing. But I think you can knock him off his spot. You can throw him off his game a little bit. I think we've seen Domas do that to him already at the Golden One Center this year. So that's my first key. You can't let Chet get loose.
That's right. My second key, take away Shai or take away everyone else.
Yeah.
Choose your poison.
Yep.
And stick with it.
Yep.
I think the Kings did a great job last time of taking away Jalen Williams, of taking away, Chet Holmgren, of making Josh Giddey become a playmaker. But like they let Shai get loose a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. One guy can get loose, but you can't have him and everyone else scoring double figures.
Yeah, if he wants to hang out and run and play one-on-one, fine.
That's fine. He wants to go ISO, that's fine.
Yep. My second key, the Oklahoma City Thunder are leading the league in 3-point percentage at 39.1. You got to run them off the line.
Yeah, you know who was leading the league in 3-point percentage before?
I believe it was the Nets of the Brooklyn.
The Brooklyn Borough.
The Brooklyn Borough.
Yes, it was the Brooklyn Nets.
Mm.
Monday, they were leading the league, and they are no longer leading the league, and now it's OKC.
Whatever game plan the Kings did to them, do it again.
Do it again.
James?
Number three. Kick off the homestand the right way. You got 6 straight at home. Then you have this really strange 3-game set, which is Portland, Atlanta, Memphis. So 3 time zones, like totally bizarre.
Really odd.
But you need to take advantage of this homestand. It's not an easy one. There's a bunch of tough games, but there's also the Washington Wizards. So, you at least got one coming in. Yeah.
My last key, you're allowed to shoot 2-pointers.
Oh.
Hey, if you're not hitting threes, go get a layup.
Yeah.
Go get me Keegan in the mid-range. Get me Kevin Huerter in the mid-range. I don't want Kevin Huerter to go 0 for 2 from 3 and then be done for the night.
Yeah.
Like, no, go get a bucket inside, man.
Okay.
So if the three's not falling, shoot some 2s. I think that's a sound game plan. Everybody, please welcome in Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC. He's here for the handoff. D-Lo, first of all, before we get to this guard conversation that Brandon called in and brought up, and I think it's a fun one, this outfit today is absolutely elite.
Oh, thank you.
Every time there's something different or special going on, you step up with the fit, and you never, ever have a bad game.
I appreciate that.
It's never a bad day for me.
Kyle, you're not even in here. He even smells good.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like,
I mean, that's a given.
He's got it all down.
I have a rather forgettable personality, so I like my outfits to be remembered. Like, I very much seek out attention with my outfits.
That's why.
Like, hey,
and if you ever have anyone to blame for it, it's Elston Turner. Elston Turner started the whole thing, and that's the truth.
The people are like, "Hey, what's Damian like?" I'm like, "No idea," but he dresses.
Yes.
Like,
You have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea at all.
He's pretty dry and dull, but man,
He stays in his house a lot.
His drip is solid.
Everything is white in his house. Like,
well, that's not true.
Well, James,
I meant like the pool table.
James
The
hasn't
dog.
been to the house in a while.
Yeah, there are. Yeah. I'll just stop now.
Okay.
Top 5 guards. Yep. Nope. Here we go.
I'll
Top
just
5
stop
guards.
now.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about OKC versus the Kings and how this is kind of going to be, if these teams keep growing the way we think they're going to, this is like the matchup in the West, or one of the matchups in the West for the next probably 8 to 10 years. And then Brandon called in and said, who are the 5 guards you're looking at, the 5 young guards who are going to kind of be out in front of the league for the next, several years.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to come up with a list of 5. Shea and De'Aaron are on that list.
That's easy.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Halliburton's on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Luka Doncic on that list.
I forget Luka's young. Yeah,
Yeah.
facts.
Dude, I thought he was like 27. Turns out he's younger than you.
Like, yeah, he feels like he's been in the league for so long, but yeah.
5 is where we had a little bit of a hang up. Are you going with Tyrese Maxey? Or are you going with Ant-Man? Or somebody else? Do you have a different submission?
Ooh,
Did we miss somebody?
Yeah, well, this is supposed to be Kenny's time in here, so I mean, he's not there yet. But if we're talking the next, 5 to 8 years, Shaedon Sharpe looks really good.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
and Scoots can be good too.
Both of those guys are really good. Is Shaedon even a guard, or is he a 3?
Shea's a point guard.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
He might be more of a 3.
But either way,
he handles the ball.
he's not where Ant-Man is yet.
No.
I'd put Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards.
Over
I think.
Shea?
I think. No, not over Shea. Over Shaedon.
Oh, Shaedon Sharpe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I
over
heard Shea. I was
Sharpe.
like, whoa.
Yeah. No.
Over Shaedon Sharpe.
I mean, when you talk about guys who could be like the top tier in the league, regardless of position, I think over the next 5 to 8 years, I think Anthony Edwards is at the top of that list.
Yeah, I do too.
He's goodness gracious. Like, he's legit.
And it feels like he's still figuring it out. That's the thing that's
100%.
impressive about when you watch the Timberwolves, there's these stretches of like 8 to 10 minutes where you're like, what is he doing?
Mm-hmm.
And then he just takes over. That game against Golden State, where Draymond says, like, what are you going to do about it? And he goes, nobody's worried about you. And then just go single-handedly win a game.
Mm-hmm.
The list of guys capable of that in the league is very, very short.
It's not the hottest of takes, but I can't imagine the amount of confidence he got from USA Basketball and
for sure.
Taking over games with that group of players the way that he did. It wasn't the result anyone desired, but in terms of individual play, man, he was that dude.
Really good.
I would say too, the guy who's taken the leap that no one saw coming is Tyrese Maxey. Like what he's been able to do. I mean, as of right now, like Ant-Man is spectacular. He is a better player than Anthony Edwards today in the NBA.
Yeah, right now for sure.
Yeah, he's a better two-way player.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I mean, the dude's averaging 26 and 7.
Yeah.
Like at what he's doing, like coming out of nowhere. And we're talking about a 23-year-old guy. So yeah, I think the two Tyreses.
Yeah, big year for Tyrese's.
Yeah.
Well, Gibson got an album coming out.
Did you know they were the first two Tyreses in the NBA?
Not.
No.
I hope he doesn't.
What's that?
You're not familiar with Tyrese Gibson. That's okay.
Fast and Furious?
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, I know who Tyrese Gibson is.
Roman's his name, I think, in that show or in that
Sure.
movie. Roman?
Sure. I just know the Rock.
By the way, we have a long break here, so we got to go. What do you guys got coming up?
Matt George will be with us. Will Z will be with us as he is each game day. Of course, we'll talk about Oklahoma City, why there's some positive things coming out of the last time these two teams played. They did get a win without De'Aaron Fox, so lots of good numbers coming out of that. And yeah, obviously, we'll talk about the indefinite suspension of Draymond Green.
Wild. All right, D-Lo and Casey coming up next. He's been James Ham. I've been Kyle Madsen, and we've been on ESPN 1320. That's the radio station that we're on.
What was that?
ESPN 1320.
It was very good.
Thank you. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Talk to you tomorrow.
It's on your shirt if you ever get confused.
Kyle.
Just look down.
Good Lord.
It was him answering calls. You kept answering calls.
No, I know. I did. I know.
It's okay.
It's fine.
And I got people posting the video on Twitter like, thanks, guys. That's good.
Yeah, securing the beam's a dick for that. And so is Dr. David. But that's what they do, and it's fine. It's all out of love. I called the station 102.5. I called 102.5 ESPN.
Dude, that is way different.
It's not. I mean, it is, but I'm trying to help, bro. Like, come on, man. I'm trying to help here.
I had a better second half. It wasn't a great game for me. But, after going 0 for 36 in the first half with 19 fouls and 106 turnovers.
Our reset of the
securing the beam, it's funny, man. It's fine.
No,
like
jokes.
we fuck up all the time, man. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
And our reset of the first segment was hilarious. So
if that's the worst thing I ever do in my life, then I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna change sides.
Yep.
All
right. See you guys.
He just kept doing it.
Oh, it's funny.
And I'm like, no, stop saying it.
Your reaction is actually what made it the funniest.
Stop saying it. Stop saying it. He takes it hard.
Oh yeah, that's not a fun feeling.
Did you listen to the first 15?
No.
He did an entire bit on how they took the ball from Giannis. And
that's one of my favorite stories ever.
Well, yeah, but he kept going. Well, this was in Indiana, so you can imagine it's their building. You take it's your ball. And then someone points out it wasn't. It was in
Milwaukee.
So we restarted the entire show in the second segment with, I can't believe this happened on their home court. Yeah.
Did you need me?
No, I was just seeing what you were wearing.
Oh.
Sweet. I'm gonna go home.
That's fine.
Let's sleep.
There you go. That's a good idea.
And then go to the game.
All right.
I, of course, do not get to go to the Christmas party.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we were not supposed to either.
Oh, yeah?
No, we were supposed to be at the rink in the game, but it's important to be there. So
it's important to be there.
They wanted us there, so or someone in particular wanted us there. Then Complex wanted us there, so we came. Well, that's what we'll do then.
All right.
I wanted to go watch basketball.
Huh?
I wanted to go watch basketball.
Yeah. Well, I will be watching basketball. No one put that same pressure on me, so.
Got to do what you got to do sometimes, though.
Yep.
It's promise you, it's gonna.
Well, I think with you it was different because they knew you wouldn't miss basketball.
Yeah.
It's gonna be comedy. I can tell you that. There's gonna be some funnies out there.
You think so?
Oh, every holiday party got some funnies.
It gets a little wild.
Apparently, they got an open bar.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, and they're doing Ubers.
Yeah.
You should Uber there. So you can Uber back and not worry about leaving your car.
So the only problem with that is I'd have to go home first. The drive is 13 minutes further if I drive home.
Yeah, it's a trek.
And then it's like the process of expensing something. I'll just drive.
Have them bring you home, but then come back and get your car tomorrow.
I did think about that, but I think Kyle's going to have himself a night, so I'll probably just drive Kyle around. Kyle's got some frustrations to drink out, so I'm going to let my man rock.
What's up with you, dog?
Hey, bro. Yeah, designated D-Lo indeed.
Oh boy, I need Jonathan in here. Tighten this little mic.
Hey, she can't hear me.
That's a fact. That's a fact. What up, y'all?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo. Come on in, man. Get comfortable. We appreciate you so much for being with us. It is the December 14th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlow.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
As I said, we're so happy that you're here with us. Mikey Winfield going to join us live here in studio. He's performing at the Punchline tonight. He'll be with us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Our man Will Z will be with us coming up around 2:45. And then, of course, Matt George will join us, I believe, live from the ABC 10 studios in the final hour of the show. The Sacramento Kings back on the floor tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll talk a lot about that. We'll talk about the last time these two teams played. Why it's encouraging for sure for Sacramento and what the tendencies have shown us this year after they get their ass kicked.
I want to win tonight, man.
A little bit of everything.
I want to win tonight.
It's going to be a tough dub because I imagine Oklahoma City does too, given the fact that the last time these two teams played, they lost. And this is it's a team on the rise. It's a really, really good basketball team. Not playing above their head, playing right about maybe a little bit ahead of where I thought they'd be. But certainly a fun basketball team to watch. It's going to be a fun night at the Golden One Center, and we'll certainly get to that. We'll get to that really soon. During our KSFM show yesterday, we got the news that everybody got that Draymond Green was suspended indefinitely by the NBA. We got our jokes off. We had some fun. We talked about it a little bit, and we both kind of came to the same conclusion. And I'll tell you, I feel a little bit differently than I did yesterday when this news broke on our other show. Okay. I'll share that with you, and I'll tell you what set me over the top. It was only like 90 minutes ago. I saw our man John Dickinson retweeted something from First Take, and it was Joe Dumars. And that's where I just changed my mind on everything. It actually caused me to change my mind on something you were talking about yesterday, too. I was really bothered by it. Let's start with our immediate reaction. And I don't want to scoop your heat, as Bret Hart would say. But
when did he say that?
In the Wrestling with Shadows documentary.
Okay, now hold on. What did he say that about?
He said that when Vince McMahon made Shawn Michaels a bad guy, he just came along and scooped all his heat. Bret Hart was the number one he was the number one good guy, and he gave that up to be the number one bad guy. And then Vince made Shawn the number one bad guy, and he just came in and scooped his heat.
That's moving into my my dictionary, my lexicon of words right there.
You have a former classmate who will work that into a sentence any opportunity he gets.
That's his boy, ain't it?
Oh, that is his guy. Oh, he loves him some Bret Hart. That's facts. Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. But all wrestling jokes aside, your initial reaction yesterday when the news broke?
I was a little surprised that it was something indefinite like that. I thought they'd give some type of number to it, but my first thought after we discussed it a little bit was just they're saying indefinite. It'll probably end up being about 10, maybe 12 games or something like that. And for whatever reason, they didn't put a number on it, like whether everybody involved couldn't come to an agreement or whatever, but they didn't put a number on it. I think that number ultimately would be 10 to 12 games. But I got to be honest, I saw that Joe Dumars spoke on First Take.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what he had to say.
Okay.
So I'm in the dark about that one. I saw he was on there, and
as you should be. No one should watch that. It's a headache, but it just popped up on Twitter, which is how I saw it.
Well, today's an okay day to watch First Take. It's not Mad Dog Day. So.
Oh, okay. As long as it's not Mad Dog Day, then it's fine.
I think Mad Dog Day is Wednesdays. That's
okay. All right.
That's when I stay away. That's when I listen to the Joe Budden podcast.
Oh, man, I love that show. Man, that show can be a chore.
Oh, that's a series.
That's a multi-day listen where it's sometimes I just need something else to listen to. I need to listen to Conrad Thompson talk about wrestling somewhere. Okay, so let's since this is the central focus of something I brought up, this courtesy of First Take. Here's Joe Dumars.
A lot of times people get caught up into like a number, like what's the number? And we didn't want to do that. What we wanted to do was, first of all, we knew that there would be some level of punishment, but we didn't want that to be the focus. We wanted the focus to be on how can we help Draymond as well. And we thought indefinite was the best way to do that. So people don't get caught up on here, what's the number? Is it too low? Is it too high? Indefinite means get yourself right. We want to see you at your best. And the best way for you to do that is to get yourself mentally and emotionally back to where you need to be. And so that's how we got to indefinite.
Okay. It's Joe Dumars. I have an issue with the we want you to get right part. Okay. And I know that sounds absurd on my part, but I'm going to explain it. Okay. This man on multiple occasions, this man meaning Draymond Green, has told you on multiple occasions he's not going to change the way he plays. He jumps up and down on Domantas Sabonis's chest in a playoff game, antagonizes the crowd in front of the commissioner of the NBA, and tells you at the podium, he's pulling my leg. Oh, that's what we do? We allow that? Blah, 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 blah. Quite frankly, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to change the way I play. So much Steve Kerr, Steph Curry. Oh, we don't want him to change the way that he plays. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Fast forward. Chokehold, rear naked chokehold on Rudy Gobert. Come to the defense of his teammates. I'm never not going to come to the defense of my teammates. I'm not going to change who I am. So much so that night, he'd like you to forget this, and I understand why. Steve Kerr says we don't want Draymond to change. Of course, he changed that tune some 24 hours later because I guess he saw the replay. Somebody get Steve Kerr a working tablet for God's sakes Every other coaching staff in the league sees something immediately, except poor Steve Kerr. What a disadvantage my brother is working at. Draymond Green said, I'm not changing. And now so I'm going to push back on Joe Dumars. I'm going to push back on what you said yesterday. This man does not have a problem. This is just who he is. So you said yesterday, he either has issues that need to be worked out, or he's just a genuine jackass. After processing all of this, forgive me, Brody is a jackass. This is not a mental issue. This is not learning how to deal with emotions. This is none of that. Because if it was learning how to deal with emotions, didn't someone slap him in a club?
Oh, yeah, Tristan Thompson.
What'd he do?
Not a damn thing.
This isn't about mental health. This isn't even about, this is about him on a basketball floor. This is about his behavior. Nothing else. We just saw the replay on that Joe Dumars clip. His immediate reaction was, oh, he was hooking my arms. And then he looks at Yusuf and he knew I'm done. Whatever that meant in that moment, he knew it at the post game. He knew it when he was sitting on the bench waiting to officially be thrown out. He knew it when it ran his ass to the back and didn't do his Hulkamania gimmick. He knew. Those are the actions of a person who is within their mind. Those are the actions of someone who are within themselves. So this whole we want them to get right is such a cop-out to me. This whole indefinite suspension is a cop-out, and you're 100% right. It's going to be an indefinite suspension. He's going to miss a game, 2 games, 3 games. Then we're going to get to like 4 or 5, and then the NBA will say Draymond Green is suspended for the next 5 games, or Draymond Green is eligible to return at a certain point, and it'll be 3 or 4 games after that announcement is made, and then you'll be able to form your number at 8, 9, 10, or whatever the case may be. But what I absolutely will not accept is that his actions are is from someone who is without their bearing, someone who was without their mind. He was in complete control. He knew what he did. And if the options are one of the 2 things that you said yesterday, he's a jackass. That's the answer. It took me 24 hours to answer your questions. He's an ass. That's what he is.
I'm definitely not going to argue with that. I mean, the guy has shown time and time again who he is, and that's everything that we talked about. We a jackass, a selfish individual, a selfish ball player. He's shown that on a number of different occasions, and this is no different. This is no different. And whatever the NBA ultimately decides to do, it probably won't be enough.
I don't know what enough is. I don't. I think the problem, this is what happens. I'm going to try to use an analogy. You tell me if it's wrong. In my head, it makes sense, but I have no experience with this. If you let your kid get away with something and then they do it again and you kind of punish them, and then they do it again and you kind of punish them, it feels like you're playing catch up because you let them get away with something, right? You let them get away. And in Draymond's case, maybe you let him get away with too much for too long. And then when your 5-game punishment comes out and it doesn't give you the desired result, it's because you have a significantly longer history of not punishing him. And I don't know what the right answer is. But the league can't make good, and the Warriors can't make good for what he did to Jordan Poole. We can get our 2023, 2024 Jordan Poole jokes off all day, but what happened to him was awful. Terrible. And that man went completely unpunished. His behavior with officials, you go back to the Sacramento game, the one a couple weeks ago. Oh, he was called for a technical foul for the carry. No, he wasn't. He was called for a technical foul because he wouldn't get out of the goddamn official's face. That's what he was called for the foul for. And so it's that you let him get away with it, you let him get away with it, you let him get away with it. And then in that moment, you're not getting away with it anymore. You have to be consistent in the way that you punish somebody, be it in a game with a technical foul or through the league office. And there's nothing but inconsistency here. It's what NBA fans get upset with regarding officials. There's nothing but inconsistency. And now it's what I'm getting upset about regarding the league office. It's inconsistent.
No, it's well said. You're 100% correct. And hearing you say that and hearing you break that down that way, I probably know what I would do if I was the league with Draymond Green.
Well,
I'll tell you about that when we come back.
All right. Steelo and Casey brought to you by Scott River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Michael, was Boogie Cousins a jackass or did he have underlying issues? Yeah, Michael, I'm not sure what that has to do. Did DeMarcus ever get suspended for punching people? Like we're talking about two different things.
DeMarcus Cousins, I know people try to lump DeMarcus Cousins in here with Draymond Green. DeMarcus Cousins doesn't have a mixtape full of flagrant fouls and wild play. DeMarcus Cousins would curse at officials and get technicals. Absolutely. DeMarcus Cousins had situations where, he'd curse out his teammates or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that that's all right, but I'll use the line that people wanted to use with all the time with that fight, with that punch. That does happen on teams. That does happen. Yelling, cursing, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
That happens often.
Mm-hmm.
He did it too much, but that happens often. As far as I know, Cousins never put his hands on his teammates or hit him or something like that. I know he had the one situation with, I think it was Dante Green, maybe. I don't know if they actually fought in the locker room or what, but they're not the same. They're literally not the same. They're not the same. That doesn't mean Cousins didn't have his issues, but this is not the same thing. Don't try to make it the same thing.
Hell, half of DeMarcus is not stalling him out, but half of DeMarcus's technical fouls were probably because he was on a shitty-ass basketball team.
How did that have to do with it?
He didn't know about getting an ankle injury, ankle soreness. If we had just told Boogie about ankle soreness, maybe he'd still be here. I hate the way I said that. It sounded like he was dead. He'd still be in Sacramento.
DeMarcus Cousins, DeMarcus Cousins wasn't a detriment to the league. That's what I think Draymond Green has become.
I think Kyle's asleep in his chair. That's spectacular. And poor guy. Took that edible a little early. My guy. Huh? Oh, man. No, he was probably in such a bad mood. He just assumed he was back at 11:40. I don't feel like that at 13:20. Like, what is this feeling I have? I saw some frustrated faces this morning. Were there was there an issue this morning? Yeah, you. There was? Okay. I thought so. Oh, okay. Oh, no. I got. Oh, bro. Did you take the station off the air? Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Well, all right. I was like, well, hey, you haven't done what I've done, but no, it's fine. Okay. Man, Mikey Winfield coming up at the top of the hour here live in studios, performing live at the Punchline. Can't wait to talk to my brother again. Coming up here at the top of the hour. Let's dive back into what we were talking about. Draymond Green's indefinite suspension. We're going to get to the Sacramento Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder and that game tonight here. I just want to make sure we can kind of put this Draymond Green thing behind us. There probably won't be a reason to talk about him for a long time. As I said, when the show started, we both had some feelings about this so-called indefinite suspension and what it means by the league. And I had some feelings about some things that Joe Dumars said today on television, but you let me rock. So go ahead.
Nah, I mean, simply just kind of thinking about it. I know, a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, of course, KC feels this way. It's not really about Draymond. I'm just thinking about this, about what's right, what's fair, and what you got to do as a business. I mean, he'd get 25 to 30 games from me. And some of it has to stem back from the problem that you just talked about. The NBA, Golden State Warriors, they've created this problem. And now to fix it, or to do your best to fix it, you may have to be a little excessive. But it has to be perfectly clear to him and to everybody in the league, really. This is not acceptable behavior, acceptable repeat behavior. The man has $2 million in fines in his career. And to be honest with you, probably a lot of that has happened in the last 5 years. This is, like I said, Draymond didn't come in getting a bunch of technicals, getting suspended, all this other stuff. A lot of that has happened since he's changed. And you got to make an example out of it. Unfortunately, you got to make an example out of him, to him and to the rest of the league. This behavior of unwarranted physicality, berating officials constantly, that has to be checked. And they didn't do it before, which is, maybe if you would have done it the right way, like you talked about, it wouldn't have to come to this. But here we are. And to get a hold back of what you're trying to do with this league, you're going to have to be a little excessive. And I think it needs to be 25, 30 games.
Can you do that? Can you? I don't know. Can you make up for previously light punishments?
I don't know if you can, but you got to try.
Because I feel like the players union would probably have a gripe with that. I don't know. As I've said before, like I feel like the league and the players union work hand in hand and stuff like this versus in the NFL where you get a suspension and an appeal and then it drops down to a game less or 2 games less or whatever. You don't really see that very often, if ever, that I can think of in the association. And would the players union allow the league to say, we let this slide for too long. We need to correct course while we believe we still can.
I don't know. I mean,
because
they might not.
Because the players union, their job, it's to defend the player, right? It's to be the mediator between them. It's to essentially act as an agent or an attorney or something along those lines. And stuff like this. Of course, they take direction from the player. The player could very easily just go, yeah, no, I'll take it. It's my bad. I just want this to go away.
Right.
Versus going through a process.
The only thing that I would ask on that is, I don't think and they're different circumstances. But they didn't do anything with Ja. Ja got 25, and you can make the argument Ja's penalty was excessive. You can make that argument. He got 25, and they all, Ja and the Players Association, from what I remember, just kind of, all right, that's what it is. And I don't know if there's a backroom meeting where they're like, look, this is what it's going to be. And You deal with it. We're not having no appeal, none of that. Maybe you do the same thing with Draymond if it comes to that. But I don't think they stood up and
there
appealed
could
that.
be a in the Josh situation, like what's the precedent for that? Right. The only thing I really know that you could draw on was the Steven Jackson thing. And this was also, for better or worse, this was the second infraction. And that played a factor. But I'm not sure. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just don't think it's going to happen. And this,
I don't think that's what's going to
this
happen.
indefinite thing is, to me, it feels closer towards what you said, what we talked about privately yesterday, and what you said today, that this, in some way, shape, or form, it's ultimately going to be 9, 10, 11, 12 games, something like that, maybe 10, just so you get the impact of a double-digit game suspension. But they have painted themselves into a really difficult corner, because if I'm Adam Silver, specifically, if I'm Adam Silver, and I'm in Joe Dumars, I'm certain that Adam's blessing went on television, was talking about getting help and getting him right and getting him in the right place. We did this nonsense before with Ja. We did this whole vacation to Florida. This is where my frustration with the mental health stuff comes into play. Y'all said that man was going to Florida for some sort of treatment center. He was out 2 days later. You're making a mockery of this process. You're making a mockery of people who actually need help. Imagine going through something thinking, oh, I can go to a treatment facility for 2 days and be fine. You're making a mockery of this process because mental health is such a difficult thing to diagnose. It's such a difficult thing to understand. And it's also a sensitive thing that if Draymond Green came out right this second and said, look, I've been battling mental health issues for years. Here are the steps that I've taken. Here's what I've gone through. What am I going to say? All right, brother, I got you. Best of luck to you. You've got to get this fixed.
Right.
And you go from there. You can't degrade people who say that. It's what people did to Paul George in the bubble. You brought that up yesterday, man. That was gross. That's terrible. And that's what keeps people from coming forward about issues like this. And you've put yourself in this position now where Ja made you, you're the league, you're Adam Silver specifically. Ja made you look ridiculous. He made you look stupid. And that's probably part of the reason that it went from 10 to 25. Now you've got Draymond Green. Now you have put yourself in a position where you said Draymond Green needs to get himself right. Now you've put yourself in a position to where I don't want to put a number on it. We don't want you focused on the number. We want him focused on health. The funniest thing about all this is Yusuf Nurkic got hit at work. That man was at work, and we're talking about making sure Draymond Green is okay. That's probably an entirely different subject, but I couldn't help but find that funny.
No, you're 100% right. And this is,
it's like Kenny punching me at work and every going, man, I hope Kenny's okay. That's probably what would happen, to be clear. But I'm just saying, that's exactly what it's like. Kenny punches me in the head and every goes, man, I hope Kenny's okay. Oh, my brother's good.
What would happen? But you bring up a great point. Like, I think people are also losing sight of the fact he can say whatever he wants to say. He punched this man. He punched him. They open hand slap, reaction, all this other stuff. He punched him. And situations might be a little different or whatever the case may be. Carmelo got 15. We talked about it yesterday. He got 15 for a punch. How is Draymond getting less than that? He punched this dude.
You're right, but it isn't the same. You're right. Carmelo, I think the more important thing with Carmelo is that was a first infraction of that, and that was a square up. We're in a fighting stance, and I'm throwing a sucker punch. That's what Melo did. It's the darkest mark on Melo's career by far, is that sucker punch he threw, in my opinion. And Draymond Draymond's was different, but I'm not going to argue that he didn't hit the hell out of that man. But that's far from a first infraction. Y'all want to go ahead, go to Spot Track, where we get where we play career earnings, where we play pocket watching from. There's a tab that shows fines and suspensions. They do the math for you. That's not it. Just scroll, because you're scrolling for a while before you get to the very bottom. And I don't know that they'll use Carmelo Anthony as the barometer, but I think it's a fair justification. You know what really might bail Draymond Green out quite a bit is Nurkic's reaction.
Bailed him out. You're right. That's a good point.
Nurkic was just like, man,
stalled him out a little bit.
I just hope brother gets help, man. Somebody get my brother some help or something along those lines. He didn't jump up. He didn't try to entice a fight. There were no, pull aparts. There was nothing like that. Nurkic got hit, got up, went back to being a basketball player, went to the podium and didn't fan the flames.
Yeah.
And that might be one of the best things to happen to Draymond Green in this whole situation is Nurkic could have made this publicly. I don't know what he's doing privately. Publicly, he could have made this significantly worse. Kevin Durant, same thing. Bailed him out. Kevin Durant could have buried Draymond Green last night. Didn't. Just said, yeah, that's unfortunate. You don't like that. Draymond's got to get some help. We can't have that on the floor. And that was it.
Yep.
Again, all of these guys could have fanned the flames and made it worse. At least publicly, none of them did.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. So I think what I originally said is what's going to happen. That 2025 games thing, that's what I think should happen. But I think it ended up being 10 to 12 games when it's all said and done.
Or for great theater, make it 20.
Make it 20.
And we'll see you on national television against the Sacramento Kings. I guess it'll just be a new tradition. So one thought that I didn't finish because I got caught up in the semantics of all of this is Adam Silver. You've painted you're talking about getting help. You're talking about changing. Draymond Green, again, my whole problem with this is openly said, I'm not changing. It's who I am. Let's go 10. Go on the high. Go Carmelo. Go 15. And you did this whole indefinite thing. He comes back. The play-in is here, and he clotheslines Kyrie Irving, or any other infraction in any other game, be it this year or next year. Then what? Because this, to me, the verbiage, all of this reeks of we're giving you one more chance. In my opinion, something else happens. He's not off the floor before there's a notice from the NBA. Draymond Green is suspended for the remainder, or depending on where we are. Draymond Green is suspended till further notice. You could have done something. Draymond Green is suspended for a minimum 15 games. Because
Woj puts, do what you need to do after that.
Woj puts out his tweet. Shams puts out his tweet. Everybody puts out their tweet. And then the NBA puts out the communication press release. All of this talk about meeting certain criteria. It's the same stupid ass verbiage that they did with Kyrie Irving. What is the criteria? You're having these guys jump through all of these hoops, but you won't tell anybody what these hoops are. You purposely keep them vague. So when you decide it's time, they can return.
And the criteria is I didn't mean to cut you off, but the criteria is it's like it can't be measured. Like what's the criteria? Go to, even, I'm not even trying to make a mockery, but go to sensitivity training and complete the course. That means you're fixed. Like that doesn't even mean anything.
I don't know. I don't know what any of that stuff means, and I don't understand it. You had Kyrie meeting with Jewish leaders and groups. Okay, I got you. What are you going to have Draymond do? What did you say? Sensitivity course? Okay, I'm not against it. How do you judge that?
You can't. You can't.
I think Adam Silver
And real quick, how is making him go something that's going to change it? Like if he said, you know what, this is what I want to do, you know, I need this help. He's actively seeking the help, then cool. But making him go, that doesn't do anything for me.
I absolutely believe that Adam Silver is the best commissioner in professional sports. I'm coming to the unfortunate realization, and Bruce earmuffs, I don't think he has a set of balls. It's too, I don't know if he's too cozy with the players and he can't take these stances, or this is just genuinely how he believes the best way to operate a league is. And if he does, my apologies to Commissioner Silver. But I can't, the more we talk about this, the more I feel like the league missed this. The Warriors have missed this. The league has missed this. And now you're just in a situation where you got this arbitrary punishment that no one, and maybe this will change later today with this meeting, that I don't know if Mike Dunleavy knows what this means. I don't know if Steve Kerr knows what this means. I don't know if Steph knows what this means. I don't know if Rich Paul, Draymond Green. I don't even know if Adam Silver knows what this means. How the hell are we supposed to know what this means? And again, I just wait. Because if you believe this dude is going to change,
what do you, Damian Barley, think the punishment should be?
Man, I don't know, Casey. I would have preferred, this came to me talking through this. If you want the indefinite thing, fine. The release from NBA Communications, the Woj and Shams and Chris Haynes tweet, all of that stuff should have said, Draymond Green is suspended for a minimum of 15 games. A minimum of 15 games. It's like the Alex Lynn will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. On the 4th week, he gets reevaluated. Hey, Alex Lynn is looking good. We're going to reevaluate next week. Looks like Alex Lynn is good to go. He's back. That's what this should have been. Draymond Green is suspended for a minimum of 15 games. We will make our determination from there when he will return. And they always put these amendments. They always put these little notes at the bottom, at the very last thing that they put on these press releases. If Draymond, to be clear, Draymond Green's suspension is not over in 15 games. We will evaluate where Draymond Green is in 15 games and make our determination from there.
So, and that would be fine too. But if he's suspended, if they stay with this indefinite thing and he's suspended 17 games, at the end of the day, he got what I don't even know how to say, like we feel he deserved, or
justice.
You know what I mean?
I
like
got you. Yeah.
He got that, right? You know, the wording and the presentation of it may not have been exactly what everybody wanted, but the actual like nuts and bolts of it is what it is. And sometimes, like now, this is where being a parent comes from, or hell, being a child comes from. Is sometimes you get in trouble. I'll use it from a child standpoint, right? Sometimes you get in trouble and you get in big trouble. And instead of saying your phone TV's gone for 2 weeks, they say your phone and TV is gone. I don't know when you get in the back. God damn. Damn. Because to a certain degree, you can count down 2 weeks. You can be like, damn, I got in trouble, but it's only 14 days. I can handle that. But when the parent or disciplinarian says, I don't know when you'll get this back, I don't know, and just walks away from you and doesn't bring it up no more, it's like, damn, I don't know. because you don't know. You don't know how long this is going to be.
Mhm.
Maybe it might end up being that type of situation.
That's another thing too. I wonder how they're gonna paint this suspension when he comes back, whenever he does. Like, are we gonna hear, like, say it's only like 5-6 games or whatever? Oh, Draymond Green was out 3 weeks or whatever. He was out for this period of time instead of saying how many games he was actually out. You know what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how they're gonna paint it. Like, they paint it when he gets back.
That's a great question. I haven't even thought of that. That's a great question.
Because it's a good point. Because part of me, I understand. I might do the indefinite thing, and I may have a number in my head. I may say, I'm gonna suspend him for 17 games. I ain't gonna tell him. I'm like, you go until I feel different. You go until I feel different. I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna suspend you for. In my head, I know it's gonna be 15 to 17 games. But I don't.
Do you think Adam has that?
I think he's got to have some type of idea. I don't know if he has a definitive. Yes, it's 15 games. That's just human nature. Like, he might be like, right now, I want to suspend him for 12 to 15. We'll see how it plays. Maybe he softens his stance, just like a disciplinarian, just like a parent. Like, I want to suspend you for 4 weeks. Then 2 weeks gets into it, and you're like, all right, maybe you learned your lesson. Like, I'll ease up on it. But he's got to have a number in his head. It's human nature, in my opinion.
I think he has a number in his head, but it's not the one that we all wanted to see. I think that's why it's indefinite.
You think it's low?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think indefinite was because in reality, and I know, we talked about this when our man Drew Down and Uncle Loon and the Warriors fans in the chat and on the phone yesterday, but I'll speak in a general term here. You're not cushioning something that's too high, right? Like the only thing that would have kind of, I don't know if infuriated people, it probably would have upset people if it was 7 games, like I thought it would be, 7 to 8 games. You would have had casual NBA fans and 29 other fan bases looking around like, bro, what? There would have been one that would have been like, oh, that's fair. That's my commissioner. Where if you go 20, it's the other way around. There's 29 fan bases going, oh, it's about damn time. And one, he might be right, but that's our guy, man. That's crap. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't even know how.
7 games seems like what it might be, but to me,
and bro,
it's got to be 7 to 10 because you just suspended him for 5 and said that his previous incidents played a role in getting 5. He can't get in trouble again and get less than 5 because once again, the previous stuff
absolutely
is playing into him getting in trouble again and the punishment.
Yeah.
Are they framing it a little bit different this time though? Because like, were they saying like when they suspend him the first time, like he needs help to get help and stuff like that? Like now they're kind of just making it where I don't want to say it's disregarding everything come before, but like just kind of like now it's kind of a different.
Well,
thing.
they're sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say to a certain degree. I don't want to say they have to say that, but that's the way the league wants to position themselves, right? Like they don't want to position themselves as we are the law. It was, hey, we're here to help our guys.
Well, because my thing too
they
is like
can say that.
It's like you're saying that now we're going on what year 9 or however long of this. Like now that's what this is.
It's like 12, I think.
Yeah, however long.
Yeah.
Like now this is what this is.
Yeah, I think that's a little PR. The whole we want to help.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. That's why I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like it. Don't use mental health for your PR stunt. Don't do that. Especially for a guy who has not exhibited. People were like, we're not speculating on players' mental health. Let's just tell you what we know. I have not heard, despite everything that we've said here on this show today, yesterday, in over 4 years, the people who know Draymond Green don't say a bad thing about him. There has never been a hint of mental health issues. I told you the exact we told you the exact phrasing that someone close to Draymond Green described him to us. He's a family man. He's a husband. He's a dad. Like, he's a really great dude. He's smart. He's fun to talk to. But man, when he gets on the floor, he's different. That's not mental health. And I think that's where my frustration with this framing, especially this morning, came from. That's not a mental health issue. That's a conscious choice of how you're approaching your job. Because when we dumb this whole conversation down, Draymond Green is at work. He's doing a job, and he is approaching his job in a way that is dangerous to other people who work in that company. And that's the issue, not mental health.
I agree. I
take that back. Take that back, and I apologize. It is not a mental health issue until Draymond Green says otherwise and explains what he's done over the years in terms of mental health and what he's been dealing with over the years in terms of mental health. Because as far as I know, this is the first this conversation has ever caught. This man punched a teammate. Didn't come up then.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. I just think I don't think he's a good dude. That's just my opinion from what he's shown. Good people don't make these decisions that he
just treats this as professional wrestling. And while normally we encourage that, there is a line to this. There is a line to treating life as a professional wrestler. And it usually involves punching someone. Or, I guess in his case, repeatedly punching people.
Right.
We'll come back. Mikey Winfield's going to be with us. We'll also talk Kings basketball, man. We'll shift gears. If you guys want to weigh in on the subject, of course that you can. Chatty House is popping as always. YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter as well. And, of course, the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steelin' with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. My bad. What was that? No, I think he's coming in.
Maybe he is a master manipulator. I mean, he's got a lot of people out in the Bay Area full, fans and writers included. Yeah. Fans and writers included. So yeah, Jeremiah, I don't want to say he missed Miles Bridges because you got to tell the whole story.
Yeah.
He is essentially, even though it wasn't league mandated publicly, maybe it was privately, I don't know, but publicly it wasn't mandated, but he didn't play for a year.
He didn't get paid for 93 games. That's pretty steep.
Yeah. He absolutely finessed. He finessed Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob looked like a sucker right now. He looked like a complete
100%.
sucker. You want to talk about master manipulator? That's who you manipulated. Joe Lacob looked like a sucker. In regards to make a definitive statement one way or another when talking about Draymond's mental health, we just can't. I mean, that's our opinion of him. Nobody said that's exactly what it is. I think he's a jackass. I agree with Damian. I think that's who he is. He can also be a jackass and still be dealing with mental health. It's not one or the other. Those are the two conclusions I came to. But I think he's a jackass. He's shown that. He may, nobody says I'm right or I'm definitive or anything like that. That's how I feel about it. I think he's selfish. I think this whole, great teammate thing is a facade. I talked about it yesterday. I think I believe he changed at some point. He wasn't always like this, like all the way like this. He had elements of it, but he wasn't always like this. I think when he got the money, he got the fame, I think he changed as an individual, or who he really is just got turned all the way up. Yeah. While he was shooting a movie for it.
Yeah, after Jordan Poole, he said he's going to get his mind right and all that.
All right.
Oh yeah, I'm in
Go ahead.
spend the
That's
whole
fine.
time
That's
on
fine.
Draymond, but Chris Cook, he says, I think Draymond knows he cannot compete as well as he used to, so he's trying to do other things on the court, the antics, the flops, the physicality. All this is a plan to stay relevant. Maybe so. I don't disagree with that, but I think it's a little bigger than that. I think he's an egomaniac. I think he loves the attention. He wants the credit. He wants people to value him and say he's the reason why, or put him on the same level as Steph and Clay basketball wise. And we talk about that's the reason why he'd never be good on TV the way people think he is, because he's not self-deprecating. He is extremely sensitive to criticism, to jokes, to anything involving somebody diminishing or acting like they're diminishing what he thinks his value is on the team. And I think I just think he's an egomaniac. He's selfish, he's self-centered, and he's an egomaniac. I think that's really what it comes down to. And as far as not being able to compete and all this other stuff, yeah, but he also just wants people to talk about him in the same vein they talk about Steph Curry, which is preposterous.
Go ahead,
He's not
Jesse.
Steph Curry.
Well, go ahead, Jesse.
I think there's also the aspect to not us, but like the NBA and the Warriors specifically. Like he's gone to pass his whole career. Like now it's telling Draymond, oh no, this is bad now. His whole career has been kind of, this is what Draymond does. Not great, but hey, wins his ball games and stuff like that. And then now all of a sudden, now it's not cool.
The crazy thing to me about what you just said about Steph and Steph, Clay, Draymond is he always was. He was always it was always the three of them. It was always looked at as the three of them. There are people who to this day, in a different way, will tell you that a team with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Kevin Durant couldn't have won titles. That's astonishing to me. Everything you just laid out about where he wants to be, it's where he's been. All he's doing now is damaging that. I don't know what Draymond Green's legacy is. It's certainly being a part of this Golden State Warriors team, which is unquestionably a dynasty. But it's like, with one phenomenal exception, we're watching this team age so poorly. Like you look at the Patriots, which is the Patriots and the Spurs. Those are probably the only two, dynasties of a similar era. You can throw Shaq and Kobe's Lakers in there too. They all ended like in a different fashion, right? The stuff with the Patriots ended because Brady was like, I kind of see what's going on here. I'm out. So Brady's gone. We all know how the Lakers dynasty end, right? Shaq and Kobe, it doesn't work. We're going one or the other. They went Kobe. Shaq went off, did his thing, won a title. Kobe rebuilt, did the whole thing, got a couple more. All right. We saw that play out. Again, we see these stretches end differently. What was the other one I said? The Spurs just kind of aged out, right? They kind of, it got to the point where it's like, okay, they're not going to win a championship, but my God, somehow Pop finished above 500 and made the playoffs. Like 20 straight years. That's incredible. They age out. We're watching this dynasty crash and burn. We're watching this dynasty die out ungracefully. Like it's Draymond's a big part of it. You got Klay throwing a fit, for missing minutes. You got this contract stuff going on. By the way, what was the first shoe to drop? Bob Myers is on my TV doing analyst work. He's like, I ain't doing this.
Yeah.
I'm out. And then you got Steph and a fan base who, after years and years of riches and years of telling you, we did it the right way. We didn't form super teams. We drafted. We had Steph on that contract. We got KD. Now they're begging for help. Now they're begging for Steph's help. And you're watching this age out so poorly. Hell, the guy who I thought would be a part of the so-called next timeline, I don't know what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. I thought Andrew Wiggins was clearly the next dude on that team. And I don't know if he's shaken by the Klay stuff. I don't know if it's this Klay versus Wiggins stuff and he feels it. I don't know if that chemistry that Draymond Green was raving about 3 games into the season, if it's all make-believe.
That was make-believe.
Or if Wiggs maybe played above his head last year. Maybe Wiggs isn't the guy who I certainly thought he was. Like, I thought Wiggs was next. I thought it was Steph, Andrew Wiggins, and then whatever they do next. And it's all crumbling. You already have this failed, 2 timeline thing. It's just crumbling, and it's this, and it goes in salute. No hate over here. That title they won a couple of years ago might have been the most incredible title a basketball team in recent memory has won. Because that was not the best basketball team in the NBA. That was a player and a group of individuals that knew how to win. And they did it. And again, no hate, that's salute. And what we're seeing now makes that championship more incredible because they were far closer to this version of the Golden State Warriors than that previous version of the Golden State Warriors 2 years when they won the top, when they beat Boston. And so it makes what they did just that much more amazing.
Yeah. Now, there's
and probably it's what makes what they're going through right now that much more difficult for them to digest because they think they think they're a championship team because they did it 2 years ago. They're not.
Well, I mean, and what you're saying is spot on, but it's also wrapped up in selfishness and ego. When you talk about Klay and Draymond, this is what I just keep going back to. It's not about winning with those guys. It's not about winning. It's about their own personal issues, whether it's wanting attention, wanting money, wanting a certain level of respect, notoriety, whatever. It's not about winning no more. And that's part of the reason they're not winning no more. Because it's not about winning. It's about everything else. And you could say, hey, they won 4. They've won more than I'll ever see as maybe in my basketball life. Salute to them. But that doesn't change the fact of what's going on right now. And right now is winning is the last thing that these guys that won so much are thinking about. They're thinking about everything else but winning. Except for Steph. Steph still wants to win.
That's all Steph wants to do.
Yeah. So
I believe that's what Steve Kerr wants to do too.
Mm-hmm.
I think Steve Kerr, sometimes we see teams. I used to say this, and I knew it wasn't true, but I used to say this about Gino Auriemma. What's he doing? He's got like the 5 greatest, recruits on the planet. Like, of course he's winning. Managing egos, especially at this level. Gino's in college. Managing egos at this level is probably a far greater portion of the job than we ever give it credit for. And now it appears for the first time, Steve is having a really difficult time managing egos. And, we were benefit of it. Yeah, go ahead, rock with Klay. Yeah, do that. That other dude's cooking us. Go ahead, rock with Klay. That's cool. Do that. And now he's recognizing, we ain't do that no more. That's not a good look. Mikey Winfield's here, man, and y'all think I look. What y'all think I look fly? Wait till Mikey walks in here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're waving our man Mikey Winfield in here. You can watch Mikey. Y'all got to see what my man has on. twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Get ready for his first show in Sacramento in a long time. Hey! What up, baby?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
You're right there. You're right there, big dog. Yeah. Mikey.
What's going on?
Yeah, man.
What's up, man? What's up with you?
Hey, man, very exciting, man.
Yeah, they coming through for you tonight.
Yo, man, they are, man. Got the first one sold out, had to add a show. And
Come on, man.
hey, man,
Come
it's
on
about them jokes and them moms. You know what I'm saying, man? We just doing it.
Well, Mike's a big fan of moms. That's facts.
I'm an avid fan of the wear and tear, you know? I adore it. And they're coming out to the show, man. It's pretty wild, you know? And you know, man.
Yeah, I didn't know they added a second show. That's fire.
Yeah, man. We got more jokes, man. And it's like, why not? It's like, why not, man? Even Stepman gonna be in the building.
Wow.
A lot of people don't know that, man. A lot of people are being introduced to this. You know, we got the age difference. My wife's older, and I got my stepson, and we the same age. And Stepman and Stepman's in the vicinity, and we figuring it out.
I didn't know about the second show either. So what's the deal? I mean, is it tonight, 2 tonight, or you got 1 tonight?
Oh man, I gotta leave in the morning.
Yeah, you got something going on this weekend in Vegas?
In Vegas, man. I'm shooting a stand-up comedy special, baby.
Come on, man.
And tonight I gotta get the jokes together because, hey man, in all honesty, I don't have it yet. I don't have like what the order is gonna be and how I don't even have a title, but I know I got the content, and so I'm gonna just go tonight, feel it out, and man, hopefully by this weekend, you know, because hey, I spent a lot of money for this too. You know, I hired the team, I got the whole venue all taken care of, the insurance, all of that.
Yeah.
So man, I ain't trying to
Where
waste
are you
my money.
doing it at?
I'm doing it in the Strat. It's called LA Comedy Club inside of the Strat in Vegas.
Okay.
And they showing up. The people gonna be there. And I know I got jokes, but it gotta be the ones.
Yeah,
man.
absolutely. They all got to hit.
Yeah,
they all
man.
got to hit.
I'm kind of all over the place with this too. You know, man, I like talking about failure in marriage. You know, like that's what I've done over the course of time. But now, man, I've been reading a lot, man. I'm talking about breast milk and stuff. And
I mean, that's okay.
Cornhole, you know, like these are subjects the world needs to hear too. You know, Black Santa, why Black Santa gets no respect.
Oh, hey, Black Santa get all the respect in my house.
Hey man, well, good, but not in the streets, man. Like nobody fooling with him at the mall when he show up. When Black Santa at the mall, nobody sitting on his lap, nobody telling him what they want. Like he not gonna bring it or something. You know, we figuring it out.
Oh man, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for tonight. I'm excited for Las Vegas. I saw you post. I saw you post something about Las Vegas. I was like, wait, that's right after he's here. Oh, my man's up and out again.
Yeah, this has been one of those weeks. You know, I finished the military tour, right? So I was performing for the Air Force bases. But the thing about it, I had to be squeaky clean, right? So I couldn't really get the side of me that's gonna be in the special because I was kind of restricted. So now, man, the last week and a half, man, I just been night after night. I was in San Diego Tuesday, you know, here tonight, Vegas tomorrow. Last week, you know, home, Laugh Factory, you know, and just trying to piece these things up, man, so I can put out something I'm proud of.
Yeah,
because that's the last thing you want, man, is to not like it.
Yeah.
You know?
How long do you kind of gear up for something like a comedy special? Is it something that, you know, because I'm a boxing fan, right? And they tell the boxers sometimes they overtrain, right? If you're supposed to have typically a 6-week camp, they're like, no, I want to be ready. Have an 8-week camp. By the time they get to the fight, they've overtrained. They can't really get the flow the way they want to. Is that the same way for preparing for a stand-up show? Like, do you not want to be preparing for 4 weeks and maybe you just want to be working these clubs for 2 weeks leading up to it? Or is it just a feel thing?
On the contrary. Am I on? On the contrary. I've been working on this since the pandemic was at its peak. You know, I've been rocking out like that, you know, performing in front of, first it was like 7 people.
Yeah.
Then it was like, it started picking up. And then the fans came like in the last year and a half, boom. and the numbers is there. So I got so much content. It's just how to form it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, man, this is what I thought about Jay-Z and Nas back in the day when they were beefing.
Yeah.
I always thought that Nas was the lyricist, but Jay-Z knew how to put together the album. And that's what this is about, is putting together the special. Because there's guys that I think are funnier than other guys in the game, just as a one-on-one being a funny person.
Right.
But I feel like then there's packages like a Chris Rock who puts together a solid special. It's a beginning, middle, and end. And that's what this is about. It's about knowing who you are, and it's about forming something that, you know, people may look at for years. You know, my other specials, man, like people will see something new and then they'll go back and watch all the old stuff.
Yeah.
And so it gotta be something you like, or you don't talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't put it out.
What's your favorite special?
Ooh, elephant in the room, Patrice O'Neal. Hey man, he's
That's your
like,
boy.
he's like my comedian, you know, like he got one called Mr. P that no one I don't even know even knows about it. It's so raw. I don't even know if it's video on it, to be honest, because I've only listened to it. And it's just one of those ones that's like out of pocket. It's what I believe comedy is supposed to be, the unexpected. It's not safe. It's everything that I'm not sometimes, you know, like sometimes when you on the come up, you just need people to look up to so you keep getting better, or else, man, when you just all in your zone, like, hey, I know I got it.
Yeah.
You don't really figure it out. You don't grow like that.
Were you and Patrice on The Office at the same time?
Nah, man,
You
but
missed
that's
him?
that's the only sentence we in together is the fact that we were both warehouse workers on The Office. So, hey, man, that would have been crazy though. Right, right.
Yeah, man. I'm still fascinated with this, you know, this special, man, because this is major, right? Like this
Absolutely.
This is major. So are there how much are you cutting out of that? Like
Hey.
when you break it down, like this is what I'm talking about. Or do you feel like, man, I just cut out about 10 of my best jokes because I don't think they, you know, would resonate the way these would? Like, how much are you cutting out of that?
That's interesting. So what's gonna happen is there's zero filter. I'm gonna probably film an hour and 20. I only want to keep 40 because of people's attention spans nowadays. I'm like, all right, this is what you get. And so I'm a see what lands.
Yeah.
See what I'm feeling, you know. And
But that's what you feel, right? Like you're not, if you didn't think say for instance, you didn't necessarily feel a joke or something like that, but the audience was like busting up with it. You put it in there because the audience was busting up, even though you didn't think it was that funny, or you'd be like, nah, I wasn't really feeling that. I'm gonna go with this other one that I like a little better.
it's kind of a combo, but I think you're right. I think for a comedian, our favorite joke is never the audience's favorite joke. Like the ones I like the most, and I'm like busting them, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna kill them with this in the shower. A lot of times, that's the ones they stare back, and I'm like, y'all ain't feeling this. And so it's you're right. It's what's received, and then that's what you let the people do. They the ones that tell you, like, hey man, I like that joke about your real kid. That's what you call a real kid? Yeah. And they let you know, and that's how you get your feedback through all of it.
How do the kids react to all this? Because they're older now.
You mean mine?
Yeah, yes,
Mine?
yours.
Oh,
yes,
hey,
yours.
man, they love it. They sit and bust up, you know. It's, you know, they just like part of it. Stepman, though. Stepman is trying to use his power around in the streets. He got a shirt that says I'm Stepman. He goes places when he gets identified. He's like, yeah, it's me. It's me. Do I get an extra taco? Like Stepman is really like. And speaking of, man, if you're familiar with who Stepman is, he's looking for a job. If you're hiring, hey, this is not a joke either.
He need a job, man.
Hey,
He need a job.
He's looking for work, man.
Do you think any of your kids are like funny? Like might do the same thing?
They're all funny, but man, sometimes I feel like a failure because none of them want to do it, you know? And I'm just like, they all doing other stuff. They in computers. One, he just stuck on girls. One man, like, he was solid in like baseball. He was doing his thing, and man, he just not doing it
They're
anymore.
all boys.
All boys.
How many?
Several. For the record, when that goes in the paper, there's several. There's several. You know, maybe they're nephews. You know, who knows? It's several, right? But man, it is tricky. I think the way I found it later, like I found stand up real early, and then I kind of stopped, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this. Maybe they find it later and realize it.
What were you, like 20?
19.
19, yeah. It was right when we met that you started.
I was in it. I think that was when I had came back and started again, because I had even went earlier than that. So I was like, man, I saw Raw a long time ago, right? And I was like, they pay him for that? Like, that was my first thought when I ever saw that. They handed him money to talk crap about some of my favorite people. I'm like, man, that is what I want to do in life. It was just that.
Yeah. I don't mean to sidetrack it, but I always ask people this when they bring up Jay-Z versus Nas. Who won?
Hey, man, we all know who won at the time. Who won at the time was Nas, man.
Okay.
The ether is what the streets was talking about. However, when I go back and listen, Jay only gave him a verse. He only gave him like one verse, I think, but it was really great. It was a well articulated, right to the point, strong verse.
Yeah.
But Nas gave him a whole song. So when I look back, that's great too. I just kind of like the verse now.
That's
At the
a
time,
close
I was
one,
caught in
man.
the energy.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a close one.
Oh, don't switch your energy up now.
What's my energy
You
now?
said it was Nas.
Of course,
you said
it was
on
Nas.
the hour-long corners of the culture that Nas won the battle.
It was
when in
Nas,
fact
but
he
it was
did not.
close.
He did not.
during the time, you don't think Nas won during the time? Like,
Well, you know when I thought Nas won is when Jay dropped. What was it? Super Ugly.
Yeah,
that's where I was like,
that's
all
when
right.
that was when it was over.
I was like,
Nas
all right.
won.
I think Nas might have got.
He
him.
got
This-
Jay out of his character,
this
got him
is-
all emotional.
This is trash. Like this is not good.
But
I think Nas won, but that it's close because that takeover verse is ridiculous.
it's a ridiculous verse.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right.
Nas won though.
Okay, dude. Whatever you say. I'm not doing. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not doing it.
The bait.
I'm not taking the bait. I'm not taking the bait. What you? Yeah, that's your bag in terms of hip hop, right? It's always been like New York, Nas, Jay,
Big.
But yeah, I know Big
Yeah.
was definitely your guy.
But
Yeah.
man, like as time went, it turned into Wayne, man. It just like, yo, because it's artistic. And many may say it's only about a certain subject.
Well,
and I'm a fan. And I like that you can talk about a sandwich that many different ways. Like if you can't spit about a sandwich and this way, that way, it's very artistic, man. And I think a lot of artists are underrated for their intelligence. And I think he's one of them. I think that about Cat Williams. Like I don't know if it was out of his mouth. Like there's a dumbed down effect that he does for like fans. You know, it's certain things where these dudes are smarter than people ever know. You know, I think Wayne might have been like a psychology major in college or something. Like these guys have the brilliance and they just found a way to translate it the way it's to be received in their art. I appreciate it all.
Who you listen to right now?
Ooh, a lot of Benny, man. A lot of the Butcher.
I like that new joint he got with Wayne. The Big Dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, I get tricky when you put like let's say a Wayne and Benny together, or like a Jada. They don't always. I don't know, man.
Don't always work.
It doesn't always work the way I want it to work. And I'm like a lyrical person. Like I want to hear something, and I'm like, yeah. Oh, you know, and
that's every J. Cole verse ever, right there.
Hey, lately, he always has had it, you know, but just to see what he's doing now is why you gotta keep your momentum. That's why you just can't like put the mic down, man, and go.
So how
other
do you
stuff.
do that? How do you do that as a comedian? Because it's got to be similar, right? Like walking away from comedy. Like I remember, I think Willie Barcena was the one who told her the story. Like Eddie wanted to do comedy again, but he had gotten away because he had done all of the movies and all of this stuff. He would go to the LA spots and he walk off like, I don't think I could do this anymore. Oh, and I'd always heard, I think it was you that told me, you got to write every day.
And you will lose it. You will walk in rooms and not have the confidence. And man, like as a comedian, when you're in a room of comedians, man, we are sharks and we can smell it. We can smell the fear. Like when you're in the room, you just know. We all know. And it's one of those things where if you're not getting on, man, you're losing it. You know, you have to be in the moment. You have to.
Which is a trip, right? Because it's not that Eddie isn't funny no more or can't tell the jokes no more. Or you are. It's all about the confidence they exude.
Yeah,
to me. I'm not a comedian, but a lot of the times, that's what the comedians do. They have so much confidence in their storytelling and what they're saying that makes it even that much funnier or relatable or something, right? And if, like you said, if you're on there and show any kind of sign of being unsure about what you're talking about, not only the comedians, but the audience will sniff that out.
Oh yeah,
and then it'll just snowball down there.
Eddie said that. He said that it's hard for him because it's a lot of expectations on him coming back, and then it's not an easy thing to do. You know, especially when people have paid their money and they just expect it. You know, oh man, I love it. I love it. This is part of the love and the passion is like these people came to see a show and like right now I've been on stage for like a year plus more, not even off. So I just feel good.
That's our man, Mikey Winfield. Come on, man. 2 shows tonight at the Punchline. What are the times again? I used to know these by heart.
No, they moved them. So they're different now. 7:30 and 9:45.
That's definitely different. 7:30 and 9:45. Mikey Winfield, Punchline tonight. Go see him. I don't imagine there's many tickets left, if any tickets left. But check out Punchline Comedy Club in Sacramento for our man, Mikey Winfield. Be on the lookout for that special as well. And we'll come back with more of D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're going to get that. See, so we kept this one shorter because I'm going to cut it in 2 and we're going to put it on KSFM too.
Hey, man.
Hell
yeah, boy. Mikey.
Hey, man, tonight going to be wild, man. You know, if y'all was to pull up, you're already on there.
Excellent.
Appreciate you.
Excellent. Yeah.
So, yeah,
man, thank you.
My dog.
I dig it. Hey, man, appreciate it. Always good to see you. Yeah, man, you too, man. Y'all doing a good thing over here. Keep it up, man.
Appreciate you, baby. Yes, sir.
Good deal, man.
Yes, sir. I had to peep. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Hey, man, keep it light.
It's all right.
Stop hurting these boys. Stop hurting these boys out here, man.
Yeah, appreciate you, Mike.
All right, family. Take care, baby.
Yes, sir. You think you could cut that into 2 pieces? Yeah. Like, so I think that went about a total of 14 minutes. Man, that was good stuff. You think you could try to get them down to 5 minutes each? If not, if you can't, just cut it straight in half and I'll figure it out. No, because we only have 2. Yeah, because this is going in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm gonna try to get in the 6 o'clock hour. I don't even know that I can pull it off, but I'm gonna try to. Okay, thank you. If you can't do it, don't stress over it. But I want to try to get it into that 6 o'clock hour somehow. That's facts. That's facts. I love that dude, man. I just realized I'd love to drive out there and see him. I didn't charge my car.
Oh no!
I got enough to get where we got to go, but if I start to venture further than that, it could get a little dicey.
They got one over at the outlets.
The outlet. Oh, in Folsom. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine your boy going to a show that starts at 9:45?
Man. Throwback. This is Club Ricky's.
Knowing I got to go home, watch King's Thunder too. Boy.
Mike out there in the front. This guy's asleep right now.
Yeah, my man had his game face on today. You know, it's funny that you asked this. I don't know why they don't, given how many of those cars are parked out there. Why does that look like Will Z in your picture? Why does Bryce have Will Z in his avatar? Oh, come on, man. Yeah, David Jackson's right. Can we hit the thumbs up, please?
Hey.
That's not okay. Oh, well, all right. We'll hit the thumbs up anyways. I like Patrick's number more than David's. Maybe David hasn't refreshed. Oh, man. Went from super serious to laughing our asses off with Mike. Oh, Candace got another one on the way? I guess not Candace, but her family.
Congratulations to them.
Oh, yeah. Best producer in the game right there. Got everything all messed up through the commercial break. Just hang tight, America. I got it. Nope. Yep. I don't know. The Insiders debuts on just for those who I'm picking up on Kyle Matson's trend today. Come on, man. There we go. All right. There we go. We're good.
That was an all-timer that our boy dropped earlier, though.
Yeah, that was it. It happened.
So I saw clips and like captions. I didn't see exactly what
you didn't see what he did?
No, he said, "Well, we're coming right back on."
No, so they they don't have a screener. So when they go to calls, it's live, pal.
Yeah.
And so Kyle went to the call, 11:40. What do you want to talk about? And James starts laughing, and he's like, "Oh no, oh, you know how James is. Oh no!" And then he does it again, 11:40. What do you want to talk about? And doesn't even notice.
The best part is like Kyle's like already gone. Like this jerk didn't even want to talk to us, not even realizing. Like I probably didn't even know where he was at.
And James is like, "No, Kyle, you got to stop saying 11:40." And poor Kyle, like he's just, I quit. I'm out. It's over.
The man's been here since
bro
1 a.m.
Dude, this is a shoot. Just so y'all know, because Kyle's
been here all damn day.
Kyle this week has and is working at 98 Rock while producing and hosting his show with James Ham, the Insiders, 10 to 12. Stuck around for Jesse's scheduled day off on Tuesday, was here for well over 12 hours, while also working for the Wake Up Call on 106.5 The End.
Oof.
Because our man Kevin is out. So he's working for 3 different radio stations right now.
He's a utility man right now.
He didn't mention any of those radio stations when he went to pick up the phone, but my man's working. I've said 102.5 on here numerous times. I've said 1320 on 102.5 once.
I got in there one time, messed it up.
You went Booker T on everybody.
I don't know if that really.
I think it did. It definitely did.
We listened to it back. It definitely happened.
I don't know.
The point is, Kyle, it happens. It's not that big of a deal. I think I've said 11. I have said 11:40 on this station. It's no big deal. It's like when what Mike was just talking about. If a joke don't hit, just think that y'all ain't feeling that. I always appreciate when comedians do that. Mike, he had one. He dropped a bar in Vegas when I saw him host America's Got Talent that I laughed at, like out loud, like audible, and like 3 other people did. And Mike was like, "You're gonna laugh at that later," and just went right back to what he was doing. Just acknowledge it's funny, laugh at it, and move on.
Yeah, man, that's just what it is. Just it happens. Once again, you gotta have that confidence. Nobody knows. Well, maybe they do know sometimes, but nobody knows that's not part of the show.
No, no one cares either.
Oh,
my God, he said 11:40. No one.
Whatever.
That's old school radio.
Now, if they said
Those are the best
13:20
clips.
over there, you might get fired.
Oh well. Be careful over there.
I'm thankful our 2 friends in the morning haven't gotten fired after what they did the other day.
Be careful over there, guys.
Boy, they was feeling froggy that day. Got your whole history with Chris and everything, man.
Shout out Chris, man. Shout out our savior. You know what I mean? Big ups. Right there off of Fruit Ridge. You know what I'm saying? Big ups, man.
No?
Great school. No, it hasn't been in existence for 20 years.
I guess my radio career only exists if I work with someone who went to that school. There you have it.
Who would have thought our Savior got 2 people in the Sacramento entertainment business?
No?
Unbelievable.
Well, they would have. You guys are in their pamphlets.
They don't have pamphlets. No. They don't exist at all anymore.
Oh, really? Oh, that's not good. Like they're gone?
Gone. I don't know what they're doing with that property or school now, but it definitely isn't our Savior.
Hey, happy belated. I don't know if she's listening, but she's messaging me. Where's the air horn? Happy belated to our very own, very hungover Coach Molly.
Shout out Coach Molly.
Coach Molly celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Big ups.
Sent me a screenshot. She's at Vibe Health Bar. I thought, hey,
nice.
Hold on, Coach, way to celebrate. Happy birthday. She's like, no, I'm detoxing. Like, oh, okay. Well, I guess
like that.
I guess you learn, man. Them birthday parties don't hit like they did when you were younger, or at least you don't recover from them the way you did when you was younger.
Luckily, I haven't had those situations, man.
You don't really go like that, though.
I don't really go. I get me a drink or two, and drink it throughout the night. Just drink it throughout the night. Maybe a shot here or there, but I'm good. I've had the bad nights before when I was younger. I'm good now.
Yeah,
also, shout out to PTI.
Just because I'm back on KSFM doesn't mean I need to act like it's 2004 again.
Well, you gotta eat. That's what I had to learn the hard way in Vegas. You gotta eat when you
having food delivered this weekend for that very purpose.
Got to. PTI style, a melancholy, happy trails to my baby girl Ryan being in the baby race.
What happened?
We withdrew the other day.
Oh no!
Yeah, she's walking more than I do.
Oh, she can't. Oh no! Ryan be the first kid to get disqualified.
We've been working. Hey, you want to crawl? Like we put her in position to crawl. She just gets up and starts walking.
So your child is sprinting right now. Do you realize what's going on?
Ryan's in the baby race like she's in the starting block. Like she's Flo Joe out there at Golden One.
I said we can't do it. Shout out KMB. She was making things happen, talking to the people to make it. I said, KMB, we can't be in this.
You shouldn't have said it. It would have been an all-timer if they post the YouTube video and it's just Ryan gets up and just sprinting down the line.
She's sea walking across the finish line.
Looking at all the other babies like, what are you guys doing? Get up.
And I could never find
going Austin on them, like turning around, giving the double bird and sea walking across the finish line.
I could never find rules of eligibility, like age or anything with the Kings, but we found the Pelicans.
PED? Did we find anything on PED?
No PED, no nothing. But the Pelicans with their baby races, they distinctly in their rules say the baby should be, I think they say no younger than 9 months, no older than 11 months. So I was like,
oh. And Ryan's a year.
Yeah,
I mean, probably
13 months at that point. A little less than 13.
When was it supposed to be? It wasn't tonight, was it? Was it next Friday?
Yeah.
Who's next Friday?
Suns.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, damn. That's a brutal week. Celtics on Wednesday?
Ooh-wee.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you can, push that thing out a little bit. Thunder tonight, Jazz on Saturday, but don't overlook
very good Jazz team.
Wizards,
really, really good Wizards team. Plays ball the right way. Very capable scorers.
Did you
the
see
Wizards
that,
at Christmas time? I ain't gonna say a bad thing about.
Did you see when somebody had the clip? Kuzma tried to do the Kobe, Kobe pivots, throws it off the glass, and then finishes with a layup.
Oh,
it didn't go as well.
Oh no!
I saw that too. That was embarrassing. It was so bad.
Come on, Kuz. I don't even know how that happened.
He's got to stop. He's got to stop.
I don't know. I don't even know where I could find it to tag you. But yeah.
Oh, I got it. Oh, God. Oh, this went terrible. Oh no!
Somebody needs to talk.
This
to him,
is
bro.
going on the screen. Stand by. This is going on the screen. Y'all got to see this. Hang on.
So I said, "Come on, Kuz, man."
Yeah, this isn't good.
You gotta do the bump dun music.
It arguably couldn't have gone worse than it actually did. Where's Kuz? All right, hold on.
Oh man, I felt bad for Kuz. That's my boy, man. That was That was not a good look.
Forgive the angle. Someone clearly made this a TikTok. It's just quick. Here he goes, crossover. Tip through off the backboard and oh God. This is worse than Steiner falling off the ring apron.
I was going to say he fell exactly like Steiner did. Look at boom off the apron.
What? How does that even happen? How does that happen?
Like, I think he was trying to draw a foul, maybe.
Like, I'm trying to. Does he? Like, he just crumbles.
Oh man. Oh, Coos.
This is tremendous.
Damn, that's definitely a travel too.
This is tremendous.
That is absolutely a travel.
Yeah.
Look at the footwork before this. Come on, man. What is that?
His foot's not in the air. He's step, drag, and off the back and crumbled to the ground.
3 guys right in front of him too as he gets the ball off the backboard.
Where
do you think you were going?
Spider-Man says that's a travel, a double dribble, and a flop. He should get fined twice.
That's an all-timer, man.
I bet he's going back to the huddle. Fellas, I can't do this by myself. Like, someone's got to get open.
Hey, with all that said, it's a really good basketball team, those Washington Wizards are.
Man.
Hey, you really got to watch out for the Wizards Christmas time.
Got to watch out for them.
I know from terrible experience.
But then, like you said, then you going Suns Timberwolves or Celtics Suns Timberwolves
back to back. Those last 2 back to back, Friday, Saturday.
Is Tunnel Tapia gonna be in the building?
I don't know. We're still debating.
Oh, you talking about courtside Kenny, boy? That dude Tunnel Tapia. He was talking.
There's no Tunnel Tapia. I was sitting in the 200 last time I was there.
You was talking to Tatum, bro. What are you talking? I saw you. He was talking to Tatum.
So
is that a shoot? Yeah. See,
isn't talking to Tatum.
Wow. I guess I'm the only one.
Yeah, these lines will work.
I guess I'm the only one.
I saw this dude, man. I said, yo.
I was sitting in the 200s last time I was at the Celtics game. That's all I know.
That's not what they call it.
I was up there with the people.
Not the 200s, unless it's opposite day. Unless it's opposites. The 200s are courts or the AAAs, and the AAAs are the 200s. That's the only way that happened.
Damien's being funny right now, acting like Damien doesn't have a seat. He just gets to walk around the whole arena waving high and signing autographs. And
we know.
Babies and all
that's
that.
why I'm not even listening to that dude. We know what this dude be doing. Come on, man.
You have to forgive me. I got distracted.
I'm the only common man out here.
Yeah. Oh, come on now. You were on TV.
I saw.
You were on the television.
That's facts. I was getting texts, multiple texts from multiple people.
Nah, man, nah. That's cap. That is cap.
No.
It was like one person.
One?
That's it.
You
cap.
How much money you want to put on this?
No, I ain't put
okay,
no
that's
money.
right. It was.
I ain't got 22 million. I'm not putting no money on it.
All right. I got distracted because I saw Victoria Monet was trending.
Well, that happens.
And I clicked to see why, and now I just can't stop watching this video.
Oh, research purposes.
It's Victoria, and there's a Kings tie-in because Tiana Taylor is here.
Well,
can we end the show now? Because I'm just gonna watch this video on loop. Oh Lord!
See, I am a broadcast journalist.
Yeah.
The hell is going on around?
I just to be clear, I was originally just looking for the Kyle Kuzma video. I looked over, saw the trending tabs, like I see Sweetie's trending, Victoria Monet's trending, Sasha Banks is trending, and I thought, let me click on Victoria Monet, see what's going on over here. That's our people.
Hey, shout out to the video, but yo, what's up with my man?
Well, I don't know what's going on with my man. Just let him live. Y'all can search Twitter on your own time. It's there for you.
Damn, I did.
It's there for you. Look, Justin says he saw KC. He saw you.
You don't know where you saw me at.
No, he saw you.
Where you saw me at?
Saw you courtside.
I might have been the guy in this video.
Man,
that's where I would. You could have the courtside. That guy.
Club side with Victoria Monet and Tiana Taylor.
Lord have mercy. Speaking of Victoria Monet, they had the Oculus is back in action at the Caraway household, and she's got a concert.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to her.
Well, can you rewatch it?
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Well, I didn't watch the whole thing.
How was it?
Watching it.
Like,
great.
How's the experience?
It's great. It's like, I don't know. Those concerts are like basically you're in a fake venue, like the venue, and you get like right up close and personal with them. They're like in a not on a green screen behind it, but they're like on a really small set, and they're performing or doing whatever. She does a great job.
I wonder if they do live concerts that way, like you pay for your ticket online, but you do it VR, like you're not at the concert.
I can see it happening. Oh, and the NBA's involved too. They got the NBA thing is fire.
But wouldn't you have to have a green screen to do that? Like you can't put a green screen behind you at a live show. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't need a green screen though. Maybe a special camera could do it.
Yeah. Well, I also think what they would do is there would be nobody physically there. They would just say,
"Oh, I got you. Oh, I got you. I got you.
Log in here.
I got you."
And
I see.
do that.
I see. I know they did a big and Pot concert, or maybe it was just a big concert.
I remember. I didn't see it. I remember.
I heard it didn't go well. See, that's the kind of the downside. Yeah. Well,
you tried though. You tried.
Yeah, I'm fine with trying it. Leezy asking, you go and get that Oculus back from Best Buy? No, I was just curious.
The NBA situation is kind of fired.
Yeah, you mentioned that, but the problem is there's like one. So there was one there's like one every 5 months.
But I don't know what they did. I got to research it a little bit more, maybe tonight. But now they got it where you can rewatch games.
Oh yeah, they didn't have that before.
Yeah, no,
they did not have that before.
Because yesterday I was watching Celtics.
It's
Bulls.
so funny. I just looked down at the screen and this is just on loop still. It's just playing.
Is there a way we can do Scott Steiner and him right next to each other?
No. There is, I think no, I don't think so. KC might have to pull it up. We could probably try it. It is. They look exactly the same on their fall.
Oculus NBA gives like 3D TV vibes to me sometimes.
Hey,
like it's gonna be gone.
Yeah,
before
it's like a
here.
real like niche thing where it's like
I'm gonna tell you this. I see the future. They can sell some tickets on the Oculus if they set it up the way. Well, first of all, I saw a live game, and that was fire. But the way they got
you
these
know what
little,
I think they do instead,
huh?
Like a league pass.
I might subscribe. That is fire. How they
Kenny gonna buy a league pass twice.
Or to just make it part of another. Well,
can you charge more to have them sit courtside at the finals on the Oculus?
Were you going to say another package? Is that what you were about to say?
Got to be careful.
That's
I was
fine.
trying to reword it.
No, another tier.
Another tier. There you go.
I got you.
Another $50 for the season.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. It was fire. I got to research this tonight when I get home. I haven't been able to get on the Oculus.
Have they done football yet? Because I really
football
like watching football. Or?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Because I really don't like football live. I don't like being at football games. Like not NFL games, not college. I don't like being at football games live. I think the experience is just completely different. I didn't like being at the high school game. I went to see who was it? Rockland and
did you go to
St.
Rockland
Mary's. I didn't go to Rockland and Grant. I went to Rockland and St. Mary's. And I forget, like when you're sitting in a certain, kind of low, I thought Rockland scored 2 touchdowns when neither one of them were touchdowns. Like the crowd popped, hey, and like, wait, how come they're not? Oh, he didn't score. It sure as hell looked like he scored, but it's just the.
I need the yellow first down line.
Yellow first
for
down
real.
Yeah, give me the line of scrimmage as well.
And end zone seats are not.
Oh, those are tough. Those are tough.
Well,
tough.
They're the gift and the curse. If the team is, going in your direction in your end zone, it's fire. It's fire. But if they're on the other side, might as well pull it up on the phone.
That's for real. I can't believe it's been an interesting day. We haven't talked about what might be one of the greatest NBA stories in recent memory. Giannis going ape stuff over the game ball last night. That was a phenomenal scene to watch unfold. And in my opinion, the star of the whole thing, and I'm sorry to do this, was Tyrese Halliburton, who was talking to a variety of different people, including Giannis came up hot. Giannis was on 11. And he is screaming
so
at Tyrese Halliburton. I obviously have no idea what Tyrese was saying, but Tyrese looked so baffled by the whole thing. He kept doing like almost the universal hand gesture of, all right, like we get it. Like, I got you.
Yeah.
But the look of confusion on Tyrese's face when he sees this massive, incredible Hulk look individual coming back from a full Carl Lewis sprint to the opposing team's locker room, coming back without a ball, coming to yell at a Pacers assistant coach who's trying to play peacemaker with all of this. Chris Middleton and Tyrese are trying to work
That was
things out.
Lloyd. That was what's his first
Lloyd
name?
Pierce?
Yeah, Lloyd Pierce.
Oh, was that Lloyd? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, everyone's talking to him like he is a well-respected individual. Like, I'm not sure who that is. I don't think I knew Lloyd Pierce was on that staff.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with it either. Until last night.
It's one of the best 2.5 minutes of basketball video you'll see.
No, that was phenomenal.
And Giannis is convinced he didn't actually get the game ball. And the fact that on their home floor, the Pacers took the ball to give to a kid, God bless him, forgot his name, congratulations to him, who scored his first NBA point, while Giannis just broke the franchise record for points in a game, like 60 and some change. Is funny.
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot going on there. Because did you hear the latest? The streets have been investigating. That was not his first NBA point.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't see that either.
He scored in the in-season the NBA Cup game.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Well, did you see too that the Pacers didn't even have the game ball to begin with? I believe there's video of the game.
Video of the ball.
Yeah.
Like they're highlighting the transfer of the what's it called? Chain of custody.
Yeah,
the chain of custody of the ball. And I don't know where they lose it at.
I think a Bucks assistant got it first, right?
A Bucks assistant had it first.
I thought that was a Bucks assistant.
And for reasons known to no one, he hands it to a Pacers assistant. And now no one knows who has the ball.
Are the Bucks plotting against Giannis?
But Giannis will tell you, I played 30 minutes. That didn't feel like the game ball to me.
Giannis was so pissed.
That's along the lines of Kyrie. I know what an NBA court feels like. This is not the right court.
Epic. It's the same court, Kyrie.
That was
I know.
Fire. That was I love this league. Love this league.
I think another thing that came out too is Giannis isn't on the game 6 finals ball either. He said, I think.
Oh, this was built up frustration.
Yeah, I think I saw the tweet from Rob Perez. Giannis doesn't even have the game 6 finals ball.
I mean, that's where we need to go for all this. Rob is
that's
the one that showed guys scored in the in-season tournament championship.
And he's the one where I saw the Bucks coach get the ball.
Yo, this man's got a 12-minute video titled The Full Story of What Happened in Milwaukee Between Giannis and the Pacers.
We got to break in 3 minutes. We'll get the projector out when we come back.
Amazing. He is a phenomenal individual.
He is the man.
So I'll say this. We'll break.
That's family. We got to get him back on at some point.
We'll break out the projector and go through this video for sure.
This guy was a cheat.
I will say this. This is the second time. Rick Carlisle needs to calm down. Rick Carlisle, and I know that this, bro. I got to put this on the screen. Look at this. Look at this picture from last night. This looks like a full-on scene. Oh my gosh!
Yo, so there's real heat here between the two. What about when Giannis got the flagrant foul and Thanasis? His reaction on the sideline. Did you see that one?
No, have you seen the one where it's like, oh yeah, this was Thanasis, and it's the movie. I think it was Tom Cruise or someone, and he's like the firefighter. He's like, "That's my brother. That's my brother." I don't remember what movie it was.
Thanasis lost his mind on a.
One of the best videos too is when Giannis sprints down the tunnel or whatever, just looking like he's ready to throw hands.
That's the one. That's the one where he turns around and sprints. Giannis was absolutely irate. Oh, this might be the best video. I think I just found the best video. I haven't seen this one yet.
Is this when he came back on the court?
No. So he's back.
Yeah, he went in when he came back.
He's back. We'll watch all of these. No, just watch Dame. Dame's laughing at the whole thing. Dame's like, if you don't calm your big ass down and get back here.
Dame's like, I didn't even go this crazy when I scored 72.
All right, we'll come back. We're gonna have some fun.
By the way, Michigan and Alabama or Texas and Washington might have to wait because these two play again on New Year's Day.
Oh, man.
They got her back-to-back.
Oh,
It's January 1st and
They
January 3rd.
might, the national championship might have to wait. I need to see this.
Roddy said Dame looked like Happy Bonte in that video.
Did you see the Pacers hired James Johnson as
Oh,
reinforcement?
yeah, they not playing.
That's a real black belt. They brought him. Hey, you were here to fight.
Oh, that's amazing. We're going to have some fun with this, and we're going to talk. Bro, I can't stop looking at these videos. Just look.
Man, Rob
What's
is the man.
We'll come back. We'll have some fun with the greatest story in the history of the National Basketball Association. And, of course, we'll talk about King's Thunder as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Right in time, a fan video, the fan angle of Giannis incident. It's a full-on incident now. Oh, good.
NBA is just real life Jerry Springer every day, just drama all the time.
It's when he took off and ran. Oh, that's amazing.
Just go full WWE. The 10 security trying to stop Giannis.
Wait a minute. I think I remember this. Kasim, where does he ride? I've heard him before. He's on a couple of things. Maybe I heard him on a couple. He's on the Ringer. That's who we heard from. But he says, Giannis flipping out reminds me of when Kyrie launched Jamal Murray's career high at the time. Game ball into the stands. Kyrie got mad and threw the ball into the stand.
Was that when they were playing the Celtics, I think? Yeah, I remember that game. Yeah. Kyrie just, you see him too, he's like just walking up to the sideline or whatever, and he launches back so far and just throws it. I think he got on the second deck.
Oh, man.
That is comical.
Kyrie on the Celtics was nice until the end.
Oh, on this day 2 years ago. Do you remember what happened?
2 years ago?
Yeah.
December 14th. I don't.
Steph Curry broke the record for most threes in NBA history.
Oh, okay.
2974.
Can you guys keep it down? We're trying to host a professional radio show in here.
Who is that? Oh. Watch, I'm gonna get him. Watch. Is that here? Hey, quiet down.
We're trying to be professionals in here. Okay. Just remind you, there's almost 400 people watching.
Okay, listen.
Okay.
DJ Complex. That's me.
The voice.
DJ Complex. The chatty house is listening to me. Do they hear me?
They hear you. Yes. Wow. Look at you. Yes. Yes.
I've been waiting months for this.
Okay. I like it. It's
Complex
good.
is gonna use it.
That's great. I love it. Have you guys seen this video? Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this video? Casey.
No.
Yeah. Hey, why did you leave? Why did you leave? Can you please come back?
Who did that?
I don't know who did this. Have you seen this video?
I've seen the video.
Why are you reacting so weird? Why are you acting so weird? He told me what? No, they can hear you. This is a microphone. It picks up when you whisper. Yeah. So you haven't seen The Color Purple? No, that's not a big deal that you haven't seen The Color Purple. It's not a big deal. Did you think that was real?
Rich, have you seen The Color Purple?
You thought Whoopi Goldberg invented skiing? Yeah, that's Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, but I thought that's not Whoopi.
No, that's Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, I thought that she said that in that movie, and then that's how Sexy Red got it.
So you thought right here she's yelling. No, it's fine. We love you to death. We do. We got to do a radio show, but I love you. Well, no, I actually have to do the radio show. Like, yeah, no, like I think we're on. Yeah. Are we on the air? Are you on? Yeah. No, it's fine. If you want to, you could share it with me if you want to. We're just live on the radio. It's fine.
Play it for you later. You'll love this. You will definitely love this.
Is it? I mean, if it's, I'm sure it's radio friendly, so play it.
Just tell Complex to hang out.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Okay. Understood. You will love this later. All right.
That's my favorite thing. Are you guys live? Yeah, we're actually doing.
We're
working
live.
right now.
I swear.
Believe it or not,
you know what?
12 to 4.
This is the Draymond Green NBA thing. It's our fault. Like we've established this type of work environment.
My favorite is when we're doing the show like 3:30 and James Ham just walks in. Hey guys, this is my wife right here.
Yeah, that was a
James,
moment.
we're doing a show. It's cool, guys. Don't worry about
And
it.
the most important part of that is I could see Sarah was like, "Oh, this is kind of awkward." So I'm immediately, "Oh, it's no big deal. Come on in," because I don't care about James. I care about his wife. I don't want his wife to feel like, "Hey, are we supposed to do this?"
I think we were actually talking Kings at the time too, like in some like real Kings discussion. He just walks in. What's up, guys?
And the great part is James walks in and I can smell. Oh, James has had a couple cocktails. Oh, he's feeling good. Okay, all right.
Oh,
all right,
man. Good times here. Life at Odyssey.
It's an open door policy.
Life at Odyssey.
I do love most of the people I work with, man.
Oh, well.
Including everyone you just saw on camera. Those are great people.
Well, here, I guess, wife is getting caught up on things, and she says, "I used to be a chalk outline after drinking." That's uncalled for.
Well, yeah. Why is Jazz on a 2-hour delay? Why is Jasmine so far behind?
I don't know.
Chalk outline stuff, though.
It has happened a couple times. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It hasn't happened in the last 10 years.
No, last time. No. Well, I'd say 5 years ago. I got her like a VIP section at a club for her birthday, and then she gets there and she's like, "Oh, I didn't even ask for this. I'm not trying to drink nothing." And the people we were with weren't really drinking. I was like, "Hey, I spent some money. The alcohol is getting consumed." So I drank a lot of it, and I
think that's how our company feels about our party tonight. The alcohol's already been bought, so it's like
tomorrow.
Yeah. I got strep throat. I threw up. That was about 5 years ago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's fair. You got to cover that bill, though.
Oh,
no, got to.
Somebody's got to do
that.
it.
Vodka had to go.
I think the worst I had, I don't remember if it was a Christmas party a couple of years ago or our anniversary party a couple of years ago, but we were sitting outside and a bunch of us had cigars and I got up and I was fine. I don't even think I had drank in a little while, but that cigar was, I got up. I was like, "Oh, I'll get you a drink, Ben. Hold on." Got up. Whoa. Like, all right, get yourself together. Go get Ben a drink. Went in, got the pour, came back. "Hey guys, I'll be right back." Immediately streamlined upstairs. The hell is going on? It's like, I don't think this is a very odd feeling. It's like, all right, come on, man, get it together. There's still people arriving. Get yourself together. Wash my face off. And comes upstairs. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. Just, needed to wash my face in the middle of the party.
That is real, because I'm not a cigar guy. You brought up the cigars. I smoked a cigar or whatever. I'm like, oh, wow, this hit back or whatever. And I'm standing next to the bin. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah, man. Hey, it'll sneak up on you.
Those cigars fight back.
I don't want no problems.
Yeah, those cigars fight back. Let's head back to, so we were in the midst of breaking down, and Will Z's going to join us in a little bit. Matt George is going to join us a little bit. We'll talk a lot about the Sacramento Kings and the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. Let's pick up on this. This, I think, is one of the best videos of what happened, and I don't think we'll get in trouble for it. This, I think, is just recorded from Rob Perez's television. So you got the dunk, and now here's where I think we get our first glimpse at Tyrese. And this is like, hey, what? Look at just the perpetually confused look on Tyrese Halliburton's face through all of this. And then you see what, bro? What? Like, why are you mad? Mad at me
now Giannis is gone. Giannis is about to.
No, yeah, he's
and
there he goes.
He's gone.
This is the most. I am dying to watch the video that Rob put together of all of this. He got 12 minutes of content out of this. The fans are like, what the hell is going on? Oh, that was a full on. And now there's
he was gone.
Now there's TikToks of that angle that you saw in the locker room. Someone was there filming it, even without the camera. Someone was there filming it, and it's on, TikTok, Twitter, all of that. Oh, I got you. We're gonna get the ball. It's all good. Look, now the confused look from Tyrese is still a little not sure what's happening. No, we'll get him the ball. It's good. We'll get him the ball. It's fine. Chris Middleton's like, hey, can we get my man the ball? No, we got you. It's all love. Hey, why'd your man run off into the locker room like that? That was kind of wild. Tyrese just playing peacemaker. Chris Middleton like, I ain't going to get him. I'm waiting for him to come back. And Damon's like, what did I sign up for? Now here it comes. Still pissed off. Hey, did you see him? Hey, where's my... It's getting better.
He just said right now, who's got the effing ball?
It's getting better. Look at Dave's face. This is the greatest thing I've been. I ain't got the ball, Giannis. I ain't got the ball, Giannis.
There goes Jay Crowder.
Hey, Jay Crowder was
Miles,
ass.
Miles Turner.
Hey, can we also acknowledge Jay Crowder's? He fitted.
Oh yeah,
Jay Crowder looked good. Oh, this is terrific.
It's weird. The simplest things
terrific.
set Giannis off.
Oh, I love this dude.
Giannis don't ever trip, and then it's something random that always sends him off.
This wasn't my favorite part until right now. Look, everything's fine. Ty, Dame, and then here comes Johnny. Hey, where's my effing ball? Oh man. Low key, one of the greatest moments in NBA history.
I need to hear from legends. Oh, here we go. These guys are phenomenal. Legends. I don't know if you want to play it. They got captions on here. We can read it to the people. They've got all the audio, everything everybody said.
Oh,
Legends is it's the GOAT. Follow on Twitter.
So that's a shoot.
What?
That when they have all those captions. They're not just having a
it's
little
real.
fun.
No, it's real. It's real. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get to the microphones.
What's it called again?
It's Legends_NBA. I don't know how they get. I don't know how they know all this stuff, but they know it. It's spot on. Oh snap!
Are you sure that's what it is?
Snap. Yeah, Legend LEGENDZ.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, they
got you. Yep,
they got the whole backstory. We can just read the situation. We ain't got to play.
And it's the latest tweet. Yeah. Leaked audio of Pacers refusing to give Giannis the ball. All right, let's see. There's Giannis running off, and what do we've got here? Get out of here.
Security. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Buddy. Oh, of course. Of course it's Buddy Hield.
Keep the ball. But he says keep the ball.
Hold on. Let me move the banner so everybody can see this correctly. Look at that. Of course.
Buddy says keep the ball. And then Miles Turner says keep it. Keep it. Pacers player, you want the ball? Pacers player, you're not getting that ball. Turner, I like that. I like that. I like that. Don't give him the ball. Give him the effing ball.
Bucks player come in and says, give him his effing ball. Giannis says, go get the effing ball. Go get the effing ball. I just want you to know you need to go get it. That's what he told Tyrese. He told Tyrese, I need you to go get it. Okay. Can we just go back? Goddamn Buddy Hield. Look at that Buddy right there.
What a legend.
Anybody surprised? Buddy the instigator behind this whole damn thing.
Keep that ball.
So if you're the Pacers, are you giving the ball back or are you keeping it?
I might throw it.
All I know, it's going down on New Year's Eve.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's New Year's Day. That's what I said.
Day, my
they
bad.
got the college football might have to wait, or I have to 2 screen it because I ain't missing this game. No, sir.
That is amazing.
Look, you see Buddy, is that Buddy right there with the head?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, he's giving him an order, and they tell him, like, you better hold on to that.
Yeah.
Look, he's pointing at his chest right now.
Yeah.
Like, whatever they do, you better hold on to that ball.
Keep it. You want the ball? You're not getting the ball. That's wild.
Hey, poor Oscar, that's the player that scored the free throw. Like, it's got fine, guys. You can give him the ball.
That's-
No, keep the ball.
My man tweeting, I didn't even want it.
Oh man,
that's amazing.
That is one of the great stories in recent memory. And then, like you said, the Pacers up here signing James Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for reinforcements. They got 2 games left with the Bucks. 1 in Milwaukee, 1 in Indiana.
Because the Pacers GM supposedly took an elbow too, right?
Oh, that's okay.
He was trying to hold him back.
No, hold on. I'll tell you where that came from. I mentioned
so many
it
layers
earlier.
to this story.
I'll tell you where that came from. I know Rob had that. Let me go to Rob's account right quick. I got it. I just need to find the
Legends. How'd they get that video? I hadn't seen
thing.
that video of Buddy and all those guys.
Giannis. There's more. Where is it? Where are you? Here he is. Okay. I told you. Your boy needed to calm down.
Well.
So listen to your man's Rick Carlisle.
It was Oscar Tshiebwe's first official NBA point. So,
which we have now learned that that's not accurate.
Well, he put a clarification right there. Official NBA point. He scored in the championship game, which is not in the stat book.
Got you. Okay.
We always get the game ball. We were not thinking about Giannis's franchise record. So we grabbed the ball, and a couple of minutes later, several of their players ended up in our hallway, and there was
I just want to point out the game was in Milwaukee. I just want to remind everybody that game was in Milwaukee.
A big
fracas.
I don't know what to call it, a fracas, melee, whatever.
Melee.
I don't think any punches were landed, but my general manager got elbowed in the ribs.
Oh no!
By one of their players.
Oh no!
And so he certainly has a bruised rib. And,
oh God!
Got a contusion, pal.
Oh God!
You got a contusion.
Oh man!
He certainly got a bruised rib.
Yeah, our GM's down 5-7 now with a rib contusion.
Who's the Pacers GM? It's Chad Buckingham. Chad, if you have any sense, you'll show up in like a body cast to the next game.
He's got to do a wrestling. He's got to show up. He's got pants, no shirt, but wrapped ribs.
Yeah. He's got to have the wrapped ribs. Yep.
It's ribs looking like Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
More than that, but unfortunate situation. We don't need the official game ball. There's 2 game balls there. We could have taken the other one, but it didn't need to escalate to that.
Well, yeah, maybe if your player hadn't been a little bitch and just given him the ball, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
So,
how about that, Rick?
Yeah.
How about your player saying no?
Yeah.
Keep the ball. Don't give it to him.
How about you talk about Shavano first and your boy Miles Turner?
He
looks so distraught over the whole thing. He just looks just flabbergasted by what's happened.
Really, just unfortunate.
I'm gonna be honest, Coach. You should be thrilled. That's the best defense your team has played all year. Coach, you should be ecstatic with what happened after the game.
Third game we played these guys within 2.5, 3 weeks. So things are heated with the competition.
That was nice.
And I understand all that. But for it to come into the hallway didn't need to happen that way.
I love Rick Carlisle, but this is the second time in very short order that he's getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I mean it's
that whole nobody wanted us to be here, and now that
I'm with you on that. Now the funny thing about it, and we don't have time. We can move on. I mean this.
Oh, I don't care. This is the greatest story in history.
This is the culmination of like a week-long thing. There was multiple incidents in the game, right? Like the Bucks were furious after losing that semifinal game. They had to talk to each other, players only meeting. They didn't like that at all. Giannis I don't know if he got the flagrant. It was being reviewed for a flagrant on Tyrese, which was ridiculous that they gave him a flagrant earlier in that game. Obviously, what's my man's name? The Pacers guy that used to be with the Celtics. Neesmith.
Oh, Aaron Neesmith. Yeah.
Neesmith at Suplex Cities, Giannis in that game as well. And then all this happens at the end. It was a lot going on.
It was so perfect from Rick Carlisle. Yeah, my GM took an elbow from one of the players. He's dealing with bruised ribs now.
Hey, that's what a good wrestling manager does. Let's get Lazy in here. Let us also mention you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. That's a lie. We're not on Facebook because I don't know how to access that account anymore. Back. Yeah, maybe. Let's get Lazy in here, 916-909-1320. Leezus, what's going on, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, it's going down for real. Hey,
okay.
Comment on...
Okay, Lazy.
Oh, okay.
Fourth quarter Lazy in full effect right now.
Always. Hey, first things first. Last night was not no fracas or whatever he called it. It was a Royal Rumble, and Giannis came out looking like Brock Lesnar, and Tyrese was unfortunately Spike Dudley.
Damn.
But the reason I called, hey, so earlier in the season, when they first got Dame, one of the things I talked about was Adrian Griffin. What do you guys think about him? It seems like he has no control of his locker room. He got into it with Terry Stotts, Bobby Portis, Giannis. It's not looking good for the Bucks. I just wanted to know what you guys kind of think of the East right now, power rankings, you know.
No, stop it. I know what you're trying to do, Lazy. You're trying to get us to talk about your Heat.
It's not looking good for the Bucks. They're second in the East.
You
They're
ain't
17 and 7.
Lazy's not slick. I know what he's doing. It's a first-year head coach, man. Let him.
You don't think there's anything to that, though? I guess with the Terry Stotts stuff and the Bobby Portis lighting them up.
You know what it is? It's one, Bobby Portis will light your ass up.
Fair. Shout out Nikola Mirotic.
Two, it's fair to question it because I do have concerns of like David Blatt. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the same thing, but you can experience like a certain level of success and it not be enough, right? I'm going to chalk it up right now. It's a guy just trying to find his way. That's what it is right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
with a team that has extremely high expectations.
And they're, they're encountering a new style for the first time in years, and he may have things that he saw from Budenholzer that he's like, yeah, I need to change this if I get my opportunity. And he's trying to change it. And some guys may like it. Some guys might not like it. But I think he's found it hasn't been pretty. It hasn't been seamless. I will say that. But they got one of the best records in basketball. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad.
Not at all. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Josh in here. Josh, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long time no talk. I wanted to bring this up. This whole incident was pretty wild, but I wanted to know who deserves the ball more. The guy that gets his first point, Giannis getting the franchise record, Dame passing Kyle Korver for number 5, or the GM with that Oscar-worthy performance at the podium?
The bruised ribs. I'll go Buddy. Buddy deserves the ball. Giannis. Give Giannis the ball. It's in Milwaukee. It's a franchise record. Give the ball to the Bucks.
Are you so if you were the Pacers after they storm into the locker room, you just gonna give up the ball then? Or I don't know. I might feel some type of way. I'm like, no.
If I'm the Pacers,
here.
No.
If I'm the Pacers, we're playing hot potato. Our janitor's got it right now.
Yeah.
He's on the bus already.
If I'm the Pacers, we lost it.
Yeah.
I
You're
threw
not
it into
getting
the
this back.
it's gone. I don't know what to tell you.
We don't like you.
Especially we just lost. I ain't got it. You see what Isaiah Thomas tweeted? Our Isaiah Thomas. Bro, just put the record on a ball and keep it moving. No one cares whether it's the real ball or not. Just put the little thing on it, write the record, and keep it moving.
Giannis also is kind of funny. That's my boy, but he's funny talking about, I don't even know if this is the real ball. I just Just played 34 minutes. I know what the room was.
That's low key one of my favorite parts.
Giannis was giving Pat Mahomes vibes a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Talking about
like
Giannis.
Relax, bro.
He was really upset over that ball. That man sprinted into the. Okay, since it feels like we've been therapists for like 90% of this show.
Yeah.
There was something else bothering Giannis last night. And I don't think it was just the ball. I think it was the Pacers.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Pacers are bothering Giannis.
Absolutely. Like I say, knock Tyrese to the ground. I like that. Not knocking Tyrese, not specifically Tyrese, but, they played a game earlier this year that they probably feel like they should have won. They probably wanted to win that in-season tournament game, that semifinal game, and lost to a team that they feel that they're better than. And Giannis in a certain way was like, I'm not having that. We're not losing to these guys again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like all their little scoring shenanigans. We should have beat their ass twice already. We didn't. I'm not having it. And he came in with an edge. I like that. I like that. He came in with an edge.
Yeah.
And right or wrong, or if he was doing too much or whatever, I like to see that. And the Pacers are going to have a little, there goes the Nets.
So good.
Right or wrong, the Pacers are going to have a little edge to them when they see him on New Year's Day.
The headline is Giannis scores 64, battles with Pacers for ball. Yeah. Hey, so Giannis is a monster. Man, Giannis is a monster.
That's a big
Have
move.
you seen Giannis live?
Yeah. It's phenomenal, man.
My goodness.
Phenomenal. I don't know what you do with that guy.
I don't know what you do with Mitch either, but he's here. Let's talk to him.
You let him rock. That's what you do.
916-909-1320. Mitch, what's good, baby?
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas,
It's
brother.
a little early, but I'll take it. That's fine.
Well, I'll be calling between now.
Well,
and
that's what I figured. Like, if this is
hope
the
so.
last we hear from me before Christmas, I'd be disappointed.
You figure right. Hey, before I get to these two guys, these two clowns, more Draymond Green. Oh God, and Mr. Giannis. I'm glad Dodgers, big spenders. They offer in dollars, where I get the Giants offer in pesos. That's what you get.
Well, just a new way to lose, Mitch. Just a new way to lose. That's all.
Sure. Defer. That's funny. I was working to defer my money. Giannis, I mean, who's this guy? How many basketballs has LeBron collected? I think he scored a few more points than Giannis here. And this guy from Kentucky, his first, it wasn't even a shot, it was a foul shot. He's probably going to have more rebounds than points, I bet. He was good at Kentucky, but I guess he's not carrying over to the NBA. And I think they should give my boy, Mr. Green, I won't botch it again, embarrass myself. What else is new? What else is new here? Draymond Green can be suspended for 50 games. He's a big clown.
I agree with you on that.
I don't.
Mitch is
I don't know
the
what
man. The man.
Mitch is the only.
Him.
Mitch is the only guy who calls who when he's done. I don't feel the need to respond to anything.
It's just Mitch.
It's Mitch's time to talk. And when he's done talking, we'll just go back to doing whatever.
I love that guy, man.
Oh, I love Mitch.
I love Mitch. That is my boy.
I cherish him.
That's my boy right there. He said Draymond is the clown.
Can you imagine?
Draymond, I think you called him Draymond.
Can you imagine not letting him on the radio? Can you imagine going, that ain't going to work. Don't put him on the radio. Imagine passing up on that level of entertainment.
That's why they all sound the same.
Just talk about it.
That's why they all sound the same. You guys all follow the same rules.
That's like the Pistons drafting Marvin Bagley.
I can't believe that the Pistons passed up Luka Doncic to draft Marvin Bagley. It's incredible.
I wouldn't have done that.
Absolutely incredible. Like, what functioning franchise would have done that?
I really can't believe that.
And you wonder, as a Pistons fan, you wonder why you look why you in the shape that you in.
Yeah, it is what
you
it
make
is.
decisions like that. That's what happens.
While we're at it, they took Jaden Ivey over Keegan too.
Wow.
Wow. I don't have smoke for all of Detroit, but I remember some of y'all talking. I remember y'all. When I feel like it, I'm gonna get to y'all. Maybe when the losing streak gets to 25, maybe I'm gonna get to y'all. But I remember I got it in my likes. What was said?
That battle between Sacramento and Detroit for however many days that was something.
That was bizarre.
Exactly, bizarre is the right word.
I remember.
That was as bizarre as the battle for the ball last night. Not good. We'll come back. Will Z's going to join us. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what we're doing when we return. I just hope you're with us. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's see, 13th round. I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do you want to hear me talk about Clarissa Shields or Tank Haney? Give you guys 7 seconds.
Tank Haney, Clarissa Shields needs to relax a little bit. We're not suing and stuff like that.
You got one vote.
Actually, do Clarissa because Tank and Haney is going to be going on for weeks.
It is going to go on for weeks, probably years, to be honest with you. 13th round, Jermaine Man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out Cola Sea Moss. You already know what it is. I got that strawberry lime right here. This is that good stuff. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss, colaseamoss.com. Go cop that. So Clarissa Shields, there was a video that came out, I think over the weekend, of her sparring. I forgot the guy's name, but sparring some guy, and Clarissa taking a nasty left hook and going down. It was vicious. So I think this was from a couple years ago. I don't know how the sparring video came out. And that's another thing. These sparring videos coming out, they got to stop this. That's not what's supposed to be going on. I don't like that. And left and right sparring videos coming out. Now, if it's some juicy content, like, yeah, I like to watch it, but that's not what it's supposed to be about. Stop with the sparring videos coming out. But anyway, I think it was from a couple years ago. Clarissa then came on socials and was talking about the guy took the padding out of his gloves and, he's dirty and all this other stuff. I don't know. I don't know if any of this is true. I know Clarissa, who is the best woman fighter of all time, make no bones about it, one of the best boxers in the history of the sport. This is another reason why I didn't like seeing that video. I didn't like seeing her in there with a man. I know she sparred men before and got her licks in as well, for sure. But I just didn't like that. I did not like seeing my girl Clarissa fighting another male boxer and going down like that. And I just don't think it should happen. All the talk now, she's talking crazy to Rolly Romero, talking about I'll fight you and all this other stuff. No. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. That is not necessary. Clarissa, dominate in your world. Rolly, you fight in your world, and leave it at that, man. So Clarissa Shields, you are the GWOAT, and just focus on moving forward. We saw it. It happened. You're still great. There's a bunch of men that you probably in theory could beat up, but we don't need to see the fight. We don't need to see the sparring session. It doesn't need to happen. That's the 13th round.
Can you imagine Clarissa Shields and Rolly Romero build up though?
Oh my gosh. That would be crazy.
Let's do the build up but no fight.
Right.
We'll make money that way.
Right. Somebody just pulls out of the fight week. Got sick, got COVID. Rolly versus
do Rolly versus Ryan and have Clarissa talk for Ryan.
Oh, appreciate it, brother. Rolly versus Ryan. I want to see that. That's some good. That's some real heat. That's a good build up. I want to see that fight.
Ryan will beat him
Where'd
up.
these come from?
I don't know. I saw it was chocolate chip. I was like, I better get it for my boy.
Can't lose. I appreciate it. Can't lose with chocolate chip. Can't lose on 22s. That's what's up.
You are not.
Life at Odyssey.
I'm just curious. I feel like that's a genuine question too, because I know women ask that. Like, girls put on outfits and go out.
Mm-hmm.
Someone may or may not have just asked,
Mm-hmm.
"Am I showing too much boob?" When does the guy go, "Yeah, yeah, that's too much. It's way too much."
Well, look, you know that in the workplace, the answer is no comment.
I'm not quite. Yeah,
You walk away. You don't answer that.
That
You
was
walk away.
That was outside. That was not. That's not how Odyssey. That was outside.
Not gonna get me today, devil.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
I ran to the car to get that cookie I brought you in my Zoa energy drink with the rock on it in the Santa hat.
The spaceship. Matter of fact, I think the car flew to you.
Why do you do this? You have the same car.
Nah, it's not the same car.
It's the same exact car. Our car is better than James's, though. I know that. Every time I see James, like James, does James have the right wheels? No, we have like the same. I can't remember. We have the same.
He needs
car.
to get his windows tinted, though.
He does, and we gave him the guy. We gave him the plug.
You guys got to race your Teslas too.
No, that's ridiculous.
Have you punched it though? Like a couple times?
Unfortunately,
that thing is crazy.
It's the
that 0 to 70 thing.
Yeah,
is
it's
insane.
It's the get up that's really concerning for me, because when I'm frustrated, that like on the road, that's what I do. It's like I can pass you. Like I'm going. All right. It's what we're doing. Then you have all these like lanes that merge and like two, three become two, and it's like I'm gonna get you. I see you rolling ahead. Like, bro, I could give you a head start. You're still not gonna get there.
Are we trying to race you?
No, they don't be trying. They think they can get there faster than you ever like get in a race with someone and you like they probably don't know that they're in a race with you. Like someone's driving fast and you're like, why did I changed lanes to go around you? Now you're driving faster.
Yeah, we're not racing.
Okay.
I don't know what you're doing. We're not racing.
But on principle, I'm going to pass you because what you did pissed me off. So stupid, man. So dumb. As Drew Down says, them rides be going from zero to explosion.
Oh, the clip that Drew Down sent yesterday was wild. Of the pause, I think it was in the Laker game.
The TNT.
Yeah.
What happened?
I got you.
I'm not saying it.
I still got the screen up. Hold on.
That was crazy.
Let me let's see. Where's our man?
His partner said, "You're not doing anything to me."
Let's see. Hold on. I gotta find our man Drew Down.
Oh man.
Drew Down. Probably a much easier.
Where was I at last night? I don't know what I was doing last night. I'll be forgetting, man.
Let's see. Courtesy of our man Drew Down. Laker game last night.
Charge, but yeah, that's a lot of dirt coming at you full speed. I don't need all that. That's not true. Listen, should you guys ever take charge?
There's a lot.
I don't need all that.
There's a lot going on in there.
Greg Anthony said a lot of girth coming in.
Well,
His boy said, "I don't need all that."
Come on, man. Nobody's safe.
Hey, we mentioned them a minute ago. The Pistons streak's at 21. But don't let that distract you from the fact that the Spurs is at 18. That is insane.
How bad is that if maybe both teams get past that Sixers record of 28?
That's the record, 28?
28. Imagine having two teams pass that in one season.
That is horrible.
I refuse to believe that's going to happen to San Antonio.
Yeah, I feel like San Antonio's going to win.
I can't imagine San Antonio almost won last night.
Well, no, LeBron, but I
don't
feel
think that happens.
I feel like San Antonio. I feel like you do. Like that's not going to happen to them. But how did they lose 18 straight? I would have never thought they'd lose 18 straight.
Yeah, I hear you. Let me look at their
and the Wizards are somehow just skating by. They're like one of their last.
Yeah. Nah.
1 and 22.
Did you see the stat that those three teams in their last combined 55 games, their record is 1 and 54, and it's the one because the Wizards beat the Pistons.
Oh, that's incredible. That is incredible.
Oh my gosh. Oh, geez.
Let me go. Oh, this, of course, I always pick the most difficult route. San Antonio. Let me look at these.
Well, the Wizards, they keep having plays like Kyle Kuzma plays. I know why. I wonder if we've ever had 3 teams this bad this far into the season. I mean, these 3 are awful. I'm sure we have, but these 3 are awful.
No, this is pretty bad.
We didn't even have this last year when people were trying to tank.
For the guy who's so, man, it's not it. They have lost 2 games by 40 plus, which is just amazing. They lost to the Clippers by 40. That was before the streak started. Then they lost to the Pacers by 41 in the second game of the streak. They lost the game after that by 21, a couple of single-digit losses, a 36-point loss to Oklahoma City, a 25-point loss to the Clippers, 7, 6, 12, 2, 15, 8, 9, 11, and 3.
Let me ask you a question here, and I'm trying to figure this out here on the fly. Do you think all 3 of those teams finished below 20 wins?
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out.
Detroit definitely does.
I'm trying to figure out when's the last time 3 teams have been under 20 wins.
Give me a. Well, I'll just do Cade. I'll do Cade Cunningham. There's a.
Oh my God.
There's a metric that Basketball Reference does with players, but they don't do with teams, and it drives me nuts. If you pull up like the schedule and results for the Sacramento Kings, it'll give you the score, but it won't give you the point differential. But if you pull up like De'Aaron Fox's game log, it'll give you the point differential in all of those games. And that's one note. I don't know which one's worse. The Pistons have a lot of single-digit losses in here. They have a 29-point loss, a 26-point loss. They have a 32-point loss a couple of nights ago to Orlando. They got single-digit losses. The closest they've come to winning was Milwaukee, and they lost that game by 2. Outside of they lost to Denver by 4. Yeah, this is bad, man.
I'm trying to.
Now I need to look up Washington's.
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, this may be it. So I think one time in the last, somebody could fact check it, but I'm gonna go in the last 20 years because I started in like 05, 06. One time has there been 3 teams under 20 wins. It was the 2018-19 season. And it was Cleveland was 19-63. The Knicks were 17-65, and the Suns were 19-63. That's it. Oh, it happened the very next year. Sorry. But this was a strike year, I think. Oh, yeah, this was the bubble year. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. So, yeah, only one time in the last 20 years have 3 teams finished under 20. And I think they're going to make it 2 years. And I think this is going to be the worst total win number of the 3 teams that finished. Like in that one that I just read, 2 teams were at 19. I don't know if 2 teams get to 19 here.
You know who the worst team in the league is?
Who's that?
It's the Wizards. I think the Wizards are the worst team in the league.
How are they worse than the Pistons?
The Wizards have lost games. This is their last 3 games. They lost by 20, 45, and 27.
Damn.
They lost 3 times before that, a 5-point loss to Philly, a 5-point loss to Orlando, and a 19-point loss to Orlando. What breaks their little streak up is they have a 19-point win.
I'm about to say they beat the hell out of the Pistons.
Before that, they lost by 28 to Atlanta. They lost by 21 to the Knicks. They lost by 19 to the Celtics. And they lost by 23 on opening night to the Pacers. Damn. I think ESPN has this. They certainly do. That's conference. We'll just do league. The worst point differential. Well, it's actually San Antonio. Well, San Antonio does have those two 40-point losses. That's why. San Antonio is minus 11.6. Washington is minus 11.1. And Detroit, with the 21 straight losses, is minus 10.4.
You can't convince me there's a worse team than Detroit.
You're right. The Wizards just don't care.
There's that. I mean,
they just don't care.
They're just unserious.
Yeah, they just do not care
about anything.
What do you guys think Detroit's problem is? Are they just the young? They have like
no, they don't. Detroit.
Well, I mean, the coach did just realize that spacing would help their offense.
I think Monty might be a problem. I don't think he's Monty Williams isn't a lose 21 straight games problem. I just don't think he's helping anything. And let's be real. They don't have the talent there. They don't.
I feel like they got enough talent to not be losing 21 straight.
I agree with that.
I think they got
every team in the league should have enough talent to not lose 20.
They got more talent than Washington.
Like it's not developing into anything. It's just bad basketball.
They do. So that's true. And that's concerning. That's what concerns me about guys like Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey and James Wiseman and those guys. Like you can't do this. You can't just go through the year and be okay with this. And I'm sure they're not okay, but like you can't be this bad. But you think Detroit's got more talent than Washington?
Yeah.
Huh.
Washington.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they got some people I never heard of.
Well,
they got, off the top of my head, they got Trey Jones, Kuzma, Crispert, Jordan Poole, Denny, and I think I'm out. I have to look at the roster now. Let's see. Oh, they got Shimmitt.
It's your boy, or Reese's boy.
And now they got Bilal.
Bilal? What's your name? What you want?
Oh, DeLon Wright is on there.
As much fun as it is breaking down the Pistons roster, there's about 10 things that we've put off for 3 days. Some of them probably going to get put off another day, but there's one we got to do today.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
All right, with a sharp turn here in the conversation, Will Z is going to join us in about 15 minutes, and I think we'll be focused on the Sacramento Kings the rest of the night. Last week, KC, you had the 49ers, the Ravens, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, and the Eagles as your top 5 teams. Who do you have this week?
I struggled with some things.
I know.
But ultimately, I went 49ers 1, Ravens 2, Cowboys now 3. And here's what I struggled with.
Yeah.
The Dolphins and the Eagles stay in.
That's fair.
They
Completely
stay in.
fair.
You know who I thought about. I didn't pull the trigger. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
Thought about finding a way to get Denver.
I did too. There are two teams I thought about putting in there, and Denver was one.
One of the things that I think about is like, if Denver and Philly played on Sunday, who do I think would win? I think Denver might win that game.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd go that far. I tried to navigate like how a team is playing right now. And there's no question like Denver is playing really, really well. But do I think like if we were doing top 10, there's a lot of movement here. The top 5, I don't know that they've cracked top 5. That can change. I don't know that they have. I'm still, to be completely honest with you, I'm still not sure what I'm seeing with them.
With Denver?
Yeah.
I understand.
I'm not sure.
Big game on Saturday night.
So you kept the Dolphins and Eagles in.
Real quick, the Eagles, I'm really down on the Eagles.
You just said the Broncos would beat them. I get that. I don't agree with that.
They haven't played well all season. They have
That's
not
not
played
true.
well.
That's not
Name
true.
Name their best game.
I don't know, but that's not true.
Maybe the Miami game. Maybe. Every other game they've kind of struggled.
Is it because
been behind, found a way to win by 10? Like they have not looked good all year long. They played maybe 2 good games.
Okay. I disagree.
And now it's catching up with them. Because then when they play, now that people kind of figured out, that defensive line slowing down a little bit, we could block a little better. Damn, linebackers are food. Damn, secondary's food. It's a big game for them on Monday. Big game for them on Monday.
By the way, Raiders and Chargers tonight on ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
No Josh Jacobs. No Keenan Allen.
Nope.
What's his name was questionable. Devontae was questionable. Last I checked. He shouldn't play.
Make
Might
sure
as
you
well.
listen
Yeah.
to that game on ESPN 1320 though.
Tap in.
Please.
We got you. I faced some of the I faced some similar struggles that you did in kind of putting this list together. Ultimately, there wasn't a ton of changes. What I wound up going with is obviously the 49ers at 1. I put the Cowboys at 2 and the Ravens at 3. I absolutely thought about putting the Ravens at 2, but I have a lot of respect for what the Cowboys are doing right now, especially coming after a win against the Eagles. So 49ers at 1, Cowboys at 2, Ravens at 3. I got the Dolphins at 4 and the Eagles at 5. You got those two flipped. You said you considered, you were looking around like, how could I work?
We got the same thing there.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I got Eagles at 5.
Oh, we do. We have the same. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. We had the Cowboys and Ravens flipped, not the Dolphins and Eagles. I'm sorry. You were trying to figure out a way to work the Broncos in, which I think is completely fair. The team I honestly was going to put in, and I was leaning heavily towards taking the Eagles out, and then I leaned heavily towards taking the Dolphins out.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah,
Cincinnati,
Cleveland. Joe Cool, baby. He's got a good contract too now. He got signed.
And that's why I didn't do it. I was like, I'm putting Joe Flacco in here. And that's not fair. That's not how this works.
Fair. Yeah, it's not
fair.
fair.
Do I think the Browns are good enough? Yes. Joe Flacco's their quarterback moving forward. Man, it's hard. It's hard for me to kind of piece this whole thing together right now. But they were right there. They were my. If the Broncos were your 6 team, the Browns were mine. And that's the one that I just like. I can't seriously move the Eagles out of it. They're a 3-loss team. I'm moving them out.
I showed respect by keeping them in there, but like I said, they haven't played good all year.
But if they haven't played good all year, why would you have them at the top of the power ranking so often?
Because I show respect to their record. No, I show respect to their record. And Lazy 10-3 is bad. Wowzers. The Eagles beat Bills, KC, and Miami. Everybody was saying the same thing when they was winning the game. They just find a way to win games. They didn't beat all these teams. I was like, I'm telling you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a team that I didn't know what I was seeing, but I was like, this don't look right. It don't look right. And then the 49ers, showed me what it was. It's like, oh, just stand. Easier said than done, but stand up to that defensive line. Protect your quarterback. And it's over and it's curtains. And they got no way of getting better. Like they're not going to get, that's not going to improve. So the thing that needs to happen is defensive line has to find a way to get pressure again. That's before we talk about the offense. Offense hadn't clicked consistently all year long.
You mentioned how big of a game they have coming up on Monday. There's some huge games in the NFL this weekend. Just to run down a couple of them for you. Certainly tonight on ESPN 1320. Massive game for everybody involved. It's the Jaguars and the Raiders. Tap in. The Vikings and Bengals. Talk about fighting, fighting for playoff spots. You got
Saturday's popping.
You got Steelers and Colts. You got Broncos and Lions.
Hey, real quick, what we doing on Saturday then? Is that typically the TV ain't even on? What we doing?
TV's on Saturday.
The Kings play though. What are we doing?
TV's on the Kings Saturday.
No Broncos. That might be a little early.
But Broncos, that's an early start.
No, it's for Saturday night.
Broncos, that
Lions.
is. That's a 5:15.
That's a little early though. That's a little early.
Yeah,
Game might be over by the time we get.
You won't be there till like 9 anyways.
Can we not do that this year? Like the contest to not be the first one to show up.
Okay, I need to know because you know what I've gotten
trying,
that.
dude.
I need to know. I need to know when I need to show up.
The culprit of all of that is
Sean.
It's not Sean. Sean actually has an excuse because my man Sean he works on Saturdays. It's Io. Io is the culprit, and so people know that my best friend shows up late to everything. So they know, okay, Io's going to show up really late, which means the party's going to go till 2 or 3. So we'll just show up at like 9:30 instead of 7 or 8. And then now it's become this contest with Jesse and Chris. Like, I want to be the first person there.
Well, the
great one was the last Christmas party, like a couple of years ago. Matt George and his wife come walking in at like 7:10. I haven't even showered yet. He's like, sorry, I'm late. I was like, Matt, if you don't sit your ass down, I need to go take a shower.
That's the one. I showed up to like an hour and a half late to that one, and I was still early.
That's facts. I don't know what to do about that.
I'm trying to time it perfectly, so I need to know.
Look, sir, there's nothing you can't do about that. Are your friends black? There's nothing that can be done.
Well, see, and that's the problem. Like, yeah. All right. Here comes Kenny at 10:15 with Reese in tow. Like, what's Reese doing up right now?
That's facts. Kenny does show up at 11:30 with his kids.
This is crazy. And that's why, and what kills me, like, it's got this. How much food should I order? Like, I don't know. Like, are they gonna be eating at 10? Like, I have no idea.
I'm gonna need it to go box. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I didn't order what I told you.
I'll just bring. What? Oh, you didn't?
No, bro. That price tag got really high, bro. That was I wanted to have fixings cater it, but that price tag got up to like.
So what we going with?
It was $6+. We might go Bennett's across the street. They got a nice
bunch of fries.
Yeah. Well, no,
I've never had anything else from Bennett's.
Nah, no. Food there is on point. I really wanted to do fixings, but man, I'm gonna save that. We're having a party in March. I've already have it planned. This is a mandatory day party, probably, but it's a big birthday party in March that I've already been working on.
Okay. I'm taking something to go regardless.
That's fine. You're welcome to. We'll figure out a way to have. We'll be locked into the Kings for sure, but we'll figure out a way to make sure the Broncos and Lions are up. But playoff implications in a lot of these games. Bucks and Packers on Sunday. Texans need to find a way to keep winning. You got the Cowboys and the Bills. Bills trying to stay alive. That game is in Buffalo. You got the Ravens and the Jaguars. Jaguars are a little shaken right now. And then you mentioned the Monday Nighter with Eagles and Seahawks. This is a great week for football.
Yeah, great stuff, man. Cowboys going down
in Buffalo. I don't hate it.
Cowboys
I don't hate it.
Down. It's gonna be weird because the Bills, like Jesse pointed out, when we talked about them on Monday, I think it was. I mean, they lose all the tiebreakers, but at the end of this week, what they're gonna be 8-6? Is that what they are?
The Bills?
Yeah, they'll be 8-6. And I don't know, they might be the 10th seed.
They got a better chance of making the playoffs probably through Miami collapsing, I think. I'm not sure how they're going to make up all those tiebreakers. I'm sure the teams ahead of them are going to be winning and stuff like that. And Buffalo, too, I don't think they're going to win out necessarily.
Well, you kind of got to pick. Is it your Broncos or is it the Bills? Though you think the Broncos could win the division, so that might not even come into play. It just depends on whether you think Kansas City falls all the way out of this thing.
Well, the killer is I think Pittsburgh and Indianapolis fall out. So that might be your Buffalo, Denver situation.
I see.
I actually, and sorry, I forgot who it is who's a Colts fan in here. I actually hope they fall out.
Michigan.
I think it's Michigan.
Sorry, Michigan. I mean, the Colts. I don't need to see them on Saturday I don't need to see them.
That's a bye week for whoever plays on first in the playoffs.
I don't need to see them. Can we? I think it was us, or maybe I heard it somewhere. Let's treat the Colts like Florida State.
Oh man,
you don't want to see Minshew Mania
in there. I'm holding Buffalo Crimson Tide into the playoffs.
I feel like Kimberly is walking back and forth in her shiny jacket to get our attention. She looks like Chris Jericho circa
2007.
Yeah. There's strong Y2J vibes right there from Kim, who's now leaving, and I can't even come in
Shout
here
out,
and show
Kim.
her. She just kept walking back and forth with her loud ass shoes. And I was like, is she trying to get our attention?
This is her day.
It
It's
is.
her day.
It's a big day for her.
Real quick, there was a funny joke on the Bill Simmons podcast presented by Cousin Sal because he's always funny. But Bill Simmons is like, yeah, we need to call Justin Herbert like a wrestler character, like Justin 500, because that's what he is. He's just always 500 or whatever. So it's like, yeah, his name would be Justin 500. And Cousin Sal said, he goes, yeah, you got your own quarterback there. What's his name? Mac 230? Is that?
We'll come back.
230.
This has been one of the strangest shows in recent memory.
Just wait till
Didn't we
tomorrow
say-
when no one's here and it's like the day after the
Didn't we say
holiday
that last
party.
week?
We say this
Dude.
every week.
This show is weird, bro. I don't know what to say, man. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kings got a game with one of the teams in their tier going forward and all that. And we're just chilling.
Attention. Yeah, Dave's got a couple things on the way that I think you guys are gonna really like, or at least one thing. I don't know what the other thing was. Oh man, this week is a goodness gracious. This week is a monster. I feel like I say that every week. Like every week is a monster. Be completely honest, this 2-station thing is a little harder than I thought. Which reminds me, what the hell is that delivering Christmas liner? Hang on, guys. I need to scan the studio for something. Hang on. It's gone. That's all right. I got it in my KSFM notes. Know where that went. In any event, Cud and Pete. We're going to the game tonight. Hang out with Cud and Pete. You should see her swoosh. She do look like Jericho out there. Break the walls down. We'll take a picture and post it on social. What do you think about the Kings' possibility of getting Keldon Johnson? Is that a possibility? Is that a discussion somewhere and I just missed it? Oh, I just lost Will. What happened to Will? Well, I don't know if you hear me. Oh, there he is. Oh, well, this is weird. I don't know if you can see that, Will, but that's what you look like right now. Great work. That's tremendous. Oh, I was going to the game. There you go. There's Will. See, Will, hold the antenna in place. There he is.
What's up? My headphones are being weird. They just keep dropping today. So, trying to get that so you don't hear more animal and baby sounds coming through.
Right, man. We're a pet friendly show. You know?
It'd be on brand for today's show though. So
weird. I don't know what the hell. I don't even know what this show is anymore. It's quite a spectacle sometimes.
Oh, it's entertaining as hell. That's
all I care about. If people are entertained by our ridiculousness, then I'll take it.
Yeah.
I barely talked about this game tonight, which is a shame. I'm excited for this one.
Should be a fun one.
Now Kenny's got me rethinking this menu here.
We have an official Draymond defender.
Ooh.
Oh no.
What do you think?
Stacy? Oh, stop playing. Is she serious?
It's the whole time defending him.
Oh, she's gonna have to put that on wax. Hey, she's gonna have to put that on wax. We still got that computer pulled up over there.
I was talking to those guys out there about it, and all of a sudden I hear this voice. That was ridiculous. I said, what?
I knew she was gonna have something to say. That's her boy. That's her boy. That's crazy. You got me rethinking Saturday. I'm looking at this menu again.
Hey man,
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
What up, Will?
What's up, Kenny? See Manny giving me a hard time in the chat. Thanks,
About
Manny.
what?
Oh, just the shirt's a little tight.
Oh,
That's what happens when you push cars for a workout.
When you're him, that's what happens.
I like blend into the background though. Like
Our
10
young
on
stars
10.
ready to take over. I bet you they don't show De'Aaron.
Yeah.
Guarantee it. Halliburton, Anthony Edwards,
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, they're probably even gonna show Vic.
Or they're not going to show a highlight. They're just going to show Brian Windhurst in front of his makeshift background. That makes it look like he's sitting on some sort of weird basketball chair. Look at Kornheiser in studio. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna figure out a way to make that work. Do you know how to? Do you know how to throw stuff in the KSFM system? Okay. Yeah, I'll yeah, let me work through this in my head a little bit. Okay. So what we probably have to do is we have to put music behind it. There'd have to be a beat behind it. It can't be dry like it is in here. Let me work through it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Will, we're
you're good.
Juggling some stuff in here as usual. We should be back in a minute or so.
Is Top Shot still a thing? They're still making money on
question.
it. Or is it like Bitcoin?
I never got into it.
Yeah, I think it's dead. And RIP, because I sure as hell never understood what it was.
Those are like threads.
Y'all want me to buy a highlight? I don't want to do that. I'm sorry, that's a $10,000 highlight? I'm good. I don't understand it.
Miss Fox says she's always on time. We working on it.
Oh, God bless you, Miss Fox. You're welcome to any one of my parties then, because Lord have mercy. Just the absolute worst. We're coming back, Will. All right, took a solid 2 hours and 50 minutes, but let's get this show on track. Sometimes you just got to stretch and warm up a little bit, man. We're here. We're ready to rock. We're ready to cook, and our man Will Z of WillZStats.com is with us. The Sacramento Kings take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight at the Golden One Center. Will, before we dive into that and what that game may look like, I want to remind everybody that Delivering Christmas is wrapping up, no pun intended, as we're collecting new and unwrapped toys from now until Saturday to benefit the Stanford Sierra youth and families, to benefit unfortunate people in our community. These toys, these gifts, they stay here in Sacramento. If you have the means, please drop a gift off to any Kiki's Chicken in the greater Sacramento area. If you like, you could come through. You could hang out with D'Lo and KC on Saturday at the Kiki's Chicken on 5120 Auburn Boulevard from 11 to 1. We'll be there collecting toys. We'll have a little bit of lunch, man. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll have a good time. But if you have the ability to donate, if you have the ability to help, that would be absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, man. It's anything that we can do to help everybody have as good a holiday as they can, man. I'm all for that. We should all be for it.
Yes, indeed. And we're all for Will Z, who is with us here now. Will, let's start with this. The hell happened the other night?
Oh, man. I think the Clippers are just, I know it's, a little bit played out at this point, but a really bad matchup for the Kings. And not, you guys were talking about it yesterday, not in terms of like size, but in terms of their play style and the Kings' isolation defense. I don't think the Kings are a good isolation defensive team, 1 through 5. I think they're a fine team defense, which is why we see them match up so well with, like, the Warriors games are usually pretty close, the Nuggets, teams that really move the ball well. But I mean, the Clippers could pick and choose every single time down the court who they don't even have to do a screen to get a mismatch. Like, they can just go straight to Kawhi. If Barnes is guarding him, Trey Lyles had to try and guard Kawhi. Like, they can just choose exactly what they want and say the Kings put Keegan on Kawhi, then they go to Paul George on Barnes. They just have that roster that's a bit of the Kings' kryptonite on defense, I think.
Is
Good, another one.
I know. That's why it's like it's played out, but kind of how I see it.
Is James Harden, as weird as that may sound, is he the X factor and all that? It seems like last year they didn't have as much of an issue with that. The Kawhi wasn't always there, Paul wasn't always there, but last year they seemed fine against the Clippers. But this year it seems to be an issue.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and see what they did last year. Obviously, we had the 176, 175, where the Kings, both teams were playing good defense and just hitting shots like wild. I don't remember how they did in the other matchups.
Beat them like a week later at home. Another game they played, nobody for the Clippers played, beat the hell out of them. And the other one was the second game of the season. They lost.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe I think, I don't know, Harden's kind of different from Paul George and Kawhi in terms of you're probably going to have Fox or Herter sometimes guard him. So it's a little different in Keegan's not necessarily going to guard Harden out of that, but he just gives it another isolation option for them. So I think it is a bit of an X factor. Both him and Kawhi are in the like 85th percentile in isolation play type. And just, it's an easy play. You don't have to work hard. The other players get to rest on it. Like if you look at James Harden, when Kawhi is doing his thing, he's just standing there. So it allows them, they are a very good defensive team. To me, that allows them to have more energy saved for defense. Whereas the Kings kind of have that motion offense. Everyone's moving, everyone's running, and maybe just exerting more energy on offense that they don't have to put towards defense sometimes.
I'll just say this, for basketball followers, basketball Twitter, hell, even for my partner. It was real loud when the Clippers didn't win no games when James Harden got there. And it won 10 of 13, and I don't never hear nothing about the Clippers no more. I'm just saying.
I acknowledge the way that they're playing with James. I don't like how you threw me in that.
Well, I mean, look, it's,
we about to see each other
saying.
outside. I don't like the way you did that. Like, I've acknowledged, like, hey, they've turned it around. They've played well with James Harden. I don't like it, but they have. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a cap. That's cap. That it's sort of, because I really like Kawhi Leonard. Love Paul George, and you know how I feel about Russell Westbrook. If the Clippers can win and James Harden is doing his part, hey, good for them. I don't appreciate them beating Sacramento.
I don't like that.
But outside of that, I like that. I like that basketball team.
I hope they win tonight.
What they got tonight? Oh, they beat the hell out of them. I hope they win by 50 tonight.
There's I think it's Paul George related, but I sneaky got love for the Clippers.
I love Paul George.
Paul George, my boy. I like Russ too. Paul, my man. I like Kawhi. I don't really care one way or another about Harden, but I like those three guys.
I understand. I like the way James is playing. Like he's I don't want to say he's a different James Harden. He's not, but he's adjusted to having multiple superstars on his team, and it's helped everyone involved that Russell Westbrook comes off the bench.
And Russ did that himself. And I got to give a shout out to one of my day one favorite coaches, Ty Lue. I mean, he just does what he does. I've been saying it since the show started.
I'm pulling that clip. I'm so sick
that
of this
doesn't
gimmick.
Even exist. I don't even think you can find it.
I'm pulling that clip. I bet you I can. I can find anything. I can find anything. Let's
I
stop
think
talking about old stuff. Sorry, Will.
Oh,
Go
one
ahead.
last thing. I think for one of the other reasons that it's working so well is you look at James Harden's usage rate for the Clippers is 18.9%. It's the lowest of his career, and that's a
See,
long career.
And here's where I'll give James credit is he has to do that on his own.
Mhm.
Like he has to be a part of that. He has to be willing to step back. He has to do what Russell Westbrook did with him in Houston. He has to step back and let the other guys do their work. James has done a terrific job of stepping back and kind of letting Paul and Kawhi dictate everything. And he has found a way within that offense, both the offense that he leads and the offense that Russell Westbrook leads. He's done a very, very good job.
They're starting to figure out. Well, I know we're here to talk about Kings, but I just want to ask both of you guys one last question. Do you think the Clippers do you take them seriously?
Yes.
Yes.
I do too.
Yep.
I do too. Like, and when I say seriously, I mean, can they get to the NBA Finals?
Yep.
I take them
Absolutely.
seriously.
Absolutely. Will, let's shift our attention to tonight's game. Lots of positive numbers coming out of the first time these two teams played earlier this year. But what are we watching for? It's going to be De'Aaron's first matchup against the Oklahoma City Thunder this year, as he missed the earlier game with the injury.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely the Fox and Shea matchup. Like two of the best young guards in the league. I don't know if you can call them young anymore. 25 and 26.
Still young, man.
Very
Still
young.
young.
I don't think you get old till you get to 27 or 28.
Yeah. But they are just so similar in their play styles that it's going to be so fun to see them match up. And Kenny, this is where I'll be watching closely. You've been saying the last few days is who's Shea going to guard? Because I wouldn't be surprised if Dort gets the first assignment on Fox. I know I looked up the numbers last year, and Dort shuts Fox down. He's such a good defender, and he's got that physicality to him. But is Shea going to get that assignment at all? It feels like Fox will probably guard Shea. But if you look at their numbers, the similarities are pretty wild. For Fox, 29.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 6.4 assists, 1.4 steals on 46.9, 38.1, 73% splits. Shea, 30.4, 5.5, 6.2, 2.8 steals, 55, 34, 92 splits. So just very similar. Shea's obviously got the free throw advantage. They get to the line a similar amount, but Shea knocks him down at a 91.7% clip, which I wish Fox would do, but I think he's just going to be a 75-ish% free throw shooter for his career, and that's just kind of what it is. But the way that they both get to the line, get inside to the paint, they can all finish, I like to say, on 4 levels. I break down the paint into the rim and the floater area. They can both get into the paint, the floater, the mid-range. Fox has got the advantage from 3, but just 2 stars going at it tonight should be really fun.
Yeah, I love the way SGA gets the job done out there. He's the truth. He is absolutely the truth. It hurt my heart a little bit because I hadn't recognized this that De'Aaron is now below 30 points per game. I was like, oh no.
I meant to look. I knew that was bad because the 15, that's going to kick you in the face.
Below. I think he ends up around 28 for the season. I think he gets
non-believer. You hear that, Mrs. Fox? This guy.
30 is a lot.
That's great. 30.
That's a lot.
I mean, we're a quarter way through the season, but that's what he's doing.
It is what he's doing.
They said he played bad and he scored 30.
They did. They did. So I'd love to see him bounce back with a 35 piece here tonight, though.
45. But yeah, I got you.
Yeah, 45.
I need Fox to hit 50 once just to.
Oh yeah.
Just to, because 50 is a special number. He did 43 and no one cared. Hit 50. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody gonna take the ball.
Don't do it against the Pacers.
Oh, buddy.
Don't do it against the Pacers because Buddy will be like, hey, someone get that ball.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, but no, this matchup is phenomenal. I agree with you, Will. I think Dort is probably going to guard Fox the majority of the time, even starting out and closing the game too. And Fox I think he's going to get the SGA assignment. So,
Yeah.
he's going to do what he does, and that's be a menace on both sides.
Yeah, and Shea gets a lot of love for his steals. I haven't watched enough to know if those are more on-ball steals or passing lane steals. So I'll be kind of looking at that and seeing how he gets those as well.
SGA, real quick, SGA is he's a hell of a defender, on ball for sure. But the steals thing, you always got to look for, right? Because Allen Iverson led the league in steals multiple times. Allen Iverson was not a great on-ball defender. He played passing lanes and gambled a lot. So I always think about that when they talk about guards leading the league in steals. I was like, I gotta dive into that a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's where we see with Tyrese, like he's great at getting steals, and that's all passing lanes. So it's all just, again, who knows? I'd have to go back and watch. You can, if I had that synergy account, maybe search some things, but
well, it takes some
No,
time.
I hear you. No, I caught that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Of course, live in visual form here on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Another marquee matchup tonight. Chet and Domas. What did the first game tell us about these two going at it?
yeah, Domas with the triple-double in the first game, 17 points, 13 rebounds, 13 assists. He did exactly what I think all Kings fans wanted him to do and just attacked him early on in the game, took it to Chet's chest, and just, can he guard me one-on-one? No. So the Thunder, I thought, double-teamed him a lot, and that's what led to the big passing night as well. So I'll be looking for that a lot more tonight as well. Chet's obviously one of the best shot blockers in the league. But Sabonis is so strong. Sabonis has been struggling in the paint. I don't know if you guys have kind of noticed that. He's been missing a lot of bunnies. Last year, he was at like 70-something% in the restricted area. This year, he's at, I think, 66 or somewhere around there. So his touch around the rim, I keep waiting for it to kind of come back, and it seems like it hasn't. So hoping tonight he'll have that kind of finishing touch around the rim as he bodies down low. Or if they double team him, find the open man, and the Kings have got to knock down their threes.
What do you just Will Z watching the game? What do you attribute to Sabonis not always finishing around the rim? I have my thoughts on it, but what do you see?
I don't know. It looks like he pump fakes a lot. And I'm wondering if it just doesn't look fluid down there. It's a pump fake shot, or kind of twisting. It doesn't look like he's going up super strong. I think he's trying to maybe be too crafty. I don't know. What do you think, Kenny?
I said the other day, I mean, there's two things going on sometimes when he goes up some of these guys, and it's not a shot at him or anything like that. It's just the fact that, number one, to be a center, he's tall, but he's not that tall. Like 6. They have him listed. Well, I think they have him listed at 7 feet. He's not 7 feet. People look at him and like, he's about 6'10". He's probably closer to 6'9". You know what I mean? So when you're going up against a Chet, or you're going up against some of these true centers, these true 7-footers, you got to get creative with how you get the shot off sometimes. And then also the other thing is he's not like super athletic. So a lot of the, people want to be explosive around the basket and stuff like that. That's just not the type of athlete he is. He's got to be a little crafty. He's got to use the angles and deception with pump fakes and things of that nature to finish around the basket sometimes, around these 7-footers who can jump out the gym. So I think, he does a really good job of that. He uses, like I said, the shoulder and all this other stuff to create space and get guys off balance to be able to get his shot off. But sometimes, he struggles with it. And I think that's what you see sometimes when he's a little hesitant around the basket.
Do you need to check on the baby?
Hannah's over there with her. She said sorry too.
No, Hannah, it's all right. We're a baby-friendly, pet-friendly show here. Just don't want any calls to the Will Z compound.
She's not just sitting in some corner crying, I promise.
Numbers, and there was a baby screaming in the background. Swing stat.
Yeah. Tonight, again, simple win, 3-point percentage. but sometimes simple is best. So we always talk about this year, the Kings are a make or miss team. The Thunder even more so. So if you look at the win-loss 3-point percentage splits, let's make an appearance.
There we go.
There she is. So in their wins, the Kings shoot 39.8%. In their losses, they shoot 30.5. For the Thunder, in their wins, they shoot 42.9. In their losses, they're at 30.8. So even more of a difference. The Thunder will shoot themselves out of a game. We saw that last time the two teams played. Neither of them shot well. It's one of the few games that the Kings have won where they didn't hit the three. So I think, as simple as it sounds, it might just come down to who hits their shots. And obviously the Thunder are leading the league. They've overtaken the Nets and are now leading the league again in 3-point percentage.
But that's because they only take shots when they're open.
Good looks, yeah.
Threes when they're open.
I'll throw you a homework assignment for when you have a minute. In knowing you, it might be something you know off the top of your head.
Mm-hmm.
What do teams shoot against Sacramento from
I
behind?
can find that.
Because I and this is maybe I could have swore it didn't happen, and I was stunned to look at the box score when the game was over. I thought the Clippers hit 23s. They're like 9. They didn't even shoot a ton. They didn't shoot nearly as many as I thought they did. But in the course of the game, it felt like they made a lot of them. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
No, you're good. They shoot 38% against the Kings, which is 8th highest. But what's interesting is the Kings do a really good job of limiting 3-point attempts. So they give up 31.6 per game, 27th. And so if you put those two together, teams are making 12 threes a game against the Kings. That's tied for 20th. So if you go 3-point makes, they're good. If you go 3-point percentage, it leaves a little to be wanted.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Which I guess I'll take that.
I'll be following that tonight because what got my attention was the 42.9% that the Thunder make when they win.
And we saw it with the Nets. They shot well, but they didn't make as many as the Kings.
Yeah, I think you posted the tweet. It is amazing Brooklyn lost this game.
Yeah.
The way that they the way that they shot. It goes to
I just kept staring at the stats. I'm like, this is a winning stat line, like across multiple levels, and they still lost.
What's the baby's name?
Kennedy.
Watching Kennedy stare at your giant monitor of numbers is absolutely spectacular.
I'm on Basketball Reference, so there's ads just popping up everywhere too.
What is this up here? You'll learn, Kennedy. You'll learn. And we can just start saying Kennedy. Kennedy in a reference Will probably doesn't understand.
I do not.
We appreciate you, my friend. Great work as always. Great job multitasking. Give Hannah our love and we'll connect again. Oh man, we got some monsters next week, Will. I mean, a really tough Washington Wizards team coming to town.
They're good. They're real good.
Got Boston right after that.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Minnesota. We got to talk about all that, man. So, Will, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you as always.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
So, man, Willsy, Kennedy's going to break something. Kennedy's going to absolutely break something. Get Kennedy in the baby race. There's an opening.
There is an opening. Get Kennedy in there.
There's an opening. Right.
Because
Ryan Caraway's been disqualified.
It's out.
Ben Johnson out here isn't eligible for the race.
I love how Casey had to call the Kings or whatever. Hey, yeah, so my kid walks, so I'm out.
I thought about it for about 2 weeks. Like, I should just leave her in there. But we were like, let's see if she'll crawl. And then try to put her in the crawl position. And
she was training. You hear this? You hear this? Ryan was training for the baby race.
Casey wasn't thinking big enough. You could have went viral if the Kings thought your baby took their first steps during the baby race.
Well, see, that was always the plan, right? Like when we saw her starting to walk, it was, it's going to be like, yeah, we'll put her in there. And if she just gets up and walk, we're like, oh my gosh, she's taking her first. This is crazy. But the fact,
you do the Steph Curry gimmick, run around with your.
Yeah, she's walking. She took her first steps at the Kings game. Now she could take her steps to her season tickets for life.
Well, see, but the problem is that was when she started to walk. Now she would just walk on the court. Like when they'd be like, and now we've got Ryan Caraway. She'd walk on the court.
Yeah, that's right.
And now she's 2.
She's also sitting next to Vivek, so it's probably
Shout out Uncle V.
Probably tough. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. Locked on Kings, ABC 10 with D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The hell is going on in the chat right now, and why do I believe that Drew Downs started all of this?
Well,
yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot happening.
Come on, man.
Wheezy. All right, let's see what we could do here. Okay. I think we could.
What y'all know about pumps and a bump?
So we could replace corners of the culture in Casey's corner.
Pumps and a bump. Oh, pumps and a bump. Hey!
Think this through. Can you just throw some music behind it? No, I don't want you to do that. I'll send you some music. Yep, I'll send you some music. They'll probably be, because I don't have the KSFM like long beat beds. I have shorter ones, so you might just have to put one after the other, which will be fine. Okay, I got an idea. I think we'll start with the Corners of the Culture intro. That'll be the intro. Let the intro run. Then there's the beat. Start the interview on the beat, and then I'll send you some beat bets to go with it. I'll do that right now. Oh, Matt. Shit. Sorry, Matt. Hi, Matt.
You better not be starting the Corners of the Culture intro with me coming on the show.
Oh, man.
Well, what did we find out? Oh, that was early. That's why I was like, oh, yeah, no. That might be the whitest guy.
Oh, and Matt showed up to the house at 7:10. Sorry, I'm late. Oh, Matt. Buddy, make yourself at home, pal. I got to get in the shower.
I showed up 5 minutes after the start time, and D'Lo's like, I got to go take a shower. And no, I walk in the door, and the first
I was like,
word
who the
was
hell
not-
is at my
No,
house?
The first word was not, hello, Matt. How are you?
Nope.
Hello, Brittany. How are you? It's,
Nope.
it be the white people. That's the first thing
What I
that you
said. Honey, the white people are here. And that's great. You know what my favorite part? You remember who the second person there was?
It was Deuce. And
That's right.
it was Deuce.
It was Deuce. I was upstairs getting ready. I looked at my phone because the camera alert went off. I was like, oh, Deuce is here. That's
How
funny.
does Troll Muse always do this?
I don't know what they did.
They always put full-length games and movies on Twitter.
No.
I can't lie. The people who post movies on Twitter are heroes.
I don't know how this gets done. Right now it says, F it. Warriors Cavs Game 7 2016.
Wow.
See, but they post that, and if they have the blue check mark, they get the engagement. Don't they get paid for that stuff now?
Maybe, but they don't have it. They got 900 followers with no check mark.
Oh, he's just the hero then.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how that happens.
It's an hour and 33 minutes.
Oh, man. This is Corners of the Culture with Matt George. Drops hotkeys. Where's the music? There's the music.
Corners of No Culture.
Nah. Oh, man. This might not have been my best idea, Jesse. And I've had a lot of bad ideas. Jesse, nope. Jesse, nope. Jesse, nope. Right. No, we're fine. Can I send it to Gmail? Or do you need it to Odyssey? Oh, why? Okay, we're coming. We're back, Matt. All right, we are back here with our main man, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10.
Sorry. We got DJ Complex in the chat.
It's his debut.
What?
His Chatty House debut. Complex is in here.
DJ Complex.
Oh.
Tapped in.
Oh, wow. See, see, Complex knows I talk myself through KSFM stuff during the show, and now he's tapping in to make sure I don't screw up. That's all right. No. As if I didn't have enough pressure on me.
So I guess we're fully going through with this now.
Yeah, no. Now it's actually absolutely happening. As we welcome in our good friend Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course, sports anchor over at ABC 10. Matt, big game tonight. Let's start. You know, you got to move back to move forward. That doesn't even make sense. That's not a thing.
Well, that's what they say.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go with it. The hell happened the other night in are the Clippers the latest tough matchup for Sacramento?
Okay, so you're a professional, Damian Barling, because you lead into conversations with guests with questions, which is the correct way to do things, instead of just asking how are you as if anybody cares. And I was planning for you to ask how am I, because I had a bit prepared, kind of, but we can get to that later. Anyway,
I killed the gimmick. Oh, see,
no, it wasn't a gimmick. It wasn't a gimmick. I was just I was going to tell you that I've been driving like almost all day today, so I've been listening to the entire show, and I've been compiling notes. So I have notes, and we'll get to at one point. I have notes just about today's show. Not criticisms, kind of.
Can you wait till Complex leaves before you share those notes with everybody?
In fact, that made me want to share them more. But yes, I guess the Clippers are now suddenly the latest team on the list of bad matchups, which now means we have 3 teams that can be classified as bad matchups in the Western Conference. And if you want to add the Golden State Warriors as a kinda, because they've beaten the Kings twice, if you have this many teams in the West that are potentially playoff teams that can be classified as bad matchups, certainly 2 in the Pelicans and now the Clippers, you're probably in trouble, because now that's slim pickings on the teams that you actually want to face in a best-of-7 series.
And see, that's why I don't classify neither one of them as bad matchups. You just lost to them. I mean, do they have? Is it hard to guard Zion? Is it hard to guard Ingram? Yeah, sure. You know what I mean. But sometimes I hope that the coaches and the players, and I know they don't look at these things the way us fans do sometimes, because that would be terrible. Well, I don't know what we're gonna do, guys. It's just a bad matchup. I don't know what we're gonna do. What? No, you lost a couple of games. You got to figure something out. That's
guys, let's not bother. It's a bad matchup.
No, so yeah, no, that's why, Matt. You won't ever really hear me say it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, I don't know if there are certainly matchup elements, and there's clearly a type of player that Sacramento really struggles against. It's long, physical, athletic wings. Sacramento just struggles against those type of players. And those players, it's not just guarding them, because naturally we think Kings struggles on the defensive end. Long, athletic wings give the Kings problems when they pack the paint and force Sacramento to shoot a lot of threes. That's been a consistent theme that I've seen with the Clippers. Certainly with the Pelicans. We saw it with the Houston Rockets, which is a third team that you might want to classify as a bad matchup. I know De'Aaron didn't play in those games, but still, I don't know how much De'Aaron Fox could have saved how terribly the rest of that Kings team played in those 2 games against the Houston Rockets. I'm interested to see when the Kings and Rockets play again what it looks like now that there's a little more context, and knock on wood, De'Aaron Fox will be playing in that game, but we'll get to that at a future date. Like, I look at this team and I just get like, I think this is what they are. Like they're a team that does not surprise anybody anymore. They're a team that they have 4 guys, 4 dudes. And if 2 out of the 4 are playing well, then they have a chance to win. If 3 out of the 4 are playing well, they're probably gonna win. If all four are playing well, this team looks unstoppable. And those four are Fox, Sabonis, Monk, and Murray. You can sprinkle in a Herter here. You can sprinkle in a Harrison Barnes game every once in a while there. Trey Lyles off the bench. Sasha Vezenkov going crazy. Like, you can sprinkle in this help, but ultimately it's those four. And if any combination of the four are rolling, then Sacramento typically is rolling, whether it's Fox and Monk or Fox and Sabonis or Sabonis and Keegan, whatever combination. But we've seen too many games where only one of the four is playing well, or all four of them are just playing fine. And those are typically the games that the Sacramento Kings are losing by double digits. And the fact that they've had this many double-digit losses, what's concerning to me, guys, is that through 22 games in both last season and this season, the Kings same record, 13-9. You can look at it through the perspective of, okay, you're 13-9, but this year you've had a lot more injuries and you're still at the same record and still on the same pace as the season that you were the third seed in the West. So there's that positive way of looking at it. And I like looking at it that way, and I want to look at it that way. But then when you look at the numbers and you look at how the Sacramento Kings are through the 22 games in this season compared to last season, this is me doing my best Will Z impression here. The Kings are winning by a lesser margin. They're winning by around 2 points less per game. Not that big of a deal. They're still winning by 9.5 points per game in the 13 wins they have. But in the 9 losses, they're losing by an average of 15 points. And that's compared to last season through the first 9 games. They were losing by an average of 7 points. So their margin of losses has almost doubled. And I'm less concerned about the struggles of matchups, Kenny, and play teams like that. I'm more concerned about when this team is losing, they're getting their ass kicked consistently. And I don't know if Mike needs to figure that out, if the players need to figure that out, but whether it's the second night of a back-to-back or long, lengthy teams or whatever, the Kings are losing by double digits way too much this season.
We talked on yesterday, the day after the Clippers game, that this team and I've just become like enamored with this term, tone setters. That like De'Aaron can set the tone in a game, and it feels like Malik can set the tone. Maybe he could set the tone like when he enters a game, right? For a moment, for a time. We've seen it. We can go back and we could talk about the Draymond Green incident against the Warriors. Let's not forget what Malik Monk did in that game and in those particular moments as well after the Draymond Green technical foul when the Kings beat the Warriors by 1. But it feels like if those guys are a little bit off, that might be it. Because Domas, not this isn't a criticism, not to be over. I don't think he does that. I don't think he's a tone setter. I think they're hoping Keegan can be, which is why I think we saw him play 30-plus minutes in the game against the Clippers. But it feels like if De'Aaron and Malik aren't hitting, you talked about, you just laid out the numbers. If one guy's playing well, 2 guys playing well, 3 guys playing well, if those guys can't set the tone, man, we might have those double-digit losses that you're talking about right there, because Harrison, Keegan, Kevin Herter, Trey Lott, those guys aren't taking the reins. Hell, even Domas to a certain degree. They're not taking the reins and able to pull this thing forward.
See, and that's another element of this Kings team that I wouldn't say is necessarily concerning, but they have to figure out, is because before last season, De'Aaron had to be the clear above and beyond best player on the court every single night for Sacramento to have a chance. Last year it was, okay, De'Aaron was averaging 26 points per game. He's capable of averaging 30, but he didn't have to score that much last season for the Kings to win games. This season, like, the Kings are needing De'Aaron to score 30 points a night. And the Kings are needing Malik Monk to be right behind him with the energy. Like, if you're on a second night of a back-to-back and your guys that played 15 to 20 minutes the night before relying on the guy who played 38 to set the tone and bring the energy again, like, what the hell are you doing here? Like, to me, that's concerning, or that's unacceptable. If you're playing heavy minutes the day before and you're a top guy, the expectation is you got to be ready and get up and go again the next day. It's back-to-backs. Welcome to the league, right? Everybody has to do it. And Kawhi Leonard did that. He played 40 minutes against Portland, came back, played another 35 or whatever minute it was, 31 points and dropped 31. He scored 31 points, in 31 minutes. and brought it to the Kings the very next night. Like that's what stars do. And De'Aaron didn't have that great a game. That's fine. But to me, I'm looking at the rest of the roster and going, HB, Kevin, Trey, guys who didn't put the team on their back the night before in that win over the Brooklyn Nets. Like, where are you? Step up, step to the plate. Like, give De'Aaron a little bit of help, because Fox and Monk have been above and beyond the two best players on this Kings team this season. I don't think it's particularly close. Domantas Sabonis has put up good numbers, and Sabonis naturally plays a support role to where if the other guys are shining, then Sabonis is doing well because he just naturally sets everybody up, scores around the rim, grabs rebounds, dishes out assists. So I'm not saying that to be negative about Sabonis, but Fox and Monk are clearly the heartbeat and lifeblood of this Sacramento team. When they're on, the Kings are at their best. But you can't rely on both of them to be on every single night. And other guys just need to be stepping up more and making more of an impact. I'm not just talking about scoring the basketball or hitting the majority of their shots or having a pulse on the defensive end. It's the heart. It's the passion. What did Mike Brown say after the loss in LA? He said, like, we didn't have any fight tonight. Like, I'm looking at the guys who should be coming in and providing that energy. Bring the fight. And when the bench came into that game, really in the late first quarter, early second quarter, that's when things completely fell apart. So De'Aaron and Malik can't be the guys on the front lines throwing every single punch every game, or when they're not on, Sacramento's going to suffer.
I think the biggest thing right now, I would assume that we're all in agreement, but I'll ask you anyway, is just they haven't found a level of consistency that I think we're all looking for, because the things that we ask and the things that we want to see from this team, they've shown they're capable of giving it to us. I mean, Brooklyn was fantastic. That Brooklyn game was fantastic. Followed up with the Clippers game. You know, that's just the tell of this team right now. Like, sometimes, like you mentioned earlier, Matt, sometimes if everybody's on, they're probably going to win. If a couple of things aren't going their way, it could get ugly real quick. And I think that's what we're waiting to see, if they're able to become more consistent, you know, with this group, if they have to make changes, whatever, but can you be more consistent? They did it one time before in the 6-game winning streak. Now we want to see another streak where, you know, maybe you win 7 or 10 games or something like that, to kind of separate yourself and make sure, hey, you're one of these guys. And maybe they did it right now.
How about Juan Toscano-Anderson?
I like that. I like that.
Deal with the Sacramento Kings.
I like it.
Yes. Sorry, Matt. I just caught Matt off guard. Adrian Wojnarowski reports the Sacramento Kings are signing forward Juan Toscano-Anderson to a 1-year deal. Sources tell ESPN Toscano-Anderson has had stops with the Warriors, Lakers, and Jazz, and has been playing with Mexico City of the G League. Again, the Sacramento Kings are signing Juan Toscano-Anderson to a 1-year deal.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to him after the Warriors, because he wasn't that good after the Warriors, but I liked him when he was on the Warriors. I like what he brought to the table. So you're talking about a guy that, you know, is a rotational guy, you know, at best. And maybe he's a guy that you see every 2 or 3 games. And, you know, if injuries are going on and he can give you some type of spark. But one of the things that I'll say about JTA is we saw him at his best when Mike Brown was there. So maybe Mike Brown feels like he can get something out of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's made abundantly clear by this move, the Stanley Johnson move, the other G League moves, is Monty and the Kings front office are trying to acquire wings and give Mike some kind of help, because that wing position is by far the weakest position on this Kings team. And that's not intended to be a shot at Keegan and Harrison. In any case, like, if you look at the history of Sacramento, especially during the playoff drought, like, the Kings had a hard time having one starting caliber wing. They have 2 starting caliber wings right now, and one is underperforming with high expectations. And I'm talking about Keegan and making that second jump. Keegan's not playing bad basketball. He's just underperforming right now. That's okay. He's also much better on the defensive end than I was expecting right now. And then you have Harrison, who, if we're being completely honest, guys, is completely underperforming, period. Both sides of the floor. Like, he's just not playing well. He's not playing to the level that you would expect out of a starting veteran, wing. So Monty is clearly trying to get bodies in the building that at the very least can physically stack up at that position to give Mike Brown some looks, and maybe it increases any kind of intensity in practice, although the Kings don't practice that much or can't during the regular season. But like there's a size issue with this Kings team at that position. And that's one that I don't know if the Kings are going to be able to address much more than what they're doing right now. We talked at the live show at Sky River Casino last week, which was a great time, by the way, and shout out everybody who came out. But I shared with you, I don't think that a saving move from the trade deadline is coming this year. I just don't think it makes sense. I just don't think the Kings are set up for it. I think the Kings are set up again for a position of we ride with what we got. We believe that more experience plus better Fox plus Malik Monk playing this way and better Kevin Huerter and an overall better starting lineup production maybe gets us out of the first round, reassess, and then attack next offseason and try and make the big moves there and make some big decisions there. That's where I think the signs are pointing to right now. Again, it's mid-December, so we got a ton of time before the trade deadline itself. But this Juan Toscano-Anderson move is further proof that the Kings need help at this position. They need depth. They need size because, again, those long, physical, athletic wings are giving Sacramento fits right now, and Keegan can't guard all of them.
Again, Adrian Wojnarowski reports James Ham confirms the Sacramento Kings are signing Juan Toscano-Anderson to a one-year deal. Of course, there's probably a lot of questions that the Kings do have a roster spot available. Mm-hmm. He is coming from the G League. Is this meant to be a two-way thing? Is this meant to be a main roster thing? Is he with the team the rest of the season? Is like his spot like certified? We've seen guys sign one-year deals with Sacramento that turn out to be like a guarantee of $20,000, $30,000, and they're cut before the season starts. Like we saw that during training camp. What this signing means, I'm not sure. Matt and Casey both did a great job pointing out he has a history with Mike Brown. There's probably something to that. I'm just, we point at that wing position, and I'm going to ask you, Matt, because you said something there about Harrison Barnes and the way that he's played this year. And as a vet, you expect more from him, and I certainly understand. What about Kevin Huerter? How do you feel about the way Kevin Huerter has played so far this year?
Kevin Huerter is now back on a downswing after, I think, a colossal rise, and a rise that was celebrated and deserved to be celebrated with the way he started this season and the way that I was very impressed by Kevin in the sense, in the case that he showed his ability to make an impact on the game outside of shooting, and then he continued to make that impact when the shot returned. Well, now the shot is starting to trickle off a little bit, and we're not seeing as much of an impact with the boards. We're not seeing as much of an impact with the ball movement and even on the defensive end to the point or to a level where Mike has played him less and less minutes. And at the same time, we're starting to see Keegan kind of wake up a bit offensively. And I know there's only so many shots to go around. And I actually talked about this after the Brooklyn game is like, it's not just sharing the basketball in terms of assists, it's sharing the shot attempts. And there's only so many shot attempts can go around. Fox is going to be in the 20s. Sabonis should be behind him at like 14, 15 a game. Malik should probably be in the 14, 15 a game range. After that, Keegan might get 12 one night and Huerter's only getting 6, and it could be vice versa the other night, depending upon who's getting going. Like, I still think this team is figuring out how to get everybody their attempts and get everybody in a rhythm at the same time. But to go back to your question, D'Lo, about Kevin Huerter, the difference between Kevin and Harrison this season is Kevin has shown me that he can be impactful in the other ways that Mike is asking in addition to his offense. Harrison has not shown me that yet. He hasn't. He's not grabbing rebounds, and Mike has said specifically that that's an expectation of him. Harrison Barnes has been doing a terrible job guarding wings, I think. And I've been captain defender Barnes all the way. I thought the Kings signing Harrison for $18 million a year and bringing him back was a good thing. I'm starting to think I'm starting to be wrong because Harrison is just not living up to the expectation of what this Sacramento Kings team needs, and it's a glaring issue on a semi-consistent basis. When he has good games, I'm happy to point that out. He played excellent against Brooklyn. He scored, I think, 12 or 14 points, completely in the flow of the offense, hitting corner threes, which was wonderful to see. Also made an impact in on the defensive end that was halfway decent. Still didn't grab too many rebounds, but you know what? On a good offensive night, I'm willing to let that slide. But more often than not, he's not having a good offensive night. He's not grabbing boards. He's certainly not dishing assists. And then defensively, he's not able to stay in front of these long athletic wings that the Kings are having problems with. So, like, the criticisms are high for Harrison right now, sometimes over the top. I agree. He's not the scapegoat by any means, and moving on from Harrison doesn't solve all the Kings' problems, but he's certainly not helping right now.
Do the Kings need to make a move?
Can I follow up before you ask that? Just real quick, because I have a little bit of a problem with what Matt said, only in the regard that, and I see RP talking about, hey, thank you, Matt. Glad you acknowledged that HB's not good enough. Well, Matt keeping it in. I got you. I'm gonna ask the chat, and I'm gonna ask Matt. What did you expect? Like, what did you think was going to happen when Harrison signed this contract? What we're seeing this year, to me, this is Harrison Barnes in a Sacramento Kings uniform, even as recently as last year. This is Harrison Barnes. Am I wrong? You're looking at me like I'm wrong. I think
he's been worse this year.
I agree. I think Harrison
has he been worse, or has Keegan supplanted him in the hierarchy of the makeup of this team?
Yes. Maybe.
Yes.
Right. You know, that doesn't excuse him not being as good.
So
you know what I'm saying? I know James always talks about, oh man, he's not getting the same shots. Go grab a goddamn rebound.
I understand.
Go play better defense.
Like
you're not getting the same amount of shots, still have an impact on the game. And now, what that tells me is, if you're not shooting, then you're invisible,
Matt,
and that can't happen.
Yeah, so kind of building off of what Kenny's saying, but also I hear what you're saying, D-Lo, because HV's shooting percentage is actually almost identical. His 3-point percentage is actually slightly up from 37 to 38%. And I mean, his 2-point percentage is up from 55 to 58%. Free throw percentage down slightly, but he doesn't really get to the foul line. Nobody on this Kings team is getting to the foul line really, and when they do, they're missing him. So who cares? But to Kenny's point, his shooting is down from 15 to 11. Or sorry, his points per game is down from 15 to 11. That right there, I'm willing to chalk up to he's the fifth option on offense in this starting lineup. That's what I expected. But I said coming into this season, if Harrison is still going to play 30-plus minutes a night, which he is, I think. 30.8 minutes per game. If he's going to keep playing 30 minutes a night, but he's not going to be featured as much on the offense, and Mike Brown has said as much, they're not running plays for him. So if his scoring is going to drop off, something else needs to increase. So if your job is no longer to score as much as you were in years past, but you're still out there to help space the floor because you're capable of knocking down that shot, and you're a consistent starting wing in the NBA, you're the right size, you can physically fit that position. You need to go out and do something else. And he doesn't. His rebounds are down from 4.5 to 3.3. His assists are slightly down. He's never really been an assist guy, but those
rebounds are down from last year?
Yes, from 4.5 rebounds a game to 3.3. His defensive rebounds are down from 3.4 to 2.5, and he grabs less than an offensive rebound per game. So that's the concerning part, is not only is he not playing well on the defensive end, which so many Kings players aren't, so I'm not going to single him out necessarily, but his defense has not been good. His scoring is down. We expected that. But his rebounding being down and his overall impact, especially in big games, that's what concerns me. And again, I've been Team Barnes, and I like Harrison Barnes a ton. I am concerned about moving on from Harrison Barnes and the impact that could have on this Kings
culture.
Culture. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Harrison just walked in and threw Matt's mic down.
The ghost of Harrison Barnes. I like HB too. I hate being mean about the guy.
I think we all like HB.
I guess
we all love HB. We just
maybe I don't because I'm not particularly moved by the way that he's playing. This is what I thought was gonna. This is what I expect. I didn't expect much more than we're seeing. I do get frustrated with the 2, and the 3. But I was Kevin Huerter has a game where he scored 1 and 0. But this I think is the most important part. Mike challenged Kevin Huerter to do something else. And he did. And he's done that consistently, even when his shot is in hell. Harrison, it doesn't feel like is doing that. So I guess, stalling out Harrison has to stop. If Kevin Huerter can go get 6 rebounds, why the hell can't Harrison Barnes? But I'll ask this. I don't even know if I'm asking it. I think I'm stating it. Juan Toscano Anderson isn't taking Harrison Barnes' place, is he?
Not at all. Not at all.
That's what that goes back to what I said. Do they need to make a move?
And that's the question I interrupted. So go ahead. I apologize.
That's do they need to make a move? When I say make a move, I ain't talking JTA. I'm talking
welcome
about
to Sacramento. Welcome to the team. Light the beam.
Welcome to JTA for sure. But do they need to go make a potentially franchise altering move?
I need to make a move to a new microphone because this thing's
you're doing a great job holding it. You look like a rock star. It's very
things
good.
falling apart. Yes. And so, yes, they do need to make a move, I think. But I don't think the move is going to be out there this year. Kind of going back to what I said earlier. Like, I just don't think it's there because you're trying to in a trade scenario. The Kings are not trading Keegan Murray. They're not going to. The only way I can see them trading Keegan Murray is if they are getting a star in return who is also under contractual control, who fits long. It's not happening.
I don't think that's
so. The two most likely players that the Kings are moving on from are Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell, both guys with average to below average value. Davion Mitchell's value is pretty much tanked at this point. He's gotten his position taken by a two-way player. Like, let's be real for what it is. A two-way player came in and stole Davion's spot. So, like, you're not trading Harrison and Davion for an upgrade at Harrison's position. I just don't think it's realistic to expect that. You could add draft compensation on top of that to try and sweeten the deal, but I don't think the Raptors are considering that for OG or Pascal or anything like that. Maybe if the draft compensation is good enough, but those waters are muddied too because of the Kevin Huerter trade. So, like, I don't see a way where the Kings make the upgrade that needs to be made for these problems to be fixed this year. I think the problem is fixed by riding it out, seeing how far you get, seeing where Keegan is at, and if Keegan is ready for another step on top of that in his third year this summer, and then making a decision about Harrison, Kevin, even Malik at that point. Although I think the decision for Malik is easy. Bring him the hell back. Like, I think Malik's making the easiest decision for you this offseason, as long as you can get him there. But maybe you consider Huerter and Harrison are on the move there. Maybe you have a little more context about Domantas Sabonis. What if he stinks it up in the playoffs again? I don't think they're going to consider moving on from him, but if he plays really well in the playoffs, you're solidified in I got my point guard and I got my center. I'm good. And now I got my wing and Keegan that I think can take me there, but I need to add some help on the side. So I just don't see a move, Kenny, that the Kings can make that solve these problems this year without giving up pieces that aren't a part of the problem.
Yeah.
I agree.
I understand.
I wouldn't completely rule out the idea of Kevin Huerter being traded. I know we focus on Harrison and Davion. I get that. If there's a real deal for one of the Toronto guys or something else that the league's not talking about, I wouldn't rule out the idea of Kevin Huerter being moved. Not advocating for it, not championing it, not telling you it's going to happen. I'm just saying.
I understand.
I think Kevin has come a long way since that guy who had to sit in one of the preseason games or come off the bench in one of the preseason games to where he is now. He was challenged by his head coach to do more, and he's done that. He has made an impact on the floor. He's a good ball player.
Yeah.
I think people are going to have feelings about Harrison Barnes. I think Harrison Barnes would probably be a legit, a really good trade candidate to like a contending team. Oh, we love a guy like Harrison Barnes. It'd be great for us. I mean, well, what are you getting in return from a contending team? And so that's where Kevin Huerter comes into play for me. If you're looking to land something that's out there or something that we haven't heard about, I'd at least keep an eye on that.
Shooters are always extremely valuable. Kevin Huerter is on a fantastic contract. And you have control over him for a long time. That's why I believe the Kings won't want to give up on him, because they have a shooter that they know fits that spot. But it's a lot easier to imagine a world where the Kings move on from Kevin Huerter for a wing or whatever help they're looking to get and plug Malik into that starting lineup and all ahead full still than it is to move on from Harrison, plug someone in Harrison's position, maybe move Keegan to the 3 and figure it out that way. And really quick in the chatty house, because I've seen people like this, and I want to address this comment by Spencer. He says, I hear you, Matt, but you're wasting young guys on the bench giving HB minutes. That comment about HB is what frustrates me, because there's nobody behind Harrison Barnes. There's nobody on this roster right now that is worthy of HB's minutes. HB is not holding Sasha Vezenkov back. Sasha is not ready for what HB does. HB is not holding Trey Lyles back. Kessler Edwards is not an NBA starting caliber player, so forget about it. He can't even crack the rotation consistently, and he's a defensive guy that Mike Brown loves, right? There is nobody on this roster to fill Harrison's spot. If there was, they'd be here by now. The Kings are riding out with what they got with Harrison, and you could have a whole hell of a lot worse than Harrison. And if you don't believe me, look through the playoff drought and look up a guy named John Salmons or Andres Nocioni or some of the other names we've had at that position over the years here in Sacramento. There are definitely worse players than Harrison Barnes that the Sacramento Kings could have, so I don't appreciate or agree with people making Harrison out to be the biggest, main, only problem that the Sacramento Kings have. The Kings need 40 at that position. They need him right now. They do need to upgrade him, I think, but the upgrade is not on this roster.
Yeah, this isn't 2014 where we got to give the young guys a run. No, that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, Harrison Barnes is still the Sacramento Kings' best opportunity to win. We questioned whether it would be Sasha at some point. Sasha's not there yet. We've seen growth from Sasha in the young part of the season, in the first quarter of the season. That's fantastic. Let my man keep going. Like, Harrison isn't holding Sasha back. Like, Sasha's still got some things to figure out in the league.
Yeah. Well, the Kings, they have to be careful because De'Aaron did turn down that deal.
Bruh.
Thanks, Iggy.
Like, come on. Like, and I appreciate Kyle Madsen, who was like, well, let's see if there's some context to this. He goes and watches it. There's no context to it. And then Rory says, well, maybe he didn't know the salary cap. Bro, he's the head of the players union. What are you talking about? That was like why do dudes do this? Why do they do this?
Iggy, we like you, dog.
The vortex of podcast idiocy. And it was, I always joke that the funniest thing about Vlade's I had a better offer 2 days ago was the look on his face, right? I had a better offer 2 days ago, and he looks down like, huh? That was Ty and that was Iggy and Evan Turner.
Like, he was dropping a bar.
Like, he turned down $100 million. Following the conversation about Tyrese, as if they kept De'Aaron and De'Aaron doesn't want to be here.
Like they was dropping a bar.
Like, come on, Iggy.
Iggy's still mad at the Sacramento Kings and Pete D'Alessandro for not giving him the contract after he was a free agent when he went to Golden State for the first time. Remember, the Kings were the front runner to land him after his years in Denver, and then it didn't work out. And I think Iggy spoke publicly about how that bothered him or whatever because of Pete. Pete was his guy in Denver.
Well, then the hell with Pete, not the Kings. Got nothing to do with this. De'Aaron got nothing to do with this.
Oh boy, Iggy.
Hell, Kings fans don't like Pete. We got something in common, Iggy. Dang.
Yeah, boy, Iggy was acting like he dropped a bar, man.
I was
like,
so annoyed when we got tagged in that clip. Like Andre, not you. Not you.
Hey, it didn't have to be Iggy, man. That's my.
With the fly scarf on and everything. Like, man, what you doing?
I like Iggy, but no seriousness.
Not okay.
I think the Kings. Sometimes I wonder if the Kings are just a victim of the fact that they made the playoffs last year. Like, if this team would be playing like this last year, do you think we'd be hypercritical of them?
No, absolutely not.
And that comes with the territory. I'm not even saying like, oh,
but we knew that.
Yeah.
You said it. You were the first to say it. You were the very first to say that. It's not going to be the same next year.
But so that's why I'm kind of sitting back, and I just want to see more consistency from this group before they make a move or, start to have those talks about making a move. Give this team. I mean, this is a big stretch coming up. The rest of this little homestand right here. See, what can you do here? Some big time teams. I think they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. Can you go 4-2 in these 6 games at home? If you can go 4-2, I'd feel great. I'd be like, yo, this team is on the right path. But if you go 2-4, some people might not make it to 2024 as a Sacramento King.
No, I think that's a fair expectation, Kenny. But to go back what you initially said, like the reason why we're more critical this year is, we have the context of the playoffs, number one. Number two is this is the bed they've made for themselves. You have your head coach taking the podium every day and going, we're trying to get from good to great. If they're holding themselves to that expectation, why shouldn't everybody else? That's why I've been more critical this year than I've been in years at times when the Kings were terrible. And I was the optimistic Matt George, like as if it's a wrestling gimmick. Like
Everything's a wrestling gimmick.
Everything is. The world is. That was one of my notes. But
well, I was gonna say we got about 2 minutes left around that. Do you want to go over your D'Lo and KC show notes from December?
All right, I'll rapid fire notes here. Number one, Kyle Kuzma's fall is like a sped up video of old people falling. That was my first note. Just watch old people falling and speed it up. That's what Kyle Kuzma looked like. Number two, Kyle Madsen dropping 140 or 1140 slip ups is worse than my multiple F-bombs on the air. I'm putting that right.
Yours was funny. Yours was funny. Yours was very, very funny because at least the one you had with me, the shocked look on your face when you realized what you said was just
pure terror. Everybody liked it except for Jesse. Number three, Leezy pre-writes the intros to his calls, and he should write Drake bars that Kenny has to perform one day.
Oh, I like that. I don't know why Kenny got dragged into this, but I like it.
I just want to hear Leezy's Drake bars, and Kenny has to do it.
That's funny.
Number four, building off of the Giannis conversation, my son takes stuff from me all the time, and he won't give it back to me when I need it and I demand it. So I'm ready to fight him too. So I understand Giannis completely. And then finally, if Draymond Green were a WWE guest, he would be the rare guest that comes in with heat from the crowd and he gets rocked. And I would love to see it be like Brock Lesnar or someone that just puts him in an F5. But don't tell him he's going over and then have Brock just pick him up.
Well, the good news is if you look at past black WWE champions, Brock Lesnar just comes out and F5's the hell out of him. So Draymond Green, I saw him posing with the belt. That picture was making the rounds. So
for the record, I didn't mean that. That wasn't what I meant by that.
No, that is what you meant.
No, that's not what I meant by that. Forget that. No, it could be anybody else.
George at abc10.com.
It could be Bobby Lashley.
Matt, we appreciate you so much. We will be back tomorrow to recap this Kings Thunder game, hopefully with a little young Zell to start us off, and we'll head out to Raiders Chargers next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Whew. That was fun.
From the Twitter account of Juan Toscano Anderson, like the beam. Then
let's go, baby.
Okay, Juan.
I like it.
One thing we can say about Monty, like he does not sit on his hands. When something needs to be done, he tries, and that, like, I appreciate that. I don't know if one Toscano Anderson or anything that did in the G League is going to matter, but they're doing something.
All right. They're trying it.
Guys, we gotta shut the stream down because we have a frantic next hour or so. So we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the love. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Welcome Juan Toscano Anderson to the Sacramento Kings. And we'll see y'all tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. on the Insiders, right here on ESPN 1320. I don't know why I said this like we're on the fucking radio. That was
11:40.
Yeah, well, that was dumb. I'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.